Hey there, YouTube. Welcome. Today I'm going to be getting my virtual pet game to have some DLC that I have learned how to implement. That is to say, not really DLC, but a way to have my project that is a mini game that will be embedded into this game have a way for it to exist outside of the main project. I've already figured it all out. I've got it all figured out. Now I just have to implement it because I did it in a sample project separately. There's a link in the description box, and I'll put a link in the chat as well if you want to go check out that learning project that I shared. So it's public. It is as complete as it's going to be. And so what it does is it demonstrates the very thing. It's actually a web build, and currently the mini game isn't loaded in. If I press this button, it loads the mini game in. You just have to trust me. What you can do to verify it is come over here to these, boop, 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 and you will be able to see, oh, not those, these, boop, boop, boop. Come to these links and you'll be able to see the code itself. And what you'll find is that thought bubble scene is not even in the it's not even in the GitHub project. However, it is in this one. So then the way that it does work is there's this PCK file in this minigames folder. This is what it loads. So that thinking, that thought bubble situation, that's where it gets it from, is that PCK file. So if you want to learn more about it, if you're interested, if you're curious, then you should check it out. I will put the link in the chat, and that is that. Okay, here you go, Twitch as well. All right, so let's make sure we got YouTube chat up here. So there is some problems with YouTube. Apparently YouTube is down. I don't know if we're witnessing a event of apocalyptic proportion or not, but YouTube, Google is down, which is something I've never seen before, and we should all be very afraid. With not really. With that said, I'm just gonna roll on, and if you are on YouTube and for whatever reason you lose the connection, we are live on Twitch, and Twitch isn't having an issue. So, yeah. Okay, let me make sure. Let's see if we can even get the YouTube chat to work. Let's see. Let's refresh it. Test. Ooh, yeah, the API. It must. Maybe it's like an API issue because we're not. Normally we'd see like a message down here, and that message isn't appearing. But I know some of y'all are like seeing stuff. Oh, look, I couldn't even get the message to go through. Yeah, CrowdStrike. That's what I was trying to think of earlier. CrowdStrike. Yes, I know. It's got to be something like that. Yeah, they're not even. Oh, there it went. It went through. So I don't know. I guess we're on YouTube, so we'll see. Hopefully everything is good with the world, but let me put up an alert on here as well. If you're having problems on YouTube because it's down apparently. Did that come in, Zayden? It did! You can always go to Twitch. https://twitch.tv. I wonder if somebody who already had this loaded, yeah, because you were like already waiting, I wonder if that lets you get access, which is really weird. You have to admit it's kind of creepy. Or maybe YouTube just gave a special exception. All right. Watch on Twitch if... Hey, Willow, thank you for the resub. Maybe that's why you weren't able to come into the stream. Maybe like you have to publicly, like during a live stream, it has to connect. Willow was having trouble accessing the sub stream last night, which is bull crap. I think maybe her sub hadn't popped right. Watch on Twitch if you're having YouTube problems. https://twitch.tv/hypergamedev_. Channel pages work, but not posts. So weird. So weird. Alright. Well, I'm gonna carry on. We're gonna do some game dev. I'm just gonna do my game dev thing. And we're gonna hope everything's all right over there. Thoughts and prayers, YouTube. Thoughts and prayers. Not chat, but, you know, the platform. All right. Well, so these are my two projects. Currently, that game is embedded already. It exists inside of there. It does. It's inside of the project. However, it's inside of the projectness is a way that I don't like. It's messier than I would like. So if I click on the computer, we can load that game with no issue. We can play the game. It works. Functionality is us. So this is great. This is wonderful. What I don't like about it is that the file systems are all tangled up, and it just makes me upset. It makes me upset. I don't like it. It's messy when I go to search for files. It's messy when I'm trying to open resources, and it's a pain to update. Let me find the exact spot. I want to say it's in embedded games folder. Here, embedded games. Okay, so you see this folder right here, embedded games, and then post planner is the game that's embedded in there. And all of the game files are in here, all of the scripts, all the scenes, which means I have to be like super careful with like certain, well, I still have to do the naming stuff carefully. Kind of. Anyway, I have to be extra cautious about things conflicting, and I have to make sure I'm not updating the wrong things, which gets really annoying. The other problem is if I update my other project, I have to like copy all the files back in again, which is just like not great. So yeah, I could update the project here in this game, but I want it to be separate. I want it to be separate. I want it to, in theory, be modular, so players could download a new game, or I could just have like a containerized. Think about this, right? Personally, if I'm trying to fix a bug in this minigame, the chances that I break something in the main game now increase if they're all mixed together. And vice versa. The chances that I break something in the minigame increase if I'm working on the main game. So I want them isolated. I want them to function isolated. I want them to be isolated. I feel like I've potentially made that point. So I have found a way to do this, and now I'm going to implement it in so that works correctly. That's my main task today, is that isolation. And depending on how that goes, I'll also maybe work on the game itself. You know, maybe I'll just like work on this little game. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what is in store. But that is my primary task. I think this is gonna be easy. Famous last words, but I don't think this is gonna be that hard. I think I'll be able to pull this one off. I really do. I think we can do this. All right, so let's do it. Let me make sure I have an up-to-date commit, because we're gonna do some things to it. We'll just say this is a little update, no big deal. I have this little promo scene that's in there for thumbnails and stuff. So I just changed that, so we'll save that as such. As it says, the last time I used Twitch was to watch my friend. You don't use Twitch at all. Yeah, I feel you. I'm a big YouTube fan myself, so I feel you. Can you make a $1 billion DLC that's just the entirety of the universe? Yeah, I think so. Also, maybe we can do Blender today. I know you wanted Blender last week. Because I also really want to remake the computer monitor, maybe the keyboard, stuff like that. So we'll see. The quicker I can get this DLC implementation done, the quicker I can move on to other stuff. Yeah. Okay, so I've made a commit, so I'm safe to just like break everything. So here are the things I'm gonna need. What I'm going to need is over in the... There's a lot of things open right now. Let me close some of this stuff. back button, don't care about that. Litter box, no thank you. Bowl, not right now. HUD stats, irrelevant. Managers, yes. Post planner, embed. Now this is actually what is going to be, well, now wait. Oh, this is it. Yes, this is where, okay, this is where, so this main scene right here, this is actually from, and you can see hopefully on the left there that embedded games, post planner, game files, scenes, main. So that is actually from the file system tree that I'm trying to replace. And what I can do is instantiate it in after unpacking it from a PCK file. So what I really need to do is just make sure I know where this target is so I can send the instantiated thing there. So really, I just need to delete this, which means the game won't load anymore, but that's okay. And so if I'm going to, if I'm going to get this to receive that, we certainly will want the sub viewport to be accessible here. And I guess we'll say add game. Yeah, this is just any program. Yeah, that's any program at all. Nice. So there's multiple different, by program, these are my embedded games, basically. It's like you're running a program on the computer. So yeah, okay. Add game, or add program to sub viewport. Add to sub, let's just say add to sub view. I have a lot of different names for these things, so we're gonna say add to sub viewport. And this will take in a node. Oh, we can say add node. How about that? Add node to sub viewport. Hey, what's up, Nick? I wouldn't say I'm just getting started. Add node to sub viewport. Node to add node returns nothing, and all that it's going to do is say sub viewport add child node to add, and that's it. So that way I can call this from outside and pop it in there. All right. So what's going to happen right now is the game isn't going to be there to load. The game built in. So what I'm doing, Nick, I have this existing virtual pet game that I made for the Game Like Jam, the Tamagotchi-like game jam. And I want the embedded games to be separate projects. So this is an example of a game that's embedded into this game as like a mini game. So yeah, right now that doesn't open anything, which is good. And I want to have this not exist in the same file system as the main project. So right now, all of these files for Post Planner, which is that game that's embedded, are all mixed in, which really irritates me. So what I'm doing today is, at least, is getting rid of all this and setting it up so there's a PCK file that the project unpacks when you press this button. It unpacks the PCK file and then instantiates it in. So that's what I plan on doing right now. I just removed the game. Now I'm going to just get rid of all the files. I'm curious what the error was. Node not found, sub viewport. It's interesting. Is that just every time I... Okay, we're good. Okay, it's good. Oh, is it when I opened... Is it when I opened this one? Yeah. Yeah, so that makes sense. The reason why that's having the problem is because for the slicing game, that sub viewport is not set up as an accessible unique name right here. So we're gonna go ahead and click that, and we should be good with that error. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove all the game files from Post Planner. Get them out of here. Delete. Oh, it didn't like that. No, it's not used anywhere. Here, save everything. Let's make sure we've saved everything. It's telling lies. Let me reload the project. It is telling lies. Take a bite of some soup. I mean, maybe it's not telling lies. Delete. Where? UI box pause. UI1.tres is using it. Interesting. So I must have something that isn't unique. Got it. Well, didn't know that. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Okay? This is why I don't want this. Because now, these files, which are supposed to exist in isolation, are tangled. Because there is a... Chew my soup. Now they're entangled. These files that I want isolated are entangled because this theme, UI1, has a linked resource to something from that game. You know, and yes, that's user error, or that's developer error. But the reality is, accidents happen, and as programmers, we try to, ideally, optimize the setup so mistakes are harder to actually make happen. So I would like to continue down that path and keep these all nice and separate. So now I just have to find what is the linked resource. Now unfortunately I'm not using 4.6, which makes it a little more obvious what things are linked. So I guess we're just gonna come through here and I'm just gonna make them all unique, even though these sure look unique to me. We're just gonna click each one of these that have the little pencil and trash can by them. Panel container. Oh, it's definitely that. That's what it is. Box pause. 100%. Okay, make it unique. Now we're good. I guess you could tell because the name was different. Alright. Nice. So let's make sure, well, I don't need to make sure anything. I don't need to make sure diddly squiddly. Believe it or not. All I need to do now is try deleting it again, and hopefully we will not see that issue when I hit delete. There we go. So now it's not telling me that there's anything depending on it, so I am safe to remove it. All right. Post Planner has been excised. Excellent. Surgically. Hey, what's up, Coffee Stain? Welcome. Did I hear about High Pipe? What about High Pipe? What happened with High Pipe? Tell me! Tell me! Long time something, first time something else. Someone did come through here and talk about High Pipe. You know, it's a difficult question. I mean, you can ask it. I'm not required to answer it, but you are entitled to ask it. Chew my soup. Chew my soup. Someone came through here and was saying that they use High Pipe. I wonder if that's like linked. Like maybe they came through because of that. We didn't come through because of that, but it was on their brain because something. What happened? Oh my gosh, Coffee, tell me. High Pipe is a platform on mobile. See, hey, I'm glad I could squeeze a few $1,000s out of them while I had the chance. Make games with AI? I mean, look. Oh, man. So I guess just all my games on there are gone. See, this is High Pipe. This is why user-generated content platforms are a waste of your time. They can be fun, okay? I'm not saying there's not fun things, all right? But in terms of like relying on them, can't do it. HiPipe was a mobile app. They basically promoted themselves as the TikTok of games. So you could make games yourself. They had like a built-in visual scripting editor, and they had a bunch of assets you could use and things like that. And they would be mobile games, so they'd be like usually vertical, and it was a decent tool set for being visual scripting. Yeah, I guess so, coffee. And like everything that you make stays on that platform. You're making it for their platform. And I feel like they were like trying it out in like a couple countries, like the Philippines. Maybe they brought Canada in at some point, but so it'd be mostly a bunch of children playing your games. And you kind of had to make games for that market. Well, they had some game jams that were much more winnable early on because there were less people competing in them, and the requirements that they had were better. That is to say, they weren't as stringent as they became. And I participated in a couple of those game jams because they paid a lot of money. And I got lucky that I won some money in a couple of those. And then, you know, in one of the other game jams they had, I wasn't thrilled with some of the ways they changed the rules mid-jam. So I kind of just drifted away from them. And now... now they're gone. I hate that. I mean, I hate that because, you know, people lose their jobs. People who put games on that platform lose those games, you know? You're part of... Yeah, that makes sense. I see the CA. Yeah, that makes sense. It's sad. Like you know, I put a lot of time into some of those games. I don't really care, but like, I could care. Someone cares that they lost their self-expression and their outlet. They learned those tools. For some people, that's the only game dev tools they know. You just never know. Roblox could do the same thing. Roblox might do the same thing someday. You just don't know. Wow. Wow. Oh, that's so weird. And with AI? Like, what are you doing? Oh my god. I guess they're just like, they're probably just even leaning into the AI jank, too. They're just like, oh yeah, the games are kind of crappy and weird, but that's the fun of it. It's like Sora for games. Wild. Yeah, YouTube is having problems. If you can see the pinned message and you want to go watch on Twitch, Twitch is not down. But we are here, so if you are here, then we can also stay here. YouTube's definitely being weird, though. But the game submission thing on Wednesday, you might miss that because it says it starts at midnight for you. That's okay. You can still submit something if you want. I'll just try to get you a link to the stream after. Or you can still find the link. You can still sign up and get access to the link and watch the stream later. So the big value. So I'm doing a stream tomorrow for people who want to share their projects. It is called the Game Feedback stream. It is secret. It is not going to be a public stream. So you're not going to know about it unless you're hip to this. So this is the Discord event. Basically, you have to join the Patreon for free newsletter. This helps filter out unserious shares. You know, it helps keep it a nice close-knit experience, but it isn't also like super public. So you'll get an unlisted YouTube live stream. You'll get access to that. And then you just join this queue to let me know you want your game played. And that's going to happen tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern Time is when that's happening. And I'll play your game for up to an hour, potentially. It depends. It depends how many people submit and how much time other games take. But we're going for an hour a game. Now, some games obviously don't need an hour, but that's the idea. So if you want to see somebody just play your game, you know, it can just be a really valuable kind of thing. So that's what they're talking about. Yeah, YouTube. Did you make art for your game? I did. I made all the art. The only thing I didn't make was the cat itself. That was most. I would have made the cat, and I might remake the cat. The reason why I didn't is because I was determined. Oh yeah, the icon. So I'm gonna have to load. Oh, that's interesting. I'm gonna have to load in the icon separately, which is fine. The icon was using files that were built into the embedded files that I just deleted. So it's okay. I can bring that in separately. No big deal. I don't mind bringing in one little image. Okay, not a problem. Actually, let me go do that real quick. Let me do that real fast. That's an easy one. That's gonna be in the roguelike folder, sprite sheets, player, idle. It's just this. So I'm gonna drag and drop that in, and then we'll just call it game icon or something. Game icon, and then copy the UID and paste it in right there, and now it won't be a problem. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so I made all this art. The only thing I didn't make was the cat. The only reason I didn't make the cat was because I had this ambition to try and finish the game in a month. That did not happen. So that means I have more time and I might make my own cat, but I quite like this cat and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. So I probably will just keep it. But yeah, everything else is made by me. This background on the phone is just not that. It's just a stock image. So I'm going to replace that eventually. But yeah. And then in the mini games, I made all that art as well. Did not mean to zoom. Isn't that similar to your roguelike setup with the cat thing? I don't know. So this is the cat thing. So here's the distinction, Nick. Basically, the way this has been set up is all of the game files of the roguelike were inside of this project. I don't know how. Let me know if that makes sense. I'll try to draw it. Sometimes that's an easier way to understand things. So, let's say we've got my virtual pet game with cat, okay? That's this big blue box. That's the virtual pet game with cat. Okay? And we've got another game as well. Let's duplicate that. It's smaller. Give it a different color. Okay. This is the rogue like mini game. Okay, so we've got these two things. The way that this has been set up, and let me actually even make it even more clear. So inside of here, there are game files. Those game files include, you know, scenes, scripts, everything, the works. Images, all kinds of crap are inside of this. The way I had this set up was this was being put directly inside of the virtual pet game. That is to say, inside of the virtual pet game, there were the game files, the scenes, the scripts, and the images, and all the other extra crap that came along with the roguelike minigame. They all coexisted in one project. This is not what I want anymore. I don't like it. I'm not interested. So functionally on the surface, everything is going to look the same, but under the hood, it's going to be containerized, which is what I desire. So that's what it has been. And what I want it to become instead is nothing like that at all. Instead, what's going to happen is that roguelike minigame outside of the context of the virtual pet game, this is going to get consolidated or exported or packed into a PCK file. So this is roguelike.pck. Okay. So this is like a zip file, you can think of it as, sort of, except it's Godot's own file type. Okay, so right there. Take this, compile it down into a PCK file. This is just one file. Instead of having all of these files, it's a single file. And that is what I'm now going to move into here. So that way, none of all these extra bits and bobs are mixed in with the main project. What this means is if I need to make an update to this minigame, all I have to do is re-export it. And then this updates, and we're good to go. Whereas otherwise, I have to copy all these files and replace each one, which can cause a lot of problems, especially if some of them are updated and some aren't. It can just be like a big mess, and I don't want that. And it's easy for there to be accidental linkages between the main project and this project, and I don't want that. I want them completely containerized. So then the way that this game is going to access these files is by using a function called load resource pack. Or it's a method. And this method will essentially, actually, at runtime, give us this whole thing. So this whole thing will get unpacked at runtime instead of in the editor. Because really it's just, it's a convenience. It's a quality of life kind of thing. Something to help me have a better time managing the project as I'm working on it, is sort of the idea here. So at runtime, this will unpack it, and then it'll just exist in virtual memory, basically. And so as soon as the game closes, this goes away. So that's what I'm up to. And I already have practiced this and set up this whole thing. If you want to see an example project for how this came together and how this kind of works. Oh, thank you, Kimmy. It's very nice of you. If you want to see how this came together, this is an example project. Now, it's not, you just have to take my word for it, I guess. Well, you don't have to take my word for it, but visually, the game doesn't really prove anything. But technically, that thought bubble that says Godot Ponder in it is a PCK file, and it currently isn't unpacked. Until this button gets pressed, then it unpacks it. And if you want to dive deeper into understanding how that works, there's links to the GitHub projects, and you can find, if you dig around in there, the PCK file that gets unpacked, and that contains all of this stuff in there. So if you are interested in learning how to set something like that up, I do have that example up. YouTube is experiencing an overflow error? User overflow? Wow. They're closed. I remember what that was about. Scratch started a little membership program for images of new sprites and merch, so you get a few PNGs for $20 a month. $20 a month? Ay, ay, ay. Scratch, what are you doing? I don't know about that. Access to a discount. It's sus. Yeah, it's very expensive. I mean, here's what I'll say. Scratch has done like a lot of good for free. You know, in schools, helping teach game dev to people and children and provide also a capable engine at the same time. So if they're strapped for cash, you know, if they frame it like a donation, right? Like, hey, come through, support Scratch because we're struggling, you know, like Wikipedia or Blender Foundation or something like that, you know. Hey, we need some help. If they frame it like that and they're like, plus we'll give you some little things, that I can get down with. So I'm not gonna say it's sus because maybe they're framing it in a way that's just like, we just need your help. But I don't know. I just heard about it from you. They have an assistant in their studio tool. Oh, you were talking about HiPipe. I definitely saw that they were implementing AI stuff, but based on what Coffee is saying, it sounds like they're actually like completely replacing everything. All the stuff you make on Roblox is theirs. That's right. It's not like you could take it off their platform and launch it on Steam. Correct. Yeah, and they could shut down anytime. Anytime. They could decide, you know what? We're going all AI. You know what it is? You're not saying you're bad or anything. Some of the game just looked AI to you. You don't know why. It might just you being dumb. My game looks like AI. I mean, look. I feel like that's just gonna happen in 2025, 2026 and beyond. I think it's important to like not get in this like witch hunt mindset, you know, of just being like, you're doing AI, that's AI. Hey, is that AI? Are you making stuff with AI? Nah, I'm the AI police. You know, it could just be a little weird. But it is not AI. But you know, you could say that about anything. Right? People be saying that about literally anything. Anything that anybody sees. If people share art that they're making, somebody's gonna be like, is that AI? That's AI. And put a freaking screenshot of, you know, ChatGPT with 80% confidence saying it was AI generated. Like, I mean, that's, yeah, so that's up to you, Zayden, to believe that. I personally don't like using AI art much at all. But I didn't really like doing it for placeholder stuff, but I think I agree that is something that is according to my values less like I don't care what anyone else. Let me put it this way. I don't give a crap what you do. I don't care if somebody ships an entire game with AI art top to bottom. I just do not care. Right? I'm not gonna play that game. I'm not gonna buy that game. I'm not gonna recommend that game. But you know, I'm not gonna be the arbiter of what's okay or not. You know, people should do whatever the hell they want, as long as they're not hurting anybody. With that said, yeah, I feel like what's dumb is I don't know. What feels dumb is this like. It's hard to say because maybe we'll just get over it one day because it's all so new. But what feels dumb to me is this assumption that everything is AI. Everything is AI. It's AI. You used AI. Looks like AI. It gets a little exhausting, honestly. And then I see people talking about things that are so obviously real, like videos that how could you even imagine a UI would or an AI would make that? And they think that it's AI. It's a weird time. So I'm not even mad at you, Nonset. Honestly, I'm not mad at you. I'm not, because it's a weird time. I think we're all kind of navigating what the hell to do with this new possibility that anything could be AI. Second's joining the first game jam. Depending on the game like jam, you might be able to make a submission for both. Nice. Yeah, it'll be announced soon. So the thing that Zayden refers to is the Game Like Jam. The next Game Like Jam starts on March 1st. It's a game jam that I host where we make games like other games. The last one was Rogue, which is the little mini game I'm embedding in the cat game. The cat game was from the Tamagotchi like jam that we did before that. So it happens every other month, and the next one is going to be starting quite soon, actually. So come check it out. Join up. It'll help it rank higher on itch.io, which means more people find out about Hyper Game Dev and join the jam, and we get more cool new games. So just go hit that juicy, delicious join button. It'll help so much, and you'll get notified before anyone else about what the theme is going to be. Hit that join button. They both start March. They're both a month long. Wow. Be careful. Don't overextend yourself. Don't overextend yourself. Was I behind YouTube crashing? I don't know. Was I? Good to see you, Henry. By the way. YouTube's back? Nice. Hey, Pressy. It's framed as a donation. Oh, okay. Then that's not sus. You're talking about Roblox? Now I'm just confused. AI game sounds like base 44. Don't know what that is. Why are we trying to make AI do everything? I don't know. Shareholders, something, sunk cost fallacy. Something, cash out before the bubble burst. AI is okay for placeholder art, not for release. Murphkin says AI. I knew it! As a programmer, my art will be neon purple blocks. Fair, fair. Can we have AI which checks? Like if you float in a river, you're a witch? AI which checks? I mean, they pretty much do. They basically do. Have you ever seen, like, what is it? Reddit? Is this art? Is this AI? I know this isn't the only community out there, but there's like, you know, there's this whole subreddit devoted to people posting things that they think might be AI. And then in the comments, they write odd behavior. So like the version of like floating, if it floats, whatever. The version of that now is just these little like oh, the fingers are weird. Oh, there's this, there's that. like the little things that people think say that that's AI. There totally is that. Super weird. Can you show your games or any release game? Sure. So I'm relatively new to making games, so my games are not the best games. But technically, you can find my games if you scroll down to the bottom of this page right here. So link is in the chat. Scroll all the way down. And these are games that I've made in my Game Like Jam that I actually finished. Volcano and Hungry Baby Rescue do not have music or sound effects. I actually did get sound effects into Volcano, but I couldn't get an encrypted version uploaded in time, so it just is the one without audio. Bunker is a game like Frogger. So this was for the Frogger Like Jam. And again, these were just learning projects. Just projects that I made to help me learn how to make games. Not intended to be like, you know, final sell on Steam type stuff, right? So I'm here to learn. Does it still say Pert? Sorry, I thought I changed it. It's kind of cute though, isn't it? Virtual Pert. Okay. You can see it's not very well optimized. So this was basically the first game that I ever finished. Look how poorly optimized it is. Here, let's make it shrunk down. It's usually not running this badly. Let's see if we can open it somewhere else. So, really what these show you... Yeah, it's a frog dog. Kind of, yeah. What these show you is like my progression in trying to learn how to make games. So that's what you'll get out of this. Exactly. Exactly, Detrism. It's see if this one runs a little better. It does not. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Runs a lot better not in web. So I learned a lot from this. But it's like Frogger. This actually is using assets from a previous project that I stopped working on because it was getting out of scope and I wanted to knuckle down and work on something smaller. So I think that's where that poor optimization is coming from, is because it was using all those assets from like my first ever attempt at doing game dev outside of a hand-holdy type program. So that's that one. And then, and again, these are not games that I'm out here, you know, trying to sell or nothing. I'm just learning. So then there was Hungry Baby Rescue. This one was made to be like balloons. It's pretty solid, actually. It works. It's got 100% art made by me. And I coded it all myself with some help from chat. Back when I used to accept that. So if you ever played the first Balloons game, this is actually basically identical to that. Probably should put this like here. I regret my choices. I'm gonna start over. I don't like my choices. So instead of balloons, it's junk food, and you're trying to keep the baby from eating too much junk food. That's the concept. So there's some brownies coming. But yeah, this one's really solid. I feel like I really leveled up my game dev skills with this one. A big goal I had was trying to have like a good consistent like color palette and art style. That was like something that was important to me going into this. And it's pretty much that. It's got the very slow pace of the original Balloons game. And there's 50 rounds. It's got like exactly the same everything. Yeah, Coffee, you know, you could, I don't know if I would call that game dev. I would call it like, yes, kind of game dev. When I was on Dreams, a game where you can make games. It is game dev. It is. But it isn't really... I don't feel that like what I learned from that was particularly transferable. Like a little bit. Like testing things, finding out what's fun. Like that part of it, the game design part of it, I picked up from Dreams. But the actual like coding, structuring a project, making it optimized, all of that kind of stuff. Let's make the range bigger. All of that kind of stuff, I absolutely did not learn using Dreams. And to me, that's like all the most important stuff when it comes to making games. Now, it's barely making art assets because, you know, you could just get other people to make them for you, which is actually a good game dev skill, to be fair. So now we got donuts coming in. Just like in Balloons, they break down to smaller pieces. That's pretty much it. You can upgrade the towers as you make more money. It correctly shows you what you can upgrade, what you can't, with the numbers and the values and all kinds of good stuff. So, yeah, and you can unlock these as you go. Pretty slow-paced game, but that's the original Balloons. I really wanted to keep true to it, so that way I could just focus purely on getting it done and learning the mechanics. These days, I've been focusing on other things, trying to make sure my code is really scalable and modular, which is slowing down me finishing a game in a month. And I'm branching out a bit from making it completely identical to the original. And those two things are just sort of lengthening my development process a bit. So yeah, so that's pretty much that. Then there was Blocky Dig and Match. I think this is the best game that I've made, and if you're gonna play any of my games, you should play this one. I think it's the most fun. I think it's the most polished. And it's the one of the ones that I've completed that I'm going to continue working on into the future. So it was designed to be like a mobile game. Obviously, the art is strongly alluding to Minecraft. I would change the art probably a little bit when I go to continue it someday. But again, it was a way to just let me not think too much about something that could distract me from getting this done in time. I was able to make this in a month, which is honestly stunning. This game was hard. This was a really hard one to make. And this was for the Puyo Puyo Like Jam. Did I turn off the music bot? I did not. At least not on purpose. Did you use the command? You have to type !song. Oh man, I get so locked into this one just immediately. It's so addictive. No, it wasn't auto. I was procking it. I think it posted on both on all the platforms that are live. So it was just, it looked automatic, but it wasn't. So you should try it. Do ! Song. See if it's working. I am not doing well. So the I'm doing very poorly. The objective is to clear the ones that are like highlighted. See on the very bottom, this one has like some orange stuff around it. Oh man! This freaking... These glass pieces, they're killing me. This is a very, very bad run. I have a long way to go to dig my way down. But that's part of what makes it so fun, is just like that feeling of like, I can do this, one more game. Oh, dang. It's very enjoyable. And I've gotten the privilege to watch a couple other people play this, and just sort of confirms for me that this is a good one to keep working on into the future. Thanks for the hydrate. Cheers, Jonas. Getting high in your own supply? I guess. I mean, honestly, like, I think a lot of us, that's why we make games, you know? Alright, we'll do that in a minute. I feel like that's why a lot of us make games. Oh! You never know when it's gonna just clear, baby. Hey, Quixote. I think a lot of us make games so we can make the game we want to play, you know? It's like a primary motivation. And I got kind of lucky with this one, because this is just one, man, if I had this, so you can see it's vertical, right? I obviously wanted it to be optimized for mobile. And, yeah, I could totally see myself, I know I would, sit in bed and play this for friggin' as long as it takes to fall asleep or something, you know? Just like, it'd be a good, like curl up with the phone and just like sit there and drop blocks kind of game. So yeah, hell yeah, I'm getting high on my own supply. This game is fun as hell. So there's a bunch of levels. I won't get through them all, but you should definitely check it out. It's a good one. And then there's this other one, which, as I mentioned, does not have the music and audio, although there is music, not music, but there's background sound and sound effects. Not in this version, though. So this was my game like Ski Free. If you've ever played Ski Free, it's pretty simple. You're just skiing down a mountain, and that's pretty much it. There's a couple like little tasks in there. Yeah, there's a Yeti. So in mine, instead of a Yeti, it's lava, and you can outrun it for a little while. I also added what was great about this one is I scoped really well, because I made it so... Thanks, Jonas. I made it so true to the original. I kept it incredibly simple. It was just a basic mechanic. And so I was able to get the fundamental gameplay loop down very, very early, like in like 2 weeks. So, I could start doing like fun extra stuff. Justy, thank you for the 2 months! Let's go! Thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it. So I had lots of time to add extra fun stuff, like this character creator. So now I have this. Thank you, Jonas. Thank you. I'm quite proud of that. That was the first thing I came up with, besides like the concept in general, was the title. It was one of the first things I came up with. So you can just do these horrible color combos if you want. And it'll even remember the colors. You can like make sure you get them matching and stuff between them. It's a fun time. So anyway, start the game. And you fall. That's pretty much it. Falling down a volcano that is erupting. And you're collecting some jewels. If you're lucky. If you can. Now, obviously, all these games run better downloaded. This is web, and I'm streaming, and all that stuff. So it's a little choppy, but this one's actually very well optimized. I promise. Here, if I shrink this down, it should be a little better. This one's pretty well optimized. But as optimized as it can be for a 3D game that's procedurally generating itself. So like all of the rocks and the gems and everything is generating in real time as it goes. Uh-oh, and I died. And again, I got to add extra stuff, so I added like some new like... Let's see here, I probably have a high score already. Let me clear the scores. Yeah, I already have a super high score. Reset. Do it. Got these nice menus. Yeah, new record. So it'll like record if you get a new record or not. With distance, with gems. Tracks your speed and all kinds of good stuff like that. So this one's fun. I think it's a bit insipid. You know, it's like, so this was also designed to be a mobile game. And I learned since the block dropping one. Okay. Alright, y'all, let me finish this. Then we'll do all the redeems. So I learned with this one that I don't need to make mobile games be perfectly vertical. I can make them a square. And then on the phone, it'll just cut off the sides. And if you even rotate the phone, it'll squish the top and bottom down. So anyway, square works a lot better because you just have more flexibility for what it can look like. But again, I just think the game's a bit insipid. I mean, you're just like moving down a mountain, collecting things. I wanted to have like shopkeepers. If I could keep my scope going, if I had even extra time, shopkeepers that you could spend the gems to get like extra abilities and things, but that didn't happen. So yeah, so that's Volcano, and those are the games that I've made, that I've finished. And again, if you head over to the Hypergame Dev itch page, you can find them at the bottom of the page, and yeah. You know, I just like that style. Huidai? I just like that style. It's the style I like. And I want it to be very compatible with, I was gonna make it, so Detrism, one feature that also didn't make it in, that I was in the middle of adding, was a feature where there'd be like these backpacks that you could collect. I made the backpack model, I made it so you can collect them, and I even made like a screen that pops up that lets you pick your power-up. But I didn't get any of the power-ups made. But basically, yeah, I wanted that. So you would be able to find little power-ups along the way. Definitely 100% was on its way. So who knows? You know, maybe I continue it some. Thank you for saying that. Maybe someday I continue it. But yeah, I just like that style. I mean, I think for me, like, the games that were the most influential on me growing up were like Nintendo 64 games. And I really liked, like, you know, just like colorful, low poly games that were 3D. So that's just kind of where I'm coming from, you know. Good night, Merv. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. Well, so I like my games. I like my games to be compatible with web and mobile, and that's just not going to be realistic. So, yeah, I want my philosophy is wave race. Nice. My philosophy is the more people that can access my game, then the more potential people can play my game. So I want it to work on a potato, the most potato of PCs. So I try to make it as compatible as possible. I mean, there's a lot of, I mean, look at a game like Peak. Peak has some nice graphics, don't get me wrong, but it's still like very simple textures and colors and shapes. I mean, if we think about Lethal Company, right? Yes, the game was called Peak. And, you know, these games don't have, like, ray tracing, right? They don't have Unreal Engine level graphics, but they're still incredibly fun and incredibly successful. So I don't believe that games need to look hyper-realistic in order to be successful. For me, and especially at this stage, again, I'm not trying to make games that are going to sell like hotcakes. I'm just trying to learn how to make games. And we all should be nice and easy on ourselves, right? We can't expect ourselves to make games that are incredibly powerful, that are incredibly good. We just have to, or incredibly optimized. We just have to get in there and make games because it's hard and it takes time. And until you start making some garbage games or some mid games, you'll never make good ones. If you never make those garbage ones, you'll never make good ones. So I do strongly recommend, don't let yourself talk yourself out of making games because they're not as good as the best games. Just a waste of time to think that way. Upload the baby game to mobile store and have fake gameplay ads. You will make bank. I don't know that I want to make bank, but heard. I hope the next jam is a bit easy. I missed the last one. You took a break from coding. I wouldn't say the next one is easy. I would not say the next one is easy. I would say the next one is, I mean, it depends how, like, in-depth you want to get with it. But I did make, like, a chart. I think you'll, let me say this, Henry. You are more than capable of making the next game like Jam Game. You've made games similar. I know you can make it. So let's put it that way. You're more than capable of making it, Henry. With that said, where's my estimation? Okay, so Puyo Puyo I ranked as the hardest one we've ever done. That was my blocky dick and match game. Ski Free I've ranked as the easiest. I ranked the last one we did, the roguelike, as 3.5. Apparently I'm calling this one 4. That's tough. I might even give that another 3.5. I think this is another 3.5. So I'm gonna say it's about as difficult as Rogue is to make. But it's different. It's tough because it has some different qualities fundamentally to Rogue. So it's like, there are things about Rogue that make it easier on the surface that this game does not have, that maybe make it harder to somebody who's looking at it from the outside. But fundamentally, it's not. It's tough. Somewhere between 3.5 and 4 difficulty. It's tough. It's a tough one. But I think you'll absolutely be able to handle it. Oh, chaotic tech support. I believe you haven't been here since the no backseating rules have been implemented. I'm not interested in your help. I don't want it. And in fact, if you give too much of it, I'm gonna ban the crap out of you. I know it's gonna be hard for you. I know, but we have employed this because I don't like anyone's help. It doesn't help me grow as a game developer. And also I didn't ask, and I'm not even struggling. But also, sometimes it can just lead me down wild goose chases and y'all are wrong. Basically, y'all end up being like chatbots. Sometimes you hallucinate things. Sometimes you ask me, would you like me to show you how you can implement this into a workflow where there's animation? No, thank you, ChatGPT, actually. And chat, y'all can be the same way. I'm not gonna lie. Y'all be out here giving me stuff I didn't ask for. And back when I used to be like, ooh, let me look into that, it would just take me down all kinds of crap I didn't want to go down. But I didn't realize I didn't want to go down it. But now I do. So I don't want y'all to help me because I want to grow. And I don't want y'all to offer help that I didn't ask for. Now, sometimes I be asking. I'm like, chat, does anybody know this? So you can still listen out for those. Those things come up. Don't get me wrong. But the rule is don't help unless I ask. With that said, I love that you're reading into it. I deleted it all. But I love that you're reading into it. Like I'm not discouraging you to grow alongside us and share interesting things that you find out, right? And if you really, like, some people really can't take it anymore and they're just boiling because they're just like, oh, she's doing it wrong and I can't handle it. Just go to the Discord and there's a live text channel. You can post it there, spoiler it, and I'll look at it later. If you really can't take it anymore. Finishing up your game tonight for tomorrow's live stream. Love that, Derek. Can't wait to check it out. Do you know in Godot you can Godot? I actually didn't know that. Thank you for that information. See, now that's a backseat I can get behind. Would that put me in the trunk? Anyway. Fanny says the only backseating I'm going to suggest is keep on being awesome. Thank you, Fanny. I accept that backseat as well. Completely forgot you can Godot and Godot. Thank you. I know. Like, that was an incredibly helpful tip. Nonset. Appreciate it. We don't want ChatGPT's vibe coded stuff. I know that's right. And I know some of y'all would be like behind a chatbot looking up things I was dealing with and giving answers. I know you were, which is also kind of wild to think about. Like the chatbot's just invading even people. Jesse says, I might join the next Game Like Jam if I have the time and motivation for it. And if I like the game, it needs to be based on, of course. Fair. Fair. Yeah, we come up with new ones every month, or I do, so. Well, actually, y'all help with coming up with it, also. There's been a couple that I wouldn't have even been on my radar. Puyo Puyo and Granny would not have been on my radar if y'all hadn't mentioned it. Perfectionism is the reason I'm an engine dev and not a game dev. It's a tough thing to get over. It is. Coffee Stain says, if I don't make the next Elder Scrolls Online, I'll never forgive myself. Making games should be fun and not feel like a necessity to keep on living. That kills motivation and creativity. Oh, I so agree. I completely agree. Graphics don't determine fun in any way, shape, or form. I've played crap graphic games and have been the most fun I've had playing games. Right, Mortis? Exactly. Exactly. It's fast-paced. I guess you'd be going pretty quick if you were falling off of a game. You would be. Exactly. Something was going across the screen as an enemy. Alright. So, the task of the day, among other things, but at the very least, I am to recap Emotes tagging. Oh, that was the thing you thought was an enemy. I've actually definitely done that before playing a game and been like, oh, like afraid that something was coming after me. So what I'm doing is I'm taking this mini game from the roguelike jam that I made, and I want it to be embedded in my virtual pet game with the cat. And previously, all of the game files, the scenes, the scripts, the images were just lumped in with the main virtual pet game project, which I hated. So now what I'm doing is I'm exporting the roguelike minigame as a PCK file, and then that PCK file will be the only thing that's in the game files. Until the game starts running, then it will use load resource pack to unpack that PCK, and then in virtual memory, all of this will exist for it to access. Which will basically look like instantiating a single scene as a child of a sub viewport. So that way the game can be played. So here's how we're gonna do this. I'm gonna open up the other project. This might, honestly, we might get this done before like 20 minutes, maybe less. So here's that project. And again, this was my game like Rogue. I didn't quite finish it, but it definitely has everything it needs to get that going. I might work on this when we have extra time after I get this done. I might just start working on this game. We'll see. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. That's the game. So I'm gonna export it. We don't really want to do, it doesn't really matter what preset we set it to, actually. It just doesn't matter. So I'm gonna hit export pck/zip. And I'm gonna put this in, yes, embedded games. I'm gonna put this right here in this folder. You can see there already is one. We're gonna overwrite it so we have the latest one. So we're gonna replace that. So that's packing up the game as a PCK. The only backseat advice you would give already seem to know. The best way to make a game in Godot is by typing that stuff you're typing in the text entry field, and adding assets is done different than that. Good tips. Good tips. Fanny, you're panicking. Oh, because of the enemy on the screen. I did panic. Looking forward to watching you try my game. Huge warning, it is very stress-inducing, and even you have a lot of trouble playing it without anxiety, even though you're the one that made it. I can't wait! Let's go! What if I just, like, am not stressed? Tracking initial loading. Nice. So now, Godot isn't actually going to show it. So this is the folder I put it in, right here. But it won't show up in the file system. So in order to make sure that this is going to function in web, I have to come up to Project, Export, and when I go to build it, we have to say filters to export non-resource file/folders. So if I do star.pck, now it'll work in web. I'll even show you once we get to it. But for now, I'm gonna have to implement the code. Because just because I have the PCK file doesn't mean it's unpacking and getting added. This is where it's gonna take me not 20 minutes, actually. So I'm gonna come to my manager's scene where I just have a bunch of stuff that manages things. Manage minigames, manage programs. What's going on in here? Oh, that's this. Yeah, I don't want to put it in there. Let's make a new node. And I'm going to say manage embedded games. Okay. I'm going to give it a script. Put that in the scripts folder. Yes, chat. That's the joy of making a virtual pet game. You get to make poop stuff. Truly, it is very delightful. I'm going to make this a static reference so I can access it all over the place. And this is manage embedded games. Hey, Frank. So, oh, I was supposed to take a lap and do the breath. Sorry, y'all. Y'all redeemed those so long ago. Okay, well, let me finish this thought and pray I don't forget. Okay. So I'm just gonna create that. And then what I need to do is find that code. So I'm gonna actually look at the project that I set up. That's public. If anyone wants to take a look, it's there. I'm gonna go to the scripts, and I'm gonna pull up the manage minigame script, because in here is where all the magic happens. I'm gonna copy 100% of that code, and we're gonna spank it in there, as one does. So we need to define a directory. Now what this does is this actually discovers them. So this is a little different. I don't know that I want to set up a discovery system just yet. So this will actually check to see how many PCK files are stored. I could do that. I could. Question to myself, is the post planner in its own folder? It's not. Oh, we got some setup to do. Okay, so there's actually a couple things I have to do. We're not even ready to get this cooking yet. Okay, I've got some restructuring I gotta think about. So here's a problem. The problem is the top level folder here is resource. And all of these files are in there. Well, guess what? There is a scenes folder in the resource directory on the other project. Which means that if I load this into virtual memory, those are gonna conflict and combine. Which is not good, and is not what I want. The only way to prevent this and avoid this, is if I create a folder here, call it Post Planner, and I put everything inside of that folder. That's the only way. So I totally forgot to do that. Add-ons was a bad idea. Ooh, I didn't even think about that. How the add-ons is gonna work. Oh, there's some challenges here. Actually. Because those are gonna combine. Well, we would just say don't replace. So there is an option in the load resource pack function. There's a parameter where you can set replace files. So I'll just set that to false. What this says is if there are two matching things, what should we do with them? Should the pack that we're unpacking replace the files in the main project, or should the ones that we're loading in, or the ones that we're loading in, should they just not be added in if they conflict? So I'm just gonna say that they should not be added in if they conflict. Because add-ons in Godot, what this folder lets me do is have plugins. And I want this project to be functionally separate, and so it can have plugins that work and do stuff. So we're gonna leave that in there. Actually, let's keep the zoom. But everything else, dev docs. Yeah, I don't know that I need to load that one in particularly, but we're just gonna put it all in there. Fonts, materials. Now it's tricky. See, it does get tricky because some of these things overlap with the other project. But I'm gonna say let's not have them share for now, because otherwise that's gonna change the way this functions, which is not good. So I'm gonna try, oh, it didn't like that. I'm gonna try to drag these in the Godot editor, because if I don't, what was I gonna make this be? Spreadsheets? If I don't, then Godot will get very confused and frustrated because the references won't line up. Okay, so it does not like me copying this player folder in. Let's see what the offending folder is. Well, it's probably this one, naturally. Oh, it didn't care. It's literally just the player folder that it doesn't like me to be getting rid of. Kinda weird. Okay. So one by one, we're gonna put these in here. Now, in the future, I would set up this game already with this. So I don't know if y'all really, I don't know if I explained it right. Like why this is being done this way. But the reason why I'm putting this in a separate folder is so that way the paths don't conflict. I guess I did explain it. But so that this scenes folder, now it won't overlap with the main project scenes folder because it has a different path. But if it's in the resource root, they're gonna have the same path and that's gonna conflict. So that's why I'm doing this. Now in the future, I would like to make sure I build the game from there. It doesn't really matter, I just then don't have to do this moving. It would already be in its own special folder to begin with. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. They're all in the same virtual system. Now some of these things, it gets a little weirder. Okay, that's supposed to be in here anyway. Icon.svg, there probably is that somewhere. But that's gonna be, yeah, so all this kind of stuff, I would say, will just get replaced, false, or not replaced. So we're not gonna worry about those extra things. Okay, so now that it's actually ready to be exported as PCK. Now here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I actually want to put these all in this folder. I think I do. I think we could still benefit from them being discovered. So that's what I'm gonna do. Because I don't want to lose that infrastructure if I can avoid it. Now real quick, what I'm gonna do is remove that other PCK. It's not in there? Well, that's confusing. Where is it? You. Did I not just export that? I'm gonna make a Windows build. It kind of doesn't matter. That's what I've been doing, so it's gonna be consistent. Okay, so right in here. Why was there an add-ons folder in there? Wait a minute. You're putting it in itself. Okay, well, what about here? Index.exe. No. Okay, hold on. Export.pck. This is the wrong place for it. Number 1. There, it's in there. It's right there. What are you talking about? What's it on about then? Okay, I've made a couple of mistakes, but this is very confusing. Why isn't it in there? Am I in the wrong project folder? There were multiple versions of this, but that's because there were some problems before. I'm very confused. Please, what? What is that favorite? What do you mean? You're going to some favorite. Yeah? That's app data. That's app user data. Sorry. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. So this is actually something I've been thinking about too. This is not the right place. I'm saving it in the wrong place. This is something I've been considering, is putting it in the user folder. So Godot creates this like user folder for every, you know, project, especially web projects, but like, you know, like whenever you make a game and there's that roaming folder in your app data, local, all those kind of ones. That's what this is. And that can be useful and valuable. This was my original idea for doing this, but that's not how I actually want to do this here. So that was an oopsie. I was like, what is happening? I'm in the wrong folder. That's what's happening. Okay. Back it up. Let's go to Documents, Cat Care Game 3. And this time we're going to put it in the right place, which is right here. Wow. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. So, there it is. Now it's there. Which is good. Now, as for that user folder, I don't actually want to put it there, because this isn't really a save game. But I was thinking about putting something in there, potentially, but I think it's actually not going to be the best path. Okay, so I'm going to actually take a screenshot, which will open that folder automatically, which just makes it a little easier to get in there quicker. Function, control function F12, I think. There it goes, so it just opens it with the screenshot. And then I'm gonna delete that PCK, because I don't want to leave a bunch of cruft all over the place. So we're just gonna delete all of that stuff. Throw it away. Put it in the trash. Get it out of here. Alright. Now I've actually got everything where I want it. PCK file right in there. And this is what we're going to try to load from. Okay. Now, I'll do the redeems, although by now, the people who redeemed them are probably gone. Let's start with the breathing. Screenshots are so good. Yeah, screenshots are good. Totally. So a long time ago. Oh, Justy's leaving. Good night, Justy. Goodbye. Get you into hyperfocus. Let's go. That's what I'm here for. You go in thinking you'll just check in for a second, and then you end up staying longer than you expected. Have a great rest of the stream. Hope implementing everything goes smoothly. Thank you, Justy. Appreciate that. Goodbye. Who redeemed this forever ago? Take a Breath was from Mortis. And then Quixote redeemed Take a Short Lap. Alright. So you don't have to join if you don't want, but if you would like, you are welcome to. Let's do 478 this time. So link is in the chat. If you want to check out this tool, I'm gonna stop the music and we're gonna do a few breaths. It can be good to breathe in a nice controlled way. You'd be surprised how nice it is. I will guide you through it. So we're gonna inhale for 4 seconds and then exhale for 7 seconds. And then, sorry, rephrase that. Inhale for 4 seconds, hold for 7 seconds, and then exhale for 8 seconds. So 8 seconds is a nice amount of time, so you can get all that air out. Just try to push your lungs empty. And then have a nice gentle inhale, and then you hold. The hold is really nice. It's like very replenishing. I quite like it. Oh, speaking of liking, if you're watching on YouTube, hit that like button. Have you hyper smashed the thumbs up button on YouTube? Thank you if you're willing to do it. I appreciate it. It helps a lot. Like the stream. Okay, here we go. Hey, Noya. Welcome. Inhale for 8, hold for 3. Got you. No, no, no. All right, here we go. Next round. We'll do like a handful of them. Okay, breathe in. Hold 7 seconds. Let all those nutrients soak up. Then exhale it all out right now. Keep pushing. Keep exhaling. In. Hold. 7 seconds. Soak it up. Soak it up. Get ready to blow it all out. Exhale. Breathe in. Hold. And exhale. Let's do 3 more. Breathe in. Hold. And breathe it all out. Breathe in. Hold. And let it all out. One more after this. Get ready to breathe in. Hold it. Last one. Soak it all up. Make this one count. Breathe all out. Get it all out. Empty those lungs. And breathe normally. Very nice. I'm sure you did a good job. I think this is the most effective one. Out of all of them, this one definitely relaxes me the most. And I hope you found it nice as well. Kimmy was trying to relax to sleep, but you're having you Snorlax. That could either be really cute or, yeah, noisy. You did the 478 last week. Nice, nice. It's such a good one. It's so solid. You need a Poke Flute. I don't know why I got such a kick out of that. I was like, I played Pokemon. Consume liquid ice. Thank you for the hydrate, Roger. Yes, nonsense. We have redeems on Twitch that people redeem where we do breathing. And now I'm gonna do the short lap. If you have something that'll be nice for you to shake it off, whether it's looking around, even just looking away from your screen for a little bit, can be really nice. I'm gonna do a little short lap, and then we'll get back to it all. So I'm gonna also use this time to gather my thoughts. So I want to set up the script that's gonna unpack that PCK. I'm gonna have to tell it where the PCK directory is. When it finds that directory, it's gonna say which of these files are .pck files. Then for each of those PCK files, I suppose if I could have it actually fundamentally add the icons. You know, I don't know. I don't know if I wanted to do discovery. I'm gonna be honest. Because I think I would rather manually set them up. Like the discovery is nice. I I don't know. Maybe, okay, maybe I have the discovery before the computer. Because what if there's going to be a phone, right? What if there's an app that's only for the phone? How's it going to know which it should go to? Now, I could put that in, like a file that's on the PCK to instruct where it goes. I could do that. Oh, that's another thing I need to do. I need to make an instruction. Basically, every PCK needs to have an instruction that will tell the main project what it's supposed to do with it. Totally forgot about that. I'm going to need to implement that for sure. Also, welcome Lime. It's cute and noisy last night. It's cute and noisy. Nice. Last night you only got forced to sleep because of Snorlax. Snoring kept you up for 3 hours. Now look, I'm not gonna try to backseat your life. Okay, I apologize, but I will say, my spouse, who has to deal with me staying up hella late and being on a computer in bed, and sometimes gets a fan that spins up and is noisy. They've gotten these like earplugs. They're like I think they're like noise canceling headphones. I don't know. They're like earplugs and noise canceling at the same time. Like that can be tough though, because you might like not want to not hear anything, but it makes it so I can just be as noisy as I want while they're sleeping. So for whatever it's worth, that can make a big difference. But sorry, I don't mean to backseat your life. Whole camera angle is green screen. Yay! Thanks for finding it cool. Yeah, it's just a green. It's basically a green room. It's a corner. It's the whole corner. So that was the idea, to have as much space as possible to do things. You both said what? Oh man. It's funny. Broke him. You saw somebody who swallowed their earplugs in their sleep? Oh my god, that's a thing! Yeah, alright, I can see why that would make it hard for you to move on to them. Alright. I guess you could also get something for your husband who it could like, you know, like open up the passageways or something. Alright, anyway. So I realized I forgot something. Did I take a I don't remember if I took a water sip. You know what I forgot? Oh god, did I swallow it? That sucks. That sucks to have that fear, and I get it though. Sometimes we be learning things online we don't need to learn about, but we can't help it. The feed is gonna give it to us. Something that I made on the other project is it in here? Yeah, it's right here. So it's this script. And what this script does, and again, all these are public, so if you do want to look at it, again, no pressure, but if for whatever reason interests you, it is there. These are the instructions. So it stores the name of it, so I can just fetch that easily. It stores the directory path, so again, I just have that easy to pull. And then we also have the scene path. This is the most important bit, honestly. So the scene that's going to get instantiated in, that will be the game, the mini game. That's what this should represent. So that way I can just ask for it and instantiate it. And then there's this, which is kind of interesting. This is like a callback string on creation. So what this is in my example project, it was like this thought bubble, right? So a thought bubble, when you load it in, it appears. Well, the thought bubble by default is at the origin. So in the main project, there are some markers. There's a marker that says it should be right here to the side of the head. That's where the marker should go. And then what this does is it runs a function that's on the main project that assigns that marker to the thought bubble. And then this is the parameter that goes with it. Essentially, what this dictionary would include are a list of functions that run when the PCK file is unpacked. And these functions would be stored on the main project. I think maybe I'll need some of these. I don't know, we'll see. But right now I don't know any off the top of my head, but we'll see. Then there's the minigame data. So this is just a get, so that way we can fetch some information. Oh, it's a variable. Sorry, that's not a get. This is the get down here. So this is just some information, callback data on creation. Literally, it just stores that dictionary in it. But we could put other things in there potentially, in theory. So again, just like how it's going to access all of these things, it'll ask for the minigame data and then find the callback data on creation, find the callbacks. It basically will just iterate through these and run them all. Okay, so anyway, that's all the script is. It's not much, but it's pretty important for everything to function smoothly, because I want to have some way to declare here's where things are. You know, like a manifest, like a blueprint, a guide, a map for the main project to navigate this. You might even call it an API. So we're going to create a new script. It's going to have the exact same name as the folder, so it's easier to find. We'll paste that all in. This is going to be minigame post planner. I guess we can call it minigame. Maybe we'll say embedded. I don't know, that might be weird. Let's call it post planner config. Or like PCK config. Yeah, it could even, well, no, it has to be unique. It must be unique. Let's call it PCK config post planner. Because if it's not unique, it's going to conflict with other ones potentially. Now, I don't know. Am I even using I don't know if I need the class reference, actually. I don't know. I don't think I'm using it. Now that I think about it. Let me see. I feel like I'm not, though. I think this was, like, just something left over. Search for minigame thinking. Oh, of course. Of course. Alright, let me actually open the project. I just want to double check, but I'm basically certain that's not being used at all. Which means I should probably update it so it doesn't confuse anyone who wants to learn from it. But what that static reference does is it lets me access that script from anywhere else in the project. But I don't think I need that in this particular case. I think it's not that useful. Zayden got their new modular web project to run. Everything past project could run. Nice. When working on something I've done before, the first thing I try to do is to get it to run a simple thing my old project could run. I got confused trying to understand what you're saying, but that sounds like a victory that's very satisfying. So nice work. Oops. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is search for this in the whole project just to see if we end up using it. We don't. Yeah, so this is unnecessary as far as I can tell. So I'm gonna remove it. And I guess just to make sure that doesn't break anything, I'm very thorough. We're gonna make sure that the main project is okay with the fact that I did this. I can't imagine that it isn't. Well, I can. So, but it's hard to imagine. I'm going to load this project again, make sure I update it on GitHub, just so that way if anybody does go check it out, it makes some sense. Okay, so luckily this is what's so great is like I make any change and immediately that change moves over here. And actually while I'm here, if anybody is interested in like a demo of how this all works and like proof that it works good, if anyone's interested, check this out. So here's the project B is in the bottom left here. Project A, the main project, is in the top right. So let's say I come to the thought bubble and I change the material from white to a different color. Let's make it blue. So I'm going to save that, export the PCK file, overwrite the old one. Then if I reload this project and I press this button, it's blue. So as you can see, between two projects, I'm able to update something in one and then it is seen in the other one. Which is it's a pretty clean workflow. Like it's really fast and really easy to just make any change here. It's nice, right? Make any change here and it just happens. And again, I get to keep it all containerized and separate. So really this is the ambition. This is the goal that I want for my other project. It just works. All right, now it's white again. So yeah, so that's what we're aiming to set up. Okay, I'm just gonna commit these. Removed static ref, and then for this one, removed a static or updated PCK where a static ref was removed. Because there's no point, there's really no point in setting up that static reference. It's just gonna confuse me and potentially somebody else. So yeah, get rid of it. I mean, it sent me in this whole chase. So yeah, we're not gonna worry about any of that at all. We're just gonna say it extends node. Minigame directory name. Embedded directory name. Minigame thinking. Post planner. I'm a little I see that I had it that way. Let's try to stay consistent. I mean, is post planner okay? I'm trying to decide if I want to use like that because I did minigame. Why did I do that? To like keep things like super unique. And they all have the same like prefix. I'm not sure. I'm going to, because I really want to set that. I want to set this early. Set this up early. You're very invested. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You've been dealing with similar problems lately, just not in Godot. Oh wow, let's go. I'm here. I'm here. We all be here till we get it done. I'm not sure how I want to handle this. Like, I think, because I was pre-pending it with this minigame thinking, which is what then this would be down here. And I could like come up with a name for it like that, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to. I don't mean to agonize over it, but the thing is this is gonna be setting the precedent for all the rest of them. So what I decide now, I'm gonna want to stay consistent with. So that's why I'm like thinking about it. I mean, what are the disadvantages of not having a prefix? I don't know. What are the disadvantages of having a, of not having a, well, I guess if it doesn't have a prefix, like the name post planner could be confused with something else. This way it's like a completely unique name out of anything else in the project. If it's like embedded, or like embed post planner or something, but it's just getting, I don't know. I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna call it this, which is a change, but I don't know. I just feel in my gut. My gut tells me that I should make it a prefix. So that's what I'm gonna do. Which means I'm also gonna want the script name to be the same. I want everything to be exactly the same. It just makes it easier, I think. And then we're gonna make sure this matches embed resource directory. Embed, basically we're gonna replace the word minigame everywhere with embed. Now in terms of where the scene is, let's make sure that that's actually the correct location. Scenes, main, yep, it is. All right, so that's correct. We're gonna replace this with embed as well as that with embed. Minigame data, embed data. You know, the reason why I'm not calling it a minigame, by the way, is because technically in the cat game, I've already made something called a minigame. Basically like scooping the poop. Scooping the pooping. Make sure I didn't make this a broken script. It is a bit broken. Let's just comment it all out. So in this project, I've just already named like made scripts and all kinds of stuff where this is called a minigame. This is called a minigame. All of these have minigame nomenclature. So I don't want to confuse that with the programs that are on here. So I'm calling these embeds just to keep it different. Having a prefix or postfix feels better for whenever I'm trying to categorize so that I know exactly what file I'm touching. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's like the only reason I wasn't in my gut of guts, the only reason I wasn't gonna trust my gut of guts was because laziness, honestly. Like, well, I already typed post planner, so I don't want to have to do it different. Like, how about I just do it, even if it's a little extra effort. Zayden got their new modular web project to run everything your past project could run. Nice. I look, I think on some level I'm just kind of like still confused. But oh, we've talked about that. Oh, it's a refresh. I was like, we're missing messages. Sorry for reading your message, Zayden, again. I see. YouTube be like that sometimes, though. Helps with class name conflicts. Yeah, exactly. All right. So, embed data. Okay, so this should all be good. Now, at the moment, I don't actually have any callbacks that I need to exist. So, we're just going to have this be an empty dictionary. Thanks for the follow, Durby. We're going to cut that out. I will comment it, though, just so that way I know what the structure is supposed to be. Hey, Rosa, welcome. The booty-shaking teacup. So this should actually, truly, maybe now be prepared correctly. So we're going to, once again, export the PCK file. And I'm going to want to rename it to embed post planner. So we keep that stuff consistent. Now that's not where I want it to go. We want it to go in here. Embed post planner. Okay, save that. I'm going to get rid of the old one because I don't want things we don't need. So I'm going to delete this. Get it out of there. Now back to the cat care game. Let's comment this script back in. Manage embed. Can we just say embed games just so it's like a little shorter? Minigame directory, again, we're just gonna rename this. Can we get a replace, except this time it be matching the case, so that way I can just replace all of these with embed. These all look like good places to replace it, so replace all. And that's not going to be the directory. We'll have to update that. We're going to do the same thing here. Replace all. Except with lowercase this time. Let me make sure I did update these correctly, right? Nope. Get embed scene path. Get embed data. Whoops. Oh. Oh yeah, we do want that. Yep, that's good. Yep. Okay, export it again. Not there. Please. I'm gonna mix that up again. I know I will. Continuing on. Minigame marker. Yeah, so this is a unique function to the last project, so I don't actually need any of that. That was that callback on creation situation. Okay. Set up the embed directory. Define what a PCK string looks like. Embed directory. Wait, that's wrong. So that is going to be embedded games. So res embedded games is where that lives. And it's just going to be floating in that directory is where we look for them. I've decided. Callback get embed data. Get embed data. Yeah, so this corresponds over here to this. So I'm just basically setting all of these functions up as strings. So we have get embed data, get embed scene path, get embed data, get embed scene path. So that way I can run a call method on these and say, basically this is how I communicate between the unpacked PCK file and the main project. These are the tendrils that bind. Swap with real life stuff. Only game you've been doing is your passion project. Nice. Hey, I love that you've got the passion project going for you. Let's go. And also a few tutorials that relate to the PP. Oh, passion project. Yeah. You've been swapped with real life stuff, so the only game dev you've been doing is your passion project, and also a few tutorials. Yeah, I got you. The tendrils, the interlocking tendrils. I'm sorry about real life stuff. I'm glad you have like stuff to work on, of course. It's just like, Fanny. Fanny. Okay, so the embed data, so this is going to be a way that now from the rest of the project, how I'm going to access, let's say, the config node or the embed node or the path. This is where, let's say, when I instantiate the main scene, that's going to get set right here. Whenever we finally get that, so when I say config node, that's this. That's this right here. So this is going to get instantiated as a node. And then that is going to get assigned right there. That way we have a reference to it. And then the path will be what this is right here. So these are just all there. So that way, again, we can continue to have this communication be smooth between the two projects. Embed name, embed path, loadable embeds. So this fills out every embed, so that way we have a full working list of all of the ones. Current embed node, this is just the one as it's going through each one. It's just keeping track of the current ones, so the other functions here can access them. Ready embeds virtual. This was an experiment that I left in there, and I forgot to remove. Whoops. Oh wow, I left a lot of extra code in here. Yeah, this was an experiment that I ended up not doing anything with. Oh wait, no we did! Oh, we did do something with... Oh, okay, cool, cool. Yeah. Well, some of that was an experiment. Okay, let me actually then update, once again, the example project. Just so I don't leave in crap that doesn't need to be there. Forgore about that. So that's this. Save it. I'm sure everything runs fine. Yeah, Rosa's been working hard on hers. Contract between the embeddee and the embedded. Tendril contract. Yes, it's a tendril contract. It's squidding. It's Tron squidding. I do forgore. I really do. I do be doing that. Okay, so that works fine. Let me just update this. Removed an experiment. Gotta keep it up to date. If it's gonna be public, gotta keep it up to date. Alright. This is on cat care game. Ready embeds. So, when this starts, it's going to run this function. Ready embeds. It will open the embed directory using dir access open. So that's going to open this folder down here. And the reason why it needs to do that is because, as you may see, PCK is not listed in here. So we're going to actually load up this directory. Even if it was, this is still what we'd want to do, because I'm going to want to iterate through all the files that are in here. And we'll actually even skip the directories altogether. We have a little error here just in case we need to debug what's going on. And actually, if you leave this in and it's successful, it'll return a 0, and that actually isn't an error. That means it succeeded. So for embed file name, in embed directory get files, if that file name ends with PCK string, so get files will actually ignore all the directories. So this is just what we want. It is then going to start readying that embed if it finds .pck at the end. Alright, everything looks good. So it goes to ready that single embed with the file name. Full embed directory plus embed file name. Great. Embed name, it trims the suffix so that way we only have the name of it without PCK on there. Now that name is going to match. That's why we're making sure all the names match. And then embed data dictionary. This is for this stuff, so that way we can create an empty sort of like container for all of the information that is going to be stored about this game embed. Update the entry of the full embed path in that container we just made. Then add that container into loadable embeds. Get or add as a method that basically checks to see if the key we're trying to add into the dictionary already exists or not. If it doesn't, it'll create it with the value specified in the second parameter. Then we run load embed. We pass in the name and the full embed path. Load embed is where we finally do the powerhouse of this whole thing, which is load resource pack. This is what unpacks the PCK file and puts it in virtual memory. Literally just this one line handles the whole thing. Now I do remember saying I wanted to make this false. This is the replacement parameter. So that is to say, if two things match, do not replace. We're going to say yes on that. Don't replace it. We've got a little print message about whether it worked or not. Over here, I actually have a different print setup, so we're gonna use that one. And same thing here. This is just my own plugin of print message effects that I prefer to use. So we're gonna set that up. Okay. Then we create and add the embed data script. So that's that config. Apparently we're calling it an embed data script. That's this whole config that I was just setting up earlier. That's on at least the example project, the thought level. In this case, the post planner. Wait, I'm lost. There's so many projects open. Okay, we're back. So that's what we're gonna create and add. So we construct the path, which should look something like resource embed thinking. Well, it won't be. It'll be post planner in this case. It kind of doesn't matter. It's just an example, but yeah. So it'll be looking for resource embed post planner / embed post planner.gd. And if we look, that should be just exactly what we're gonna find. So if I click on, whoa, no, hey, get back in there. If I click on this, you'll see that that's essentially what this is. Resource embed post planner / embed post planner.gd. Okay. Then we have the embed data script, which we load from that path. So this is after we've loaded the resource pack into virtual memory, which means that this should exist at that path. So it's going to go find it, load it in. It'll create a new node that uses that embed data script as its script. So that's what that'll do. Then we add that just to the manager as a child. Finally, we add the node that we just created for that config. We add it into the container dictionary we made earlier, so that way we just have a log of everything that exists and how to get back to it. That's pretty much it. So now as for the other stuff, you'll notice other things exist. There's some public functions here. There's get embed data, activate embed, instantiate embed, and handle embed callbacks. So we kind of talked about this. Are those the words? Bootstrap a side-loaded game. Side-loading I only know from, like, installing things on my phone. Bootstrap, I have definitely come across that word in programming and stuff, but I have never really connected what it means. But yeah, it's a cool way to bootstrap a side-loaded game. It's that. I love that. Who knows? Maybe now I'll start saying that. Basically what I'm doing today is bootstrapping a side-loaded game. So these get called from elsewhere. So in this case, well, in the case of the example project, when this button gets pressed, that's running activate embed. And what activate, and for this case, it's going to be when we click on the mini game or the embedded game on the computer. It'll run activate embed. I think. Yeah. Yes, it absolutely will. Correct. So it is then going to fetch the containered logged, saved config node with the script with all the information we need. It's going to make a reference to that. If we are indeed activating it, it will instantiate the embed. And then it will record what it instantiated. So that way we have a record of it. Namely, so that when we activate false, we can destroy it. So in this case, whenever I click remove, that destroys it, and that's activate false. Then it will find that node, queue free it, and make it null in the log. That's what that does. Instantiate embed. It is actually going to look at that embed data node, which gets passed in. That's the config. And it will call one of the callbacks, this callback get embed scene path, right? So that's callback get embed scene path. Oh wait, that's up here. Callback get embed scene path. Get embed scene path. So that's this. So it's gonna come down here to get the embed scene path, which is this. So it's asking for that, which is the main.tscn file. So it's basically saying, please give me the tscn file. Could be a nice little comment, even. Gets what is usually main.tscn. So then we have that pack scene, which we will then load and instantiate and add as a child of the current embed. We add it as a child of the manager, and then current embed. So this is where things are different. So on this other project, I could just have it be a child of the manager and everything is fine. But I actually don't want to do that. I need this to be a child of the sub viewport, because the sub viewport is how we're going to be able to load this on the computer in the virtual pet game. So that's kind of the most important thing. So I think for now I will add the child here, but this is where I'm going to craft a callback on creation function, where we're going to run all the callback data on creation functions. Like, we're going to do that, and that will reparent it. Like, that makes the most sense. Okay. So it'll just be floating somewhere at the moment. Then, we get the embed data from the config. Embed data, so that will contain the information about which callbacks to run when it gets there. The tendrils, if you will. So then we handle embed callbacks on creation, which will need to be able to find the current embed node, but that's why we craft this. Handling the embed callbacks, it's going to iterate through all of the callbacks that it finds. So back here, whatever list of callbacks I put in here, so let's actually add one, because we're going to need it. This one is going to be, let's call it reparent embed to sub viewport or something. Parameters, I don't know. It probably needs a parameter, but off the top of my head, I'm not sure which one. I'm sure we'll figure it out. So I'm going to make sure that this matches a name of a function over here. So we'll create func reparent embed to sub viewport. Well, we're going to need the current node. Basically what this would do is, well, we would need to know where is it going. Very important. Where is it going? that would be handled when we do activate embed. So you can see we pass in the embed name, or we could have a list somewhere. That could be nice. Could have a list. Because on manage programs, we have this dictionary. So Post Planner could just have a path to where it's supposed to, it could have a reference to the sub viewport in here. I think that kind of makes sense. So then we could just look for, now that says Post Planner, that does not say embed underscore Post Planner. So if I'm gonna go reverse search for it, I'm gonna need somehow, some way to find this particular thing from the name that I've been given. Now, I could convert the snake case embed Post Planner to Pascal case. All right, so right now we have embed Post Planner, and I could run a 2 Pascal case. However, I don't remember how the method looks, but we run that method, and that would turn it into embed Post Planner. It still wouldn't have a space in between it. And so then it's like, okay, I gotta figure out how to do that. So I guess I can't do the Pascal case. I'd have to like put a space. It kind of feels like a little painful. So maybe we put this in the config. I think that probably makes sense. Yeah, let's do that. So we're gonna add a new data point in here. Embed directory name, embed, let's say constant. And I could put this in embed data. I do have a feeling I could restructure some of this. No, because that's after it's, no, maybe don't restructure it. It's after it's unpacked. I was gonna say I could try to put some of this in here. That might be something to think about, but like, where do I want to put that? Do I want to store the name of the game in there? Not really. I think I'd rather do it like this. So embed game name, embed name, embed program name. And then we can say that that equals Post Planner. So then that's what we would search with. Then I'll make a get here, get embed program name, and it just returns the program name. Of course, I'll have to export that in the right place, overwrite, come back here. So then we'll use that. Do we have any kind of get here? We do not. I only recently developed using these kinds of helper functions, so set it up. Get program data. Now that means there's going to be a lot of stuff that isn't using this when it should. This get program data. You can even see it right here. It's not using this, but I would love, something I learned in the roguelike project was the value of creating helper functions that instead of having to use this dictionary language, I can just say get program data and then ask for the specific thing, and it just makes it a little easier to me. Now the only trouble with that is I usually use an enum, which is going to, so this is going to be kind of a refactor, which is a little frightening, obviously. That scares me a bit. Scares me a little bit. Because I also have to figure out where are all the places that this is being referenced. That's all in this script, which makes sense. Thank you for the hydrate, Fanny. Cheers. This is a thinker. This is I gotta decide right now. Do I want to refactor this? Or do I want to keep it inferior and save myself a little time? I don't know. Detrism says, preparing it to run its own code. That's what you mean by bootstrap. Interesting. Preparing it to run... Bootstrapping is preparing something to run its own code. Interesting. Pleguda says, so much real-life stuff getting in the way of things you want to do. Last 2 to 3 months. Damn. Come on, life. Why can't real life be allowing things to get done? How about that, real life? And also, hi, Fleekuda. Congrats, Zayden, at being #1. Oh, have fun, Fanny! Love that. Thank you, Fanny. Have a good night. Yes, karaoke. See, now that's the kind of real life stuff we want to see. None of that strife. No, I mean, you can... I'm not saying... Anyway. It's nice. It's nice for some real life things to not be strife. That's all I'm saying. I think that's uncontroversial. Okay. You know, I'm gonna not refactor. I want to, but I think that's not going to serve me today. I think today, instead of fully refactoring and creating a get program data helper function, which I would love to do, now is not that time. Right now, we're just going to say get program name. So we'll make a specific helper function for this specific thing. Well, you're not getting the program name. You're actually getting program by name. So we'd be getting program data by name. Now, Lise, what? Maybe don't do that. Why? What should I do? What you should do is get the sub viewport. Oh, sorry. That's okay. You're good. So like these don't actually have sub viewports. I'm gonna get rid of these extra ones here that are just here for demonstration purposes. I feel like they're just not actually helping this situation anymore. Now, how am I gonna get a reference to that sub viewport? That's the next question. I would say, come to this. Oh, but it's not. It's a class script. It's a little tricky. Oh, good night, Kimmy. So I hope you sleep well. Hands you poke flute. Thank you, Kimmy. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Good night. Sweet dreams not about swallowing earplugs. Damn. So like because I want to fetch the sub viewport, but currently each program is just a class script. And the class script is, that means they all are the same. Every post planner embed container. Now it is interesting that I made it extend a control. I have some curiosities. Why have I set this up this way? Why make it that? Why not make it its own thing? What value does it have? I feel like there is no value for this to be that way. That's my opinion. That's what I believe, is that this is not valuable. And instead, it would be considerably more useful if I made this be like a static reference, a singleton. I just think that's going to be better. Okay, let me do a pass. Let me make sure it doesn't break anything. But I don't see... Maybe I had some vision that I'm going to regret not having honoring. I don't think so. I don't think I did. I think I might have just done that for something that used to make sense. And then I stopped doing it that way. Do I check if something is a program anywhere? Yeah, I'm not really sure what that has to do with anything. So we're gonna replace it and make sure nothing gets broken. So I'm gonna call this program video editor and call this program video editor. And then the other one would be program post planner. Then we can fetch its sub viewport specifically. I mean, I do see, I do, here's what I think. I think you could make a program base class. I actually do think that that's valuable. Okay. I think that's valuable. Okay, let me do that. Hold on. Keep it like this. Let's make a new script. Yeah, all this can be the same. Let's detach that. Create a new script. It really does get meta. I mean, that's the inheritance life. The object-oriented programming life, you know? No. Scripts, please. Yes, oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yes. Yes, in that sense, very much so. Because it's a game. It's a game you play on your computer with a computer inside of it on which you play games. Yeah. 100%. Now we just need a game where you play games on your computer that is a game in the computer on the game that you're playing on your computer. You know, does that make sense? Program video editor. I like to make sure that my names of scripts match my classes. We're gonna paste that in. It's gonna extend program. Now that's meta. And we just leave it just like that. That way I can access this and subsequently its sub viewport. I'm gonna do the same thing for the other embedded project, the post planner. So this also got that node that I don't want it, or that script I don't want it to have. So we're gonna give it a new script. I'm gonna put it in the scripts folder. And we're gonna call it program post planner to ensure it matches this post planner. Okay, very good. Now I'm gonna go back to the program manager, and in here for the video editor we're gonna add something new. What is its sub viewport? It's a viewport comma is program video editor. Oh, we didn't put a space between that. Put a space between it. Just put a space between it. Program video editor. Actually, don't put a space between it. Actually, that's kind of tough. Just be I just need to be consistent. That's all. Just be consistent. So put no space between that. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. It's consistency. I do kind of like the way that looks better. Okay. So then we're going to say program video editor dot ref dot. Oh, we have an add, but we don't have a get. So func get sub viewport, and this will return a sub viewport, specifically the sub viewport. Okay, now I come back to manage programs, and we should have a get sub viewport, which we do. Add the same thing to the post planner, except this time instead of video editor, it's post planner. Okay, now we have that. And so I'm also going to add in get program sub viewport. And this will set a variable for sub viewport, which will be typed to a sub viewport. And we're gonna do it this way that I would love to have a helper for, but I just think today is not the right day for it. So we're gonna pass in the program name. And we're gonna get that sub viewport. Not my preferred way of doing this, but it is going to be good for now. Then return the sub viewport. So this returns a sub viewport. That word is losing its meaning quick. All right, we've got it all. Now I go back to the embed manager. Could you imagine if I had tried refactoring that programs dictionary? Ooh, we would be so far from getting back to this point. Okay, so now when this callback runs upon the bootstrapper being instantiated, I don't think that's right. Footlong sub viewport. I don't get it. Repair it, embed to sub viewport. So when we run this, the parameter that I'm gonna want is the program name. So there, I now have my answer for what goes in this array. And that is going to be the embed program name. And that's what we pop in there. We'll need to export that as a PCK. Oop, wrong place probably. Refactor the main deflector dish. I'm sorry, this isn't Star Trek. Welcome, Three Heads. It's kind of Star Trek. I mean, it's not, but like, kind of. Hope you've been good. Good to see you. So it'll run this. It should come with that string. So we're gonna go, well, we need a sub viewport. So variable sub viewport equals manage programs .ref .get program sub viewport. Pass in the program name. Should have an entire uncle named Bob here. And then we will say, is current embed node thing? Yeah, that's the good thing. Then we'll say sub viewport add child current embed node. Okay. Honestly, I think in theory I've done all the things, at least that I remember. There might be something I'm forgetting. I'm gonna reload it just for a good measure. Whoa. Probably don't want all of those, but let's take a look. Oh, was this old stuff when I removed the roguelike? Yeah, you can get rid of all that crap. Yup. Delete them. Throw them away. Bye-bye. What do you mean? This is literally like, what if Captain Kirk and or Picard knew what a PCK was? It kind of looks like it could be an abbreviation for Picard. They definitely knew what a PCK was. Or they will know. They know. Alright, so I fully expect this not to work. But all the loose ends I can think of should be tied up, except that one. Invalid call, non-exist function gets sub viewport in base no. Oh, this is a timing issue. So basically, the program video editor isn't ready at the same time that this dictionary is being populated. So a couple different things I could do. Number one, make sure that this loads before this script does. Or we could fill this in from this program, so that way after it's loaded, it adds it in. I think that if I'm gonna have to fix anything, it's gonna be stuff like that. Is timing stuff. Well, maybe other stuff too. So if I wanted this to load first, it'd be, in theory, pretty simple. We would just make sure manage programs, or not manage programs, those individual programs. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Yeah, I don't think we can do that. So what I'm gonna do is not this. This is actually gonna be null, and this is gonna be null. Sorry. Well, then I don't really need. Well, you might need to. No, I guess not. I guess now I don't need that reference, that static reference. Then I set up. Technically, I don't need it now. And instead, we'll make a function called set program sub viewport. Based on the program name, what this will do, well, yeah, based on the program name, but we also need the sub viewport, naturally. Programs, program name, sub viewport equals the sub viewport. Don't love setting it up this way. Again, wish I had my optimal helper functions, but I'm going to grin and bear it so I can get this implementation in. Okay, so that'll assign that sub viewport. Now I'm gonna come actually back to here, and I kind of don't need this anymore. So I'm gonna delete these. I'm sure someday I might have some reason to recreate them, but for now, I just want them actually to go away. And we're gonna return to this being a shared class with the program script. Just what I think. Just what I think is the right thing to do. Delete that. Come here, detach this. This one's really more of an example anyway, but I'd still rather have it. Like, I don't think the slicing game is gonna be in there, but it's good to have. So what we want to say is that as soon as this is available, we're gonna say ready sub viewports. Which I don't need this get sub viewport anymore. Create the ready sub viewport function. And what this will do is look to manage programs.ref.set program sub viewport. And we just add in the sub viewport. Oh, but we need to say the program name. Right. Oh, that's where we have the problem. Oops. Okay. So we do need scripts, but I don't need them to be static references still. We do need separate scripts. So we're going to turn this into an abstract class. And that abstract class is going to have an abstract function. That abstract function is going to be called program name. And it is going to have a nothing, but it's going to return a string. And then what we'll do is say that the first parameter here is program name, and the second parameter is subviewport. Everyone should be string, but is callable. Oh, sorry. There we go. All right. So detach the script again, actually. Just kidding. Attach the script, but this is not going to be quite the same as before. I'm still going to call it what I was calling them. Program video editor. Still going to name it that. But this doesn't need to be an abstract class anymore, or it doesn't need to be a static reference. But we will say class name, program, video editor, extends program, which it'll yell at me now, which is what we want, that it doesn't implement the program name. So here we say func, program name. What name do I want it to return? For the video editor, that would be video space editor. I suppose that things could get really weird, and I could even have this reference the video editor in the dictionary, the first entry in the dictionary. Don't do that. Why? Because I don't like it. That makes sense. That makes no sense. Don't do that. Alright, I'm sorry. It's okay. So we're going to get that same script, and we're going to go to the post planner embed, detach the abstract class, attach something new. Just realized I might have put this in the wrong folder for the other one. Scripts, program, post planner. Paste this in there, update the name, post planner, and change this to post planner. Okay. Now we move this into scripts. Okay. All right. So now we shouldn't have this non-existent issue, assuming I've set everything up right, which I'm a little not sure I did. Let's find out. Let's see what I did right or wrong. Oh, I missed my mouth. Okay, it's not crashing. I'm not putting food in my mouth correctly, but that's okay. Go to the computer. Okay. Well, yeah, it's a kitty cat. We didn't get any errors, but it didn't work in the sense that nothing happened. So, there's that. This one still loads, but that one's not being unpacked, so it's not as impressive. But it means that it's not something new that I've introduced, you know, per program on the main project. It's just not loading it. I don't know that we have any console logs here for this, but let's see. Opening post planner, window and program nodes, instantiated post planner. Yeah, I don't think we have much to check, so let's see what we can check. First thing I'm gonna examine. Lise, what? You didn't hook up activate. I didn't? No. Oh, that's the most important thing. Or it's one of the most important things. So if we look at the example project, that's this button. Pressing this runs the activate function. True. Pressing this runs the activate function false. So that's just not even happening. So it doesn't do anything because there's no input that it's receiving. So in order to give it that input, neuron activation, I will need to find where that button is. Well, you probably want to store it in here, right? I don't know. I'm not really sure. How does this work? I don't remember. It's been a while. Probably wherever you're assigning that icon will be a good clue. Oh, thanks, Bob. I'm glad to hear that. Sorry YouTube didn't put your message on screen just now. Rude. Thank you for the kind words. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Here and there. Set up window elements. And ready programs. Set icon texture. New icon. Desktop. Okay, so these are on the desktop elements. Is that where it is? Button start press, start menu pressed. Icon space. Okay. Go on. Just haven't looked at this in a while. Icon space. Okay, so that's where the icons go. In here. So where do we link up that the icons have been clicked on? Pray tell. Add icon to desktop. Yep, right. So I guess it's on the icon itself, I suppose. Desktop icon.gd. Hovered, unhovered. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Little by little. Pressed. Can I get it pressed? Can I get it pressed? Can I get a button pressed? We have hover, drag, clicking states. Action just pressed. Okay. So that's for like dragging. What about opening it? Open program. Wow. And that's back on manage programs. Okay. No, that's reasonable. I just didn't realize that. I guess I could have just read those and deduced. This is what happens. Okay. So it instantiates the program window. That is to say, this window, which needs some work, you can see it's cut off. I'll work on that. But it creates that window. That's a whole separate scene that gets instantiated. And then it instantiates the program scene itself. So right now that's empty. So I guess you could just stick it in there. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Now that's intriguing. I'm intrigued. But I don't know that I'm fully convinced. I mean, if we run activate, we don't need to instantiate it. In fact, I don't even know that we need... Do I need the scene? We don't reference it anywhere. So I'm going to say that that's actually not necessary anymore. We're going to get rid of it. Well, that's going to break the video editor. Because the video editor is not set up that way. We could set up that way. That would probably be good. That way I can practice the workflow again. Ugh, then I have to do that. Well, I'm going to get rid of it on the post planner. It doesn't matter if these match or not. Ugh. I hate that. I mean, it kind of makes me think I should just get rid of the video editor. That's what I think. I should just get rid of it. That's my opinion. That way I can actually move the code forward, and there's just going to be one icon. And then if I want to add the other one, I can do that. Alright. So instead of instantiating the scene like this, kind of weird. I mean, after we create the program window, I'm a little confused what's happening right now. Because I thought we were putting it in the sub viewport. Program window. Huh? So then what's... Okay, I'm a little lost right now. Let me look at the current running game. Been a long time since I looked at any of this. At least a month. Possibly, likely longer. That's a long time ago. In ADHD memory terms. Where do you get saved at? Oh, I think it's gonna be on the computer. So in the room. So it's in the room. In the computer station. Selectable area computer? No, computer station. Computer station. Computer. Placeholder computer. Computer monitor. Full 2D overlay. Desktop screen overlay. Do we still have this to open? Yes. Desktop screen on screen. Desktop elements. Martingale desktop icon. Icon space. Desktop icon. We press the button. But where's the program? Where's the window? Not desktop? Oh, I think that's not desktop. Window and start menu. Okay, program menu space. That's confusing. Program window. Program space container. Program space. And then it's the program. Within the program space is the program. Okay. I'm still confused. I'm sure I won't be confused for much longer, right? We open the program. We create the program window. The program window is this. So we instantiate that, which has the menu bar, the program space container. So how does it know where to put this? Where does it even do that? All this is doing is instantiating it. It's not adding anything as a child. Neither of these are adding them as children, in fact. Oh, look at this. Oh my gosh. There's even space. It's totally Star Trek. The icon space. The program space. If I knew like a Star Trek quote, I would totally be like switching that out. I liked Data. I remember liking Data. That's all I got. I'd watch it after school sometimes. And I was like, Data's like me. Beam Me Up. Yes, that was from the original or older one. I remember that. Not because I ever saw it, because people reference it. I don't know if I've ever watched the original Star Trek. Wow. This is definitely me experimenting with how to set something like this up. Add window to desktop. Yeah, Data is awesome. Add window to desktop, takes the program, takes the window, it adds the window. This must be, it's very fragile, obviously. First we add window to the window space. This must be second or program space won't be on-readied. Okay. This is frightening. Okay, so it sounds like we really shouldn't experiment with this. And we should make sure that we're ready to pass the node in here. But here's the thing, Lise. Actually, I have no idea. What is happening? Why would we add the program if the program is already added? I don't get it. The program's already in here. It's right there. Why would we need to add the program? And the program is already in there. It doesn't make sense. Aggressively eat snacks. What in heck? But Lise, what? It's not adding that, isn't it? No, it's adding the container. It is? Yes. Oh. That makes more sense. I see. So this is even a special... Okay. Okay. So I actually kind of misnamed this. Wait, did I? Yeah, I did. I did. This is all misnamed. Because this says it's program. Actually, this is the program container. That's not what this is. It's not program. A program container. That's what that is. That was an oopsie. Wow. Damn. Alright. Refactor time. Just a slight refactor. This is the baby refactor. It's not a big refactor, it's a little refactor. Over here, this is now called program container. Access control. Why do you have it as control? What else is it gonna be? If it's not a sub viewport, it's always gonna be a sub viewport. Make your life easier. Call it a sub viewport container. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is wrong. I don't know. I don't think it is. Nope. It should always be, even if it's 3D. Yep. Okay. You can always change it if it's wrong. But I think this makes the most sense. Sorry, I just have to lock in on this because this got confusing fast. It got very confusing. It hurting my little brain. But it's okay. I like a little brain pain. As a treat. That's true. Yes. So this is now program container, because that's corrector. Program container. These programs must be contained. I demand it. Did you make a clip, Duck? Why don't you clip him? pass in this container, not the name. Invalid index type program container for a basic dictionary string dictionary. What? What are you talking about? What are you even talking about? Oh, it wasn't supposed to be name. I'm sorry. That was a typo. Okay, this is why I have to lock in. I can't look at anything because I'm making silly mistakes. Node is what I meant to replace. Okay, there we go. It's a sus clip? Oh, maybe I shouldn't click on it. Send them to the grid. It's very ominous sounding. This needs to be program container. This refactor is important because it's more correct this way. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to review this one before I check it. These are the heads ups, I guess. Container to add. We must be precise. Well, who's the one who's sus? Are you sus for labeling it as sus, or is Duck sus for clipping it? Right? Because there's a difference. Sometimes people are just doing something and they don't mean for it to be sus, but then someone labels it as such. So, like, which sus came first? Ducks or Duts? So it's unclear. Okay, alright. So this just adds the container. That's it. Now, once the container is there, then and only then can we add a sub-viewport. Or a scene to the sub-viewport. So that's when we'd want the activate to happen. Maybe I'm not sus. What are you talking about? You haven't seen the clip? No! Well, I mean, what are you talking about? What is this accusation that's being lobbed at me? Ridiculous. This community will not be tarnished by your lies. Me sus. No, I'm the sus one. I'm the sus one. I'm the one who's sus here. Please. Hold on, music. Wait a second. We're evaluating something. So I guess you could just stick it in there. Oh. Nope, that's you. You the sus one! You the sus one, Duncanomics! You so sus. You nasty. You nasty. Disgusting! So now how am I gonna get that? Well, the active, remember, that's when the button is pressed. But guess what? No, it's not. Because when the button's pressed, this doesn't exist yet. So you have to wait for this to exist, and we need that container to ask for something to get put in the sub-viewport. That's the only way this is gonna work. Okay. So back here, once the program container exists, so how's it gonna find it? How's it gonna ask? Well, currently, it's basing it on the name, which we do store the name, but it's a different kind of name, isn't it? Like if I go to Manage Embedded Games, and we check Activate, the embed name it's looking for is the one that fits right into the path. So I'm gonna store 2 different names. I mean, what happens? Okay, let me try something. What happens if I take this? So this is gdscript.live, which lets me just experiment with code and things in Godot or in GDScript. What if I take this hello world? Let's pop it in a variable. Do you even have to put? Can I do like that? So we're gonna say 2. Wait, I don't remember how it's formatted actually. 2 Pascal case. Except we want a snake case. Actually, let's put it in a variable. I don't know. I feel better if we put in a variable. Variable string equals hello world. So if I say string to snake case, what I want to know is make it as similar to the other as possible. So this would be, for example, post planner, right? So if we give it that, I want to know, will this return post_planner with lowercase letters? Like, is it going to know to remove the space? Oh, my bad. I forgot to put the method parentheses. I did it like this, so it just printed that, but I meant to do this. Okay. But wait, it's embed. Yeah, it's embed on a script. You have to also add the word embed onto it. It's kind of ridiculous. I'll be honest, it's a little freaking ridiculous. I don't love it, but here we are. Alright, you know what? It's okay. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm not upset. I don't know. Here's the thing, I didn't make this, not this. Uh-oh. Hey, Godot. Hey. Here, let me reload it. There's a bunch of things that it hasn't indexed yet correctly because I changed stuff. It's confused. So this... Hey! Oh, I guess I didn't change the script name yet. I see. Well, we better change it then. Whoa, look at that melty Godot. Is that one of iHeart's? Nice. That's a good one. I like that one. It was melting down. This is now program container, so I'm going to rename that so that matches the class name. I did not set this system up with my whole loading in PCK situation in mind, right? So the example project that I made, this is an optimal scenario. I made everything crafted to lend itself to this being good and consistent and predictable. But I did not do that here, so it's gonna be a little wacky to fit it all together. That's okay. It's fine. So when we render the sub viewport, as soon as that sub viewport is ready, ask for the program. We'll have clicked it. It'll have already loaded up all of the potential embeds. And this will ask for the one that corresponds to its program name. Let's make a variable program name, which will equal the program name abstract function. pass this in here. So by then, we will, like, as soon as this program container is created, that's the time to activate it, essentially. Which is not obvious looking at this. But, you know, I could do... created when a program is clicked on for the first time. Oh yeah. When a program icon is clicked on. Just to like have something. Hell, I probably have a class for that, don't I? Program icon, desktop icon, desktop icon. Created when a desktop icon is clicked on. Alright, now we got a nice little note. I'm not frustrated. It's just I'm not. It's just it did get me worked up a little bit to like go through all of those different like mazes to arrive at something. It did get me a little flustered. But just a little. The melted Godot makes me think of the terrible bootleg Sonic the Hedgehog popsicle. It sold at the ice cream truck in your neighborhood as a kid. Have I seen that before? Sonic popsicle. This. That does kind of look like Sonic is melting. I'd be amped as a kid to get that. I'd be like, oh, it's Sonic, but he's being crazy. It went too fast. I like how the rendition gives him. It's nice. No, this is like different face representation. This is anti-ableist. I like this. I support it. Oh, but it was like some clean image that was nothing like that. Yeah. Oh, here. What's that? That's definitely setting up an expectation versus reality problem. Alright, you're right. Point taken, point taken. So when we ready the sub-viewport, we'll have the program name, we'll have the sub-viewport. So I'm gonna, well, where are you gonna get it? This doesn't return the instance. That's okay. It is okay and it isn't though. So back on Manage Embedded Games. Oh, I love dye flavor. Reparent embed to sub-viewport. So this brings in the program name, and it goes, oh, it finds the sub-viewport. Right. Oh, okay. Okay. Wait, but does it? Does it, though? Did we set that up correctly? Because this is still null. So set program sub-viewport. But you have to call this. So this is where we would also call that. It's cutting it close. Everything's being cut close here. So we set it when it gets created. Then we activate it, which is going to look for that thing that got set, and it's going to add it in. I think that's what we do. So manage embedded games. .ref.activate embed true. And the embed name, okay, so we need to convert the name. Variable program path name. Program file name is going to be the program name to snake case. Then that's what we pass into here, because that's what that's looking for, is the file name, because that's just the way it is. Okay. I think that's all the things. What is that like? What am I missing? What did I do wrong? Just tell me. I can take it. Invalid access to property or key seen on a base type of... Well, yeah, because we're done with that. Oh, but you didn't be done with that. Yeah. So... yeah, so you actually do need seen then. And this is wrong. Can we just call this container instead? Yeah, don't delete that. That was an oops on my part. That was an oopsie. Which means video editor, you can come back. Well, not really, because there's no video editor to activate. Yeah, no, actually you can't come back. I'm sorry, you're still gone. But what I do need to do is go find that UID. So I'm just gonna look at what I removed so I don't have to think about it too hard. Is that here? Desktop elements? No, it's on managed programs. Oh, it says 181 changes. Jesus. Is that because of everything that was removed? Yeah. So this is me removing the project that I'm trying to consolidate to a PCK. Look at all this crap that was in there. I hate that. We're gonna remove it. It's gonna make everything so much better. And the file size of the PCK is much smaller. Everything is better this way. Okay. Program, manage programs. Okay, there it is. This is what I removed. We're bringing it back a little bit. So we call it container now, and it's set to this. I guess we can do the same thing for that, just for consistency's sake. Still going to be commented out. Container. That. All right. Let's see where we're at. What's wrong? Just tell me what's wrong. I'll fix it. I'm trying to assign value of type control to a variable of type program container. That's true. Oh. I guess there was a good reason why I made it a control. Wait, what? Really? Wait, what is this? What are you? Oh, damn. That's not a sub-viewport container at all. Wait. Nuh-uh. What? Nuh-uh, that's not what that is. I'm looking at the wrong thing. What? Debug program? Oh. I put the wrong thing in there. Girl, I was like, ain't no way. Ain't no way I got that wrong. Okay. Now try it. And tell me what's broken. And we'll fix it. Invalid access to property or key post planner on a base object of dictionary string dictionary. Okay. So it gets to the activate point, which is good. Love that. It's trying to find post planner in the loadable embeds. So let's see what's in loadable embeds. There's one thing. Embed. Oh, I forgot to add the word embed before it. I forgot about that. Easy. Fixable. Oh, I love that problem. This is a problem I am okay with. Easy fix. I mean, I'm okay with any problem. I'm okay with any problem. For the program file name, we're gonna say embed plus, which is very magical. Underscore leaves. Oh, sorry. That's okay. All right. Hit me with the next problem. Come on. I'm ready for it. I got it. Parser error. Preload file does not exist. The UID changed. Okay. All right. All right. No problem. Fixable. So that is called post planner embed.tscn. Copy evidently the new UID. Come back to manage programs. Wait, is that what it's looking for? Wait, what are you looking for CPV? What the hell is that? Who said look for CPV? Nobody said look for CPV. Preload file CPV8 does not exist. But I'm not. Is that over here? Oh, is that in the roguelike? I see. It's gotta be over here, I think. Yup. Okay. So, the UIDs evidently on the embed project, when they get loaded into virtual memory, seems like they're going to be different. So when I can't use UIDs? Ooh. That's troubling. Just making sure my microphone was set up right. That is troubling. Oh dear. I mean, look. This debug, technically, doesn't need to exist. And in fact, it does delete itself. Or it should delete itself, because this isn't the main project. So maybe that's part of it. Well, I'll tell you what. We're gonna get rid of it from here. We're gonna set it up differently. I don't know if this is gonna be enough to fix it. And say ready pack scenes, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm just gonna do it anyway. So we just make these nothing. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's true that UIDs can't work, because this script is very special. This script destroys itself if it detects that it isn't on this project. So for example, when it loads into the main project, it's going to say, hey, I'm in the main project. That means I need to delete myself. That way all of the debug crap isn't running alongside my other debug for the main project. So hopefully that has something to do with why this is angry. If not, there may just be the reality that I have to know that I can't use UIDs in these embed projects, which I'll do it, but I'm not ready to accept that that's true yet. Big if true. So we're just gonna update these like that. So instead of it preloading them, it's gonna just regular load them in the ready. Oh, they can't be constants now. Yeah. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Debug tile window area. Replace. Debug grid cell. Replace. And then let's make sure this did not break this project by doing it that way. So that is a debug tool right here. Looks like it's still there and functioning correctly. So, no problem. We're gonna export that PCK, and I'm gonna cross my little fingies. Let me tell you, oh, they're so crossed like tendrils. Oh. Close this. Export. Overwrite. And we'll try again. Scary stuff. Okay, here we go. What's gonna happen? We brought it back. We brought it back. Manage level not declared in the current scope. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh dear. Today's the day of the tentacle. Oh my god. I mean, at least it was able to find them, which is good. Where it got hung up seems to be a static reference, a singleton. Oh dear. This is not good. This is bad. This is very bad. Alright, it's okay. It's alright. I'm not panicking. I'm concerned. Attempt to open script. Embed post-planner scripts. Manage debug post-planner. Resulted in error. File not found. Well, yeah, because we... Okay. Yeah, because I nuke it. I nuke it on purpose. It is not liking that I'm doing that. But I don't think that's the main error. I think that's something else. I believe your main issue is this. Oh no, it is on debug. Stop. Okay. Okay, here's what I think is happening. What seems to be happening is it's not nuking the script that I wanted to nuke. It should be destroying all the debug stuff, but I believe that it can't find the debug stuff, so it can't delete it or something. And so it tries to load it. None of it's supposed to even, it shouldn't even be getting to this point. This should not even be happening. That should not be happening. Instead, it should be getting removed. So how did I set up that removal? The way I set up that getting removed is there's a globals script on both of the main project and this project. And in there is a Boolean, and this is an auto load. So that is to say it's in project settings, globals, and it's there. And it's set up as an auto load like that in both projects. Okay. So here it's false. That is to say, locally, do not clear the debugs. We want the debugs here. Now, over in the main project in globals, you can see it's set to true. So the idea was that whenever that embed gets added into this project and then loads, It's going to check whether it will clear itself. It's going to find the answer and do it. I'm sure you said something very helpful, but I do want to draw your attention to the no backseating rule. I am sorry that your first time chat has been moderated. I welcome you, and I bet you said something like really helpful. I know you did. That's why I can't look at it. Thank you for being here with me and engaged with me. Third 2 cents. I appreciate that. But your 2 cents are not welcome here. But you are. Good night. Good night, Tetrism. Thank you for hanging out. I'll get this sorted. I'll get it sorted. You never know what's gonna come up. You never know what's gonna come up. But it's been a pleasure. Bye for now. What am I gonna do? Well, I think I just need to come up with a different way to handle removing the embedded debugs. I think this made sense when I was loading it the way I was loading it. Because before, remember, I had all my files mixed together with the main project. So this system was set up for that. That's what this was set up for. Well, now we're in a different system. New systems require new solutions. So therefore, I think I retire this and instead maybe try setting up one of those callback functions. I think that's probably going to make the most sense. Now I still need a reference to it. So I'll probably need to do like an export. I don't know. This will be interesting. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna commit where we're at right now. So that way I have a version of this as it is. That's a big commit. Mid embed refactor. These headphones be pinching on my little ear. I wish they would stop. Mid embed refactor. Need to change debug clearing somehow. Okay. No filter. Wait. Check them all. There we go. Commit it. The following is over 100 megabytes. Oh, the PCK is big. Wow. Hadn't thought about that. I think I do have Git LFS. I definitely do, but maybe that's a per project thing. And so for this project, it isn't set up. What project did I have it? Oh, that was in my Granny Like. Because of the assets that I use an asset pack, and they just used like the absolute most explosive freaking file sizes for their assets, which was pretty annoying. I remember just doing some command line things, and ultimately it was set up. So what this is for, this Git LFS, what it does is it allows you to just basically store giant files. That's it. That's what it's for. Okay. And then what you do is you clarify which directory has the stuff that needs to be routed through Git LFS. Oi, oi, oi. All right, so I gotta look into this. Okay, get LFS how set up. Oi, 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 oi. Yeah. It downloads and install it on your system. You then need to also configure it to track files in the repository. So you need to tell it which files need to be part of LFS. Yeah. So unhelpful. This is why everyone uses chatbots. Okay, this is nicer. Alright, we gotta do this. I gotta do this. I have to do what I have to do. So we gotta make sure that I can actually get these files. Because the PCK, with my example project, the PCK is quite small. But for this project, it's an entire game. So it's not at all small. And then what this large file thing does is it allows those files to be compressed so they are compatible with being on GitHub, basically. Okay. Let's open up PowerShell. And we're gonna check. Yeah, sure, get version. We got some get LFS version. We got some. Okay, Bob's our uncle. Decide which files and or directories you want tracked by LFS. Yeah. You're gonna want to make sure you're in the root of your repository project, and we're just gonna track the folder large files. Okay, so let's go to the root. That's gonna be change directory documents / cat care game 3. So that's the root. That's where the Git is going to be in all of that. The repository itself, that's the root. No, they're all going to be in one place. Git LFS track embedded games, I believe is what that folder is called, and that's where they live. Oh. That was very interesting. System cannot find the path specified. Box pause? Wait, why are you getting all this stuff? Wait. No, that stuff's gone. Oh, because I haven't committed it yet. Well, how can I commit it if I can't commit it? If it's not commit. Okay. All right. That was not optimal. Get LFS. Here, let's do the same command. Oh my god. And then we could maybe say /star.pck. All right. Jeez. So now it's tracking embedded games /star.pck. Okay. Let's try to commit it again. I did. I didn't do that. Oh, the temp file. Now it's the temp file. You can't Willow? Damn. Oh, man, what? That's Bugtown. Did you try, like, disconnecting and reconnecting your Discord and your Twitch, maybe? Damn. I would have thought it popping again would have fixed that. Okay, let's just reload GitHub Desktop. Try it again. I'm not frustrated. I'm concerned. Oh yeah, it's the temp file. What the hell is this temp file? Okay, okay. Also track temp files. Track those two, track those two. That's fine. Okay, we are committing. We are committing. Now committing is gonna take like twice as long as it usually does. All right. Whoa! We're good. Oh my gosh. What a thrill. What a rush. Come back to the roguelike. I'm gonna put the same message here, except we're gonna say what is all this? Wait, why did this have so many changed files? Oh, reorganized directories for PCK embed optimization. So those aren't supposed to be in there. So these we can actually remove. Those are incorrect. So I'm gonna make sure I get those out. Once I find where they are. PCK. Don't want them. Okay. There we go. Should commit just fine. Your game is complete. Nice, Derek. Let's go. Can't wait to play tomorrow. For those who don't know, by the way, tomorrow I will be doing a secret stream. It's an unlisted live stream. If you are getting the Patreon newsletter, I don't really ever send anything out at all, except for this one thing, which is, at least at this time, which is a unlisted YouTube live stream where we play y'all's games. So if you have feedback that you're looking for on a project, you just want to see someone play your game, I'll be doing that tomorrow, actually. So the link to learn more about that and to join and submit your game to be checked out, I'll drop it in the chat. And you can find out more details about signing up and getting involved if you want to. That's what Derek's talking about. Late night in the stream. Okay, yeah, just make sure you add that note in there, and I'll just wait until you are there. Okay, now I've set all that aside. Why did I do that? Because I'm going to need to. I like how I said I thought this would take 20 minutes. I was kidding. So what I'm going to need to do now is get rid of this system that removes the debug. So hopefully this all makes sense about what I'm doing. My roguelike project has print messages, you know, like debug stuff, console logs, right? I don't want this mucking up my main project. I don't want any of this to happen. I don't want all of these debug tools that I have. I don't want them to be, this is what this is, this window popping up. I don't want any of that to be in my main project. So I set up a system for the previous implementation, the non-DLC implementation of this in my main project. That time I set up a system to remove all the debug stuff. Well, I have a feeling that that system is not compatible with the new PCK virtual memory situation. So I've committed everything, and now I'm going to remove that, and we're going to set up a new system that is more compatible with this PCK unpacking situation. Little unexpected hitch there, but it be like that sometimes. Alright, so hold on a second. I'm gonna grab something. Where is it? I'm trying to find the fireplace remote, cause it's a little chilly. I'm a little cold, but I can't find the remote. I need to be warm for this. I deserve to be warm for this. I don't even think there's another way to turn it on. There might be a button, but it's like hard to get to. Well, dang. Just imagine I'm warm? No. I want to be warm. That's what I want. I want what I want. You can't tell me what I want. No. I know what I want. Alright, I guess I'm just gonna be cold. Well, damn. Oh, it's right here. Alright. Here we go. Here's what's gonna happen. I'm going to get rid of all this global stuff. Don't need it. Completely unnecessary now. We're only keeping high scores. Now over on the debug, it actually depends on some of that stuff existing. So we're gonna make sure that that's handled. So those globals doesn't exist. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Let's look at the whole project for anywhere globals is referenced. Make sure we excise it. That's interesting. Wait, what? You said what? We don't reset the debug, well, because that's on debug. Oh, I see. Oh, so we do need some kind of flag. We need some way. Uh-oh. Okay. Here's what I think. I think we just get rid of this. That's my opinion. Don't keep it. I'm put a warning. Having this manage debug reference is a big risk. When this project is embedded as a PCK, you will regret leaving manage debug references in. Okay. Make sure there's nowhere else. Oh dear, there's other places. Uh-oh. That's the same thing. This debug stuff, debug color stuff. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. It's a little concerning. It concerns me a little bit. It does. I am worried. This is hard. This is harder than I expected. Tell you what. Alright, let's see if this breaks anything. I don't think it will. Looks fine. Because the debug path colors, I just don't really need those anymore. And if I do, I'll just refactor it, you know, when that time comes. But I don't think that time will come. The paths connect just fine. I can't imagine even needing that debug. So we're just commenting it out. Alright, good. We're in the clear. Let's export that. Overwrite the PCK. Now come back to the main project. And yep, reload. Hey, what's up, Insane? Welcome. Let's just reload the whole damn thing. So now back on the globals here, I need to also clear out all that debug stuff. I'm gonna have to export the PCK again anyway, honestly. Why is there a change already? I don't know, but we're gonna remove all this. All this, get it out of here. Now we're gonna do the same thing, and I'm gonna look for any references to globals. These references are fine, so we're good to go. Okay. Next, let's make sure this project still runs, and we didn't break everything. Okay, good. In fact, no, well, I'm actually kind of curious what's going to happen since I removed all of the... I feel like it's not going to work, but it honestly might. Worst it happens is it doesn't, and it didn't. Alright, don't do that. I'm concerned. I'm worried because I've removed that queue freeing of the debug, and yet we're still getting that same error. Which for me concerns me that the only reason we're seeing managed debug here is because it was the first script to run. And that I'm going to face a rude awakening that every single singleton in that project is gonna cause this error. That is my great fear right now. Because if that's true, I'm in danger. Because it would imply that all of the static references... Now here's what I could do. I could, or maybe I should. Let's go back, let's... Okay, I'm gonna take a step away from this for a second. I'm gonna go to the example project. And we're gonna try to set up a static singleton reference in here and see if we get that same error. If we do, I'm in trouble. So it can just be kind of arbitrary. Doesn't really matter what it is. Maybe it just changes the... Oh, wrong project. Maybe it just changes the font bubble to a different color or something. Something simple. So we'll say in ready. Well, it's actually going to be a little hard. No, I wouldn't do that. Have it be for the text. Have it modify the label. So I'm gonna make the label accessible as unique name. Drop that in. Then I'm gonna make this be that static singleton. This is font bubble. I'm concerned. Static variable ref type to itself font level. Then we're going to initialize ref as itself. Now over on, doesn't matter, somewhere, anywhere, really. That's the only script besides this, so it's gonna be here. We'll see, this might not work. We'll say ready font bubble dot ref. Right, we want to make it actually do something in particular. Change label outline color. And we will simply say label outline modulate equals color 0, 0, 0. And then why don't we make it something quite obvious, like a bright red. Right, no main scene selected. Of course, no main scene is selected. There's not going to be a camera, so I'm actually not going to be able to see anything. But as long as we don't get an error, it's probably fine. Oh my goodness. Okay, so there's no error, which is good. I could put a temporary camera in there, just so we can see. Make sure it actually is good. Oh, I'm concerned. Oh, I'm very worried. I'm very, very worried. I feel what I feel. Okay, we can see a little bit of it there. That absolutely did not change the color, which makes a lot of sense. Because this is never readied, because it doesn't exist in the scene tree. And I didn't finish typing the code out, it didn't even matter. Okay. Well... then I don't care. Put it on the label. It doesn't matter. It's pointless. It's just to make a observation to see what happens. It's literally ridiculous. You couldn't find the label. Cool. Right, because that's itself. Okay, put it on something else. I don't care. Put it on this. Jesus, criminy friggin' crap. I'm stressed. I'm definitely feeling a relatively significant amount of stress about this situation. Truth be told, I'm very concerned. Very, very concerned. I knew someone was going to do that. All right, here we go. Breathing exercise. We're going to do 4-2-4. You can join along if you want, but you don't have to. You're going to inhale for 4, hold for 2, exhale for 4. No, actually, we're not going to do this one. We're going to do... Whoa, there's all these other ones, too. We're going to do a different one. Hey, Kai Guy. Well, we're doing good. Okay, yeah, let's do 4-2-4. Okay, so it's inhale by 4, hold by 2, exhale by 4. All right? I'll talk you through it. You don't have to join if you don't want to. Here we go. Inhale. Hold for 2, exhale. In. Hold. Exhale. In. Hold. Exhale. In. 2 more after this. Hold. Exhale. In. Hold. Exhale. 1 more. In. Hold. And exhale. All right. Anyway. So where am I going to load this? I just need to make a freaking example that proves what I'm trying to do here. Oh my god. I'm so frustrated. This is very making me stressed to an extreme degree. Okay. So this... I'm putting this as static reference. This is child of. It doesn't even make sense to use a static reference here. It's ridiculous. It's totally pointless. I just don't have a good... I don't have a good framework. Like, there wouldn't be a reason to do this here. It's pointless. But I guess that's the point. So I guess I'll create a new scene. Freaking stupid. Oh, it makes me so mad. I'm so mad. Genuinely fuming right now. Okay. So... I'm kind of mad at myself. You know, for not anticipating this. For not even testing for it. It's frustrating. Like, it'll be okay. I'll be happy with myself. I'll be gentle with myself. But to go through it, to find out this bad news, it's unpleasant. It's unpleasant to struggle through something that I wasn't planning on doing, that I have to do, that I don't enjoy doing, for the sake of finding out the bad news that I know is coming. Which will essentially nullify basically my entire situation today. Probably. So a lot hangs in the balance, right? Because it's a difference between it being me being able to move forward with what I've been doing for the last 4 hours, or me just literally not doing it at all and having to just let go of the fact that this isn't going to happen. Or deeply, completely, profoundly, unthinkably, unmanageably, read impossibly, refactoring the way that the roguelike project is structured. So, yeah. It's a little frustrating. Now, there's nothing wrong with having emotions, like frustration and anger. It's healthy, in fact. So I'm allowing myself to feel those things. Yeah, it's a little painful. It's a little painful. And then, again, just to add on top of that, the fact that, you know, I'm having to set up these tests. It's going to take more time. Just find out what's likely to be quite bad news. So yeah, a bit frustrated. So we'll contrive this stupid, pointless main scene. Drop this in here. Completely pointless. Attach a script. Doesn't really matter what it is. Watch it probably get angry at me again. Okay, it didn't get angry, but it didn't do the thing, which is irritating. Or it did do the thing, and I just couldn't perceive that it did the thing. I've never seen this outline modulate thing. I'm not particularly convinced that it even does a damn thing in the first place. So let's try something different. It does say outline modulate, doesn't it? You don't want to be the color that I told you to be? You don't want to do that? Just so I can move on? Well, Lee's what? You have to set this as your main scene. Oh, I didn't do that yet. Exactly. Okay, so we should do that. Project settings. Run. We're going to clear the main scene. I'm going to run this. Select current. Great, it's red. So that works. It's set up in a way that works. Kind of, sort of. So you did have a main scene, Lees. I know you forgot that in your frustrated stupor. But there is already a main scene. So what you'll do is you'll grab this. And I ask that you pop that into here. Get rid of this. Rename this to Node 3D. And this becomes our main scene. Wait, what? Get in there, stay in there. Node 3D is trash. Throw it away. Run it, set the new scene, make sure it's red. It is. Okay. Get rid of the camera. We don't want the camera. Export it as PCK, which I am then going to. Now remember, this is not my main project. This is my example project. We're then going to test it out over here and find out if we get the same error or run into the same issue. We do not. This is good news. I'm gonna go out on a limb and I'm gonna say this is good news. Oh my gosh. This is very good news. This is very good news right here. But it doesn't mean it's good news. It's good news. Sorry about the YouTube chat. YouTube is weird today, so it's being especially funky, Kai Guy. Thank you for the well wishes. I got this. Yes. Modularity will win. So here's the thing. I tested it kind of. In this case, the static singleton reference situation, it was very easy for it to find it because they're in the same scene. Sometimes it's checking for things that aren't in the same scene. Well, Lee's what? It did. It did? Yeah. Oh, so actually this is fine. It is? Yeah. So you did a true test. I did? Yes. Okay. All right. I'm going to say this is good news. This is very good news. I'm still a little stressed, but my stress level has just changed considerably. Because, in a good way, because I'm able to use a static reference here, so it may be that the singleton is not the issue. And in fact, if I push through and I get that debug script to remove itself properly, after it's instantiated, then everything might be okay. Well, I want you to listen to what you're saying here, Liz. You're talking about instantiating it and then removing it. You see how that sounds? It sounds not so good. So I have an idea. It's a bit annoying, but it's an idea. The idea is that I find some other way to get rid of this debug stuff. I just don't know how clear this is. Let me see if I can draw a picture. I feel like no one knows what the hell's going on, which is true most of the time. Okay, so we've got this roguelike minigame, right? In addition to game file, scene, scripts, images, I have a debug script. Well, it's a debug node. Debug manager, we'll call it. Okay. This debug manager handles all of the debug on the roguelike project. I do not want, in fact, I cannot have this be intermingling on here because it's going to cause all kinds of problems. So, the way I was handling it was by having a shared script, an auto load. And on the roguelike minigame, there was a parameter, a flag that said false. Namely, this was destroy debug false. In so many words. Whereas on the main project, this was destroy debug true. So it's they have their own separate auto load, but essentially they share them. So for this one it's true. So what it would do is when it got to this project, it would destroy the debug. And everything was fine. But now, for some reason, I maybe understand that is not working as smoothly. Because now, I don't know. I honestly don't even really... my guess is that because it's operating in virtual memory, The timing is different, something is off. I wish I actually understood better why this isn't working, but I kind of don't. Let me do a test real fast. Let me try something. So I'm basically trying to come up with a different way to handle this. What I'm gonna do, let's go to the roguelike. Let's make sure we're all up to date. I think we are, we're not. But we're not gonna worry about that. What I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna remove the debug script and the whole manager. We're just gonna nerf it entirely. We're gonna make it basically be nothing. So it can't even be there to load in the first place. Okay, I'm gonna detach this whole script. Just yoink these off of here. Let me make sure that didn't break it. It may well have. Doesn't look like it did. I guess I'd also want to be nerfing the print messages. No, it'll be fine. Well, that's another situation. But I'm not gonna worry about that. Okay, so the project runs that way. But we're not gonna have any debug tools, which is good. That's what I want. I want to have none of those. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna export this. And I'm gonna see if this causes another problem. Or if the same problem exists. Well, it won't, because the problem is that it's looking for something relative to the debug manager. So whatever, if there's going to be an error that's similar, whatever that is, it's not going to be coming from the debug manager. So here we go. Let's load it. See what error we get this time. Felt like I was so close. So close to everything being fine. Okay, open this. UID. Right. So this was another concern. That UIDs weren't gonna work. This is less awful. It sucks. That's less awful. Now look, it did try to load debug stuff. Excuse me. No. Why have you done this? Who tried to load that? Debug grid numbers. Why are you doing this? I guess because it's a class script. So I bet this is looking for a debug thing. Okay, so this actually makes sense. I'm a little confused, honestly. But I guess I'm not. I am and I'm amped. I am and I amn't. Debug grid numbers. Oh, wrong project. So this might be a matter of just finding all the things that it's angry about. More preloads. Doesn't like those. Well, again, this is more debug stuff. It's just debug stuff that's separate. I guess because this is actually in the managers. Okay. Alright. No problem. Fixable. You take me to the main managers section. Scene. Oh, but I got rid of the script. Oh, the script is on here. I see. Okay, well then let's just remove it. That does seem weird, by the way. Alright, we're just gonna delete that. Make sure it works here. So actually, I didn't actually get rid of all of the debug stuff. So, not too bad of a problem. If I'm being honest, let me make sure this works. Not too bad. We didn't actually do the test. Alright, export it. Put it in the right spot. Drop it in. Wait. Very patiently. Super patiently. I feel nothing but patience. Oh. We gotta close the project over here. Not there. But here. Patience overcomes me. I am become patient. I must be at the doctor because I'm patient. Okay. Now, we'll try this again. See what comes up. Okay, so this is what I was afraid of. Even with the debug gone, there's still issues. But why? Because if the test that I did on the other project was accurate for this problem, then this should not be an issue. Because if I can't find manage tile data, that would be, in my mind, because it's not able to find singletons. Let me ask you something. Is manage tile data abstract? I don't think it is. I'm certain it isn't. 100%. It's not. It's not. It's absolutely not. Oh my god, this project's getting in my way. So why can't you find this? Why are you struggling to find this? What's so hard about finding this? Is it manager's node? I mean, I guess what I didn't test was like nested. But what difference should it make? Why should it make a difference? If I can load a singleton in that other project, why can't I load these singletons here? What's the difference? I don't know. But I remember bumping up against this problem. I remember bumping up against this problem the last time I tried setting something like this up. And I remember deciding, never mind. I don't get to do this. Then I explored a new way to have my DLC. And I thought it would avoid this problem. But it doesn't. Hey, welcome Raiders. Hello. Small black boy. Thank you so much for bringing your people here. How was your stream? Oh, it's a small raid. Oh, it's a small raid. It's a small raid. Welcome, Aaand. How was your stream? I am in over my head, apparently. Doing something in Godot that I thought I had in the bag. But maybe I don't. Maybe it turns out I don't. You know, it's been going really well, Small Block Boy. It's been going really, really well. And then I hit a little bump. I hit a little bump that makes me think maybe it wasn't going so well. It'd be like that, though. It'd be like that. I know. I know. So I'm working on a game where you take care of a cat. It's a virtual pet game. I'll show you one of the working versions. And within that game are games you can play. Thanks for the follow, Small Block Boy. It was good. Started on a save and load game system that almost managed to get done tonight. Nice, nice. Hey, good job, like saying like, you know what? I can't do this tonight, and walking away. That can be the right answer. You know, you might come back to it with new eyes and just be like, oh wait, I know how to solve this. So it's a virtual pet game where you take care of a cat, and you know, there's these kind of mini games, but these are a little different. That'll be like a Pokemon Snap mini game. There's a petting mini game. There's a cute kitty, right? There's a poop scooping mini game. All kinds of stuff like that. Well, there's also going to be games that are on a computer. Well, did not mean to gather all the icons up like that. So, for example, there's going to be a game embedded into this computer. So this is actually an entirely separate game that's separate from this. That is to say, I made that game like over a year ago. That game that I just pulled up here. And it was just, I brought it in as like a proof concept that I would be able to load in separate games to the project. And this works great. And I made a much larger game than this to put in here. Now the way that that game is in there is the whole thing with the files, the scenes, the images, the entirety is inside of this project. So the files, the player in that little game, the player, the slicing, the red blocks, all of them exist along with the cat, along with the pooper scooper, along with all that stuff, right? This bothered me because I just have this like messy project that has multiple, especially when I got a big game to embed in here. When I had a super large game to put in there. Thanks for the follow, Aaand. When I had this super large game to put in here. Love your streams, by the way. All of a sudden, I probably need to follow Small Block Boy too now. I know you're out here doing some game dev. Matter of fact, all of y'all should be following Small Block Boy. If y'all like game dev, you probably want to watch. I don't know about y'all, but I like to collect game dev streamers because I love co-working whenever I can. Shout out Small Block Boy. Oh, I gotta type it correct. Small. Oh, I typed the whole word small. No. So I didn't want these files all mixed in because it's a giant game. And so imagine having 2 full games all in one project. And I'm never going to be updating that project here in this one. That is to say, I want to work on it in the separate project. Anyway, so I'm telling you all this because I started a new system where it's essentially external DLC. And I have like an example project if you want to learn about how it works. It does work. It works well. I've demoed it. I've set it up in this isolated container. Part of the reason I wanted to set it up in this isolated container was for the very purpose of ensuring that I knew how to do it without it being mixed up in the complexity of my main project. So this is like an isolated example, is what I just linked there in the chat. And it has the GitHub if you're interested in learning about it. So what it basically does is there's a PCK file. there's two projects here. Project 1 is exported as a PCK file. Project 2 is the main project. The main project has Project 1's PCK in it. And then Project 2 will unpack that PCK and access its files. So they're two separate projects. To prove that out a little bit, just to demonstrate what is occurring. Okay. So let's clear some of this out of the way, because it's getting to be a lot. So many windows when you're doing so many things. Oh my goodness, it never ends. Oh my gosh, there's more tabs. Oh my goodness gracious me. So, two projects. Two projects. I just wanted them nice and isolated. This one has the thought bubble. If I come to this thought bubble here, and I change the color of this mesh, so the thought bubble, if I make it go from white, let's say, to green, let's make it green. So now that thought bubble in here is green, right? It's a green thought bubble. Again, two projects. I'm going to export this as a PCK, and now this, I'm exporting it into this project's file system. So I save it there. Now I'm going to reload this project, and when I press this button, thought bubble is green. So that's like this is the basic proof of concept, right? We have one project where I can make changes. I export it as a PCK, and then it changes in the other project. Hey, welcome, Lark. Good to see you. That's the idea, and it works great in this one scenario. Now, my main project, I'm having a few more issues trying to get that working. It was going quite well, I thought, and I seem to be hitting a bit of a roadblock. So I'm trying to figure that out. It like just kind of happened. I was like on a roll, like go go go. Now I'm dealing with it. So that's where I'm at. Thank you, Lark. I'm in the middle of working on it, actually. I probably won't finish it for a while. I'm just sort of taking my time, chilling, working on it. Doing game jams every other month. So I'm working on it every other month, pretty much, at this point. But that's what I'm working on right now. So the problem is, with everything being the same, the setup technically working up until I go to launch that game, which is akin in that example project that I have, the proof of concept, akin to pressing this load button and the DLC opening. When I do that here and I press on this, we get problems. I do host the Game Like Jams. Yes, I do. The next one's coming up March 1st, by the way. The Game Jam is ready to join even. It's right there. It's right there. There it is. So if you're interested, the topic will be announced March 1st. I'm excited about this one. I don't think I'm going to make a mini game for my cat game for this one. I think I'm going to go something different. There are now keyboards designed with long nails in mind. Brosa, obviously I want to see this. Oh my goodness. At some point, I very much want to see what the heck that looks like. Are the keys just like super tall? Anyway. Join if you're interested. You'll get notified before anyone else what the theme's gonna be if you hit that join button. Okay. So, it's not able to find manage tile data. Manage tile data is set up as a singleton, or in a singleton pattern. Now, I use these throughout my projects copiously. So what do I mean by this singleton pattern? It's this. So I give it a class name, I create a static variable, and I assign itself to that variable. Oh yeah, no problem. Get some rest. Good job taking the break for your brain that you needed. And I hope I get to check out one of your streams soon. Good night, small block boy. So what this does is this lets me access manage tile data and this whole script, this whole node, from anywhere in the scene tree. So for example, this manager scene is a separate scene unto itself. If you go to the main scene, you can see, there it is, managers, little scene icon. In, let's say, the background scene, I could set up a script that can access manage tile data because I have it set up as a static variable that I can get to. Again, I copiously use this pattern throughout my projects. Hello, Death Party. Is my lover and or boyfriend home at the moment? Honestly, I can't possibly see why you would need to know the answer to that question. like, I honestly, I'm not even sure I can dignify that answer with a response, or that question with a response. What happens if I answer it one way or the other? Yeah, both. Yeah, my lover and or boyfriend is both here and not here. Yeah. Nailed it. It sure does. It's a very weird question. I don't understand. I don't understand. Alright. So this pattern works in my example project, my proof of concept. I just did an experiment where I created this thought bubble singleton that changes a label outline color to red. And then I have a node that tries to access that to update it. And it worked. So why doesn't it work here in the virtual pet game? So maybe I need to investigate a little deeper, and it's not as simple. Manage levels.gd line 80. Let's go see what that is. Manage levels.gd line 80. Let's examine this line a bit more closely. Manage levels. I don't know what Armored Core 6 mods are, but if you were doing 4 days of it, it must be worth it, right? I haven't yet, Lark. I would like to at some point, but I haven't yet. Why, have you? The people who do seem to really like it. Line 80. Okay, this is a big honking script. In a constant, that's interesting. Oh, this is intriguing. You know, I almost can't blame it for struggling here. I almost can't blame it. Do I need to set it to empty? I mean, do I really though? Like, do I? I can see why this might be a problem. It is looking for empty tiles. I could refactor it though. We could also dynamically update it, but then that would change this from a constant to a variable. This one I'm pretty sure is not being looked for anywhere. Oh, it is. Well, these are enums, are what these are. So, wacky idea. What if we just made it a wacky number? Look, obviously I would rather do it this way. In the absence of such, we're gonna make it 666. I'm not gonna need a 666. I'm not gonna need a 666th enum. I'm not gonna need a 666th enum, and I see that number, and I'm definitely going to be like, wait a minute, that's not a normal number. So that's what we're gonna change that to. And hopefully it should be fine, but we're gonna find out, and maybe it will be a problem. Basically, what I'm gonna try is the assumption that I'm going off of right now is that setting a constant property to a singleton, maybe it just dumb luck happens to work out in this context, but when we put it in that virtual file system, I think this is not even a good practice to begin with. Because it's not looking very constant. It's looking like we're fetching something that could be different. I mean, it's not, but it is, because this is also a constant, but then the timing of when this class could be ready. Right, so it's looking for a base. That's not even a Lise, that's not even a singleton. No wonder, it didn't matter. I just explained the whole concept of my singleton pattern, but it didn't matter. Because... Oh, is that why you asked, Lark? Because the singleton pattern is like a C# thing. That's where I learned. I learned it from somebody who uses C# in Godot primarily. That's where I learned about that pattern. So it's not even that. It's not even the static reference. It's not the singleton pattern. It's something else. That's very interesting. So the class enum is not available at the time that this constant is being built. Is it ever available? I guess I should try this. Crazy idea. What if I did make it a singleton? It doesn't need to be, but it could be. It doesn't need to be, by the way. But what if I just did make it that? I'm just curious. Now, it might snag on some of these other places. I don't know. But I'm just curious. It may still be the same issue. But now that I'm actually paying attention to what the real problem is, I want to really laser focus in on what little nudges one way or the other. Because if I just replaced it with 666 and let's say it worked, I wouldn't really learn what the problem was. Like kind of, but not really. And maybe now I'll get a more specific understanding. I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna find out. Armored Core 6 is a game about giant robots. There's various mods out. So long story short, new parts and whatnot. It's a multi-ton. Okay. Alright. Welcome, Kenneth. I'm not sure what multi-ton means. Lark says, you like C#, so it works, but the not live code reload is annoying. Yeah, right, because it's not like an interpreted language. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. And then I hear there's some things that don't exist in C# but do in GDScript. Like you can't use like export variables, for example. But at the same time, the static typing gains seem quite enjoyable. I guess first I should actually test it here. I'm sure that's fine. It shouldn't make a difference whether it's .ref. It doesn't matter. If it's .ref or not, it doesn't matter. But we're just gonna check it for the sake of being thorough. All right, now let's load this here. See if we get the same error or if we get a different error. Okay, same error. Same error. Okay, just thought I'd check. So it's not because it's not because it's a class script per se. It's not because it's a singleton per se. It's because I'm using a class script or a singleton at least as a property or a value of a constant property. So let's go back to the 666 plan. Now I know. Okay. This is becoming less frustrating because now I've accepted that I'm in this new journey. And the debugging is a little fun. It's a little fun, and I'm willing to accept that it's kind of fun. All right, so we're gonna look for all of the places that we refer to this everywhere. And I'm gonna replace it with 666. That's literally one place. Wait, that's it? Okay. Nuh-uh. Oh yeah, but that's the .ref. Yeah, okay, sorry. Everywhere I refer to it as not .ref. 666. Still only one place. Not bad. Perfect. Yeah, so this is the thing, I don't need it to be quite this way. How is it loaded? I'm not sure I understand the question, Willow. Are you talking about like my general everything, like my DLC technique, the PCK stuff? I actually set up an example project last night in the stream that Twitch and Discord were locking you out of for no good reason. I set up this example project, if you want to look into it a little bit, that hopefully kind of explains it. It might at least give you some background, and you can look at the GitHub stuff. Maybe, it might help. Okay, so we're going to change this to 666, and we're going to do the same thing here. Replace with 666. Hey Rufio, welcome back. The game jam went good. I really like my entry. I think it's like a cute, not my entry, but like, because I don't really submit them, but my roguelike attempt. It's like rogue, but it's cute. It managed to achieve that. Now it's not exactly the complete game I would have wanted, but that's okay. So now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get that game embedded into my other game, which is like a whole other thing. It did, in fact. The theme was Rogue. So my game jam is the game like jam. We make games like other games. For this one, we are making games like the original Rogue. It just ended. We had some incredible entries. The most entries we've ever had in a game like jam, which is pretty awesome. So many good games. So many awesome games. And so this was like the original Rogue, which I feel like we talked about a little bit. Maybe not. Where you're basically just like exploring this like randomized, procedurally generated dungeon. Yeah, you remember. Yeah. And so mine is not finished, but I did get my own, but it's finished enough. It's finished enough. It kind of just needs like content added, basically. But so it's supposed to be for my Tamagotchi-like game, which was the last game-like jam we did, where we made games like Tamagotchi. And so in that project, your cat is like famous on social media, so you make posts about that cat. And so this game was supposed to be like a planner for those posts, and you'd pick like a platform and it would give you like this, basically it's how many things you have to collect to be a post. But this is visually how it turned out. So if we zoom out, you can see the like random room generation that came of it. Now I didn't actually get the attacking quite finished. So like if I go to attack an enemy, it just says, thinking about cat food. The cat food thought was good or bad, right? So this would be like if you're fighting an enemy, either you get damaged or they get damaged. That's the good or bad. And it's supposed to be that you're a brain coming up with ideas to post on social media, and then you walk into it just like you do in Rogue to attack it. But I didn't really get all of the enemies I wanted to added in. I didn't get, I didn't get all the enemies I wanted to get added in. I didn't get all the different dialogue I wanted in, but that's okay. But you can come through here and just spawn different levels. So I did get my like procedural generation all figured out, which I'm really proud of. I think that's what I spent most of everything on. Thank you. Yeah, the color scheme was really something I wanted to get pretty okay, because I also wanted it to match the other game. The one you were designing the room, yes. If you mean the cat game, yes. So that one is, well, I guess the latest one does work. I did get the game embedded, but I didn't like the way that it was embedded. So I'm currently trying to embed it in a new way, and that new way is very broken. So I'm having to fix it. But yes, so this is the game that goes into. So in theory, you click on this and it would open the game, which it can do, but I broke it and so it doesn't right now. But it can open the game. So that way you're planning your social media posts, right? You're like Pokemon Snap filming your cat and stuff like that. Yeah, it's gameception. Exactly. So the game goes into the other game. Yeah, precisely. You can still scoop the poop and everything. It's just another game inside of the game, in addition to all the other games that are in this game. So yeah, so I'm kind of like deep in like some unexpected bug fixing, but this is definitely still the main project. And then the next Game Like Jam, which starts March 1st, I am not going to make something for this. I'm still going to work on this when the month is up in April. January, February, March, April. I'm still going to work on this, but I'm going to take a break from it for March. Because the game that we're going to be doing in March, which is very secret for now, that game, I could make a mini game that works with this, but it would be missing out on a crucial element that this game that we're doing next month has. I would have to sacrifice, because this is supposed to be a cozy game, and there's some things that you just can't make cozy. Coney? Well, maybe you can make it coney, but you can't make it cozy. And I could, like, cozify it, but then it would defeat the purpose. Anyway, it would make sense if you knew what the game was, but anyway. Soon. So yeah, so I'm just dealing with this kind of annoying problem where the embed is not behaving like I want it to, and I'm trying to investigate why. I haven't not narrowed it down. Certainly, using a reference in a way that I've been using it is a problem. Yeah, just make this 666. Oh yeah, it doesn't like that because we're using integer cast when an enum is expected. Yeah, it hates that. As manage ideas.idea types. Oh, you still hate it? No enum. Yeah, that's true. Okay, I can make one. Yeah, I can make one. Sure, no problem. No problem. I mean, really, Lise, you could just do 0. You don't even have to do that. Oh, we don't have to do no 666. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, that would be better. Let's not do 666. Every time I start doing a 666, I usually realize, wait, we don't have to live this way. We're just gonna get rid of this everywhere. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And let's do the same thing over here. Make that 0. And we'll make this 0 as well. And then down here, we're also going to make this 0. We could say as manage tile data tiles. It should be happening. Okay, make sure that's not broken. So the issue that I'm having is in that big constant dictionary, it's upset. In the unpacked embedded version of the game, it's upset that I'm using the class reference to get that enum. So everything seems to work. Let's see what the next error it gives. Ideally, it gives no error, but that might be, I don't know, expecting too much. But I can hope. I'm entitled to that. Just a little. It's hope. Honestly, I'm all in with this bug because, like, it is my white whale right now. I am ready. Like, let's find out. What do you got for me next? What's the next error? Hit me. Okay, so it's still struggling with managed tile data, but it is a different error because now it's line 228, which is a different line. Before it was line 80. I call that progress. It's literally number go up. So let's see what's on line 228. I bet it's another class reference. 228, 228, 228, 228. Really? The type? Okay. Now here's what I'm thinking. I mean, this is weird. This is just weird. So, okay. All right. Not the news I was hoping for. Why? Why are you like this? Why can't you find managed tile data? Why can't you find it? You can find other things. It seems like you can find other things, right? No? Oh, that is the first. Those are the first. So actually, I don't know. What I was looking for were other class references, but that is the first class reference. There's another one. That's the same script. This is itself incidentally, which is strange, honestly. Probably because I copied this over from another script, would be my guess. But we don't really need that. There's tile data again. Tile data, tile data. I mean, this really references tile data a lot. I'm trying to see if there's another one here. Somewhere. Tile data, tile data, tile data, tile data, tile data. I mean, so it does raise the question. Is there some load order? It's just weird because the load order isn't a problem here. In this project, the load order is fine. But for some reason, when it's being unpacked in virtual memory on the other project, it's not fine. Hello, welcome, Alnevsk. Alnevsk, welcome. Good to have you here with us. So look, what if I just put manage tile data up here? I don't know why I should have to do that, but maybe I do have to do that. Oh, Rufio, you think it's gonna be a horror game? I won't confirm. You know what? I'm not gonna confirm or deny that it's a horror game. I won't do it. I won't do it. Okay, but now we have another problem. If I put this up here, now on this, it can't find things. Because now it can't find the manage level reference. That's why it was in the very specific order that it was in. Because it's supposed to load this second. I do kind of see the catch-22 of it all. But again, it's not an issue here. So why is it an issue there? Well, I could try something else. I could try just for the sake of experiment. Oh man, I mean, here's the thing, it's gonna be Hydra. Like I'm gonna cut off these heads, and other ones are gonna pop up. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. But like, also, I don't really understand why. It generally confuses me. All right, this is not something I would ever do, but we're just gonna do it right now to see what happens. Manage enums. I'm gonna literally move enums to here. Have it load first, even though I think this is a little silly. Just to see what happens and see if everything is more better or not. So we're gonna take that enum off of there. We're gonna attach this here. You know, I'm willing to try anything to see what makes a difference. This is also going to be a static reference, so I'm gonna say class name, manage enums, extends node, create a static variable reference, type to itself, and then initialize it as a reference to itself. Then drop the enum in there. We will hop back to everywhere that's now very angry at me for changing things. So we'll probably can just search for tiles dot, and we should find all the anger everywhere. And then we just change this to manage enums. Probably could do them all not one by one. Manage enums. There's 71 matches. Okay, but oh Jesus. There's 71 matches? Okay. Alright, manage tile data tiles. We change to manage enums tiles. It's the only way this is gonna get done. Replace them. Just do it. Just do it. I don't care, do it. Right. So on here, we have to replace these manually. Tiles dot, or at least differently. So replace this with manage enums dot tiles dot. Let's check each one by one. Yup. Yup. Yes. 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 Pretty much all these we're gonna want to replace. Again, I don't even know this is gonna make a difference, but it just gives it like a common. It gives both managed level and managed tile data a common either of them loading place to try and find these enums. We might still have a problem here. Right, so here we have to say this is manage enums.tiles. Down there, same thing, manage enums.tiles. Manage enums.tiles. Okay, check it again till it works. Okay, looks good so far. Game is loading. Great. See if it makes a difference. Export PCK. Put it in the game project. Overwrite it. Now we load the other project and we observe. Did anything different happen? If so, what? Oh my goodness. Whoa. So that happened sooner than I thought it would. I see, I double clicked it. And this time it can't find manage enums. Why not? Why can't you find it also? Hey, Zoom, I need you. What? Why can't you find it? Why can't it find it? I don't understand. Okay. Let me go back to my example project. So if I'm going to try to recreate this, so what I did was I gave it a singleton pattern. Now I called this from something that doesn't have its own singleton pattern, so maybe I will give it its own singleton pattern. I don't know. I'm just trying to make it make sense. Some node. So we'll give it that. I guess at this point, I think at this point, what I'm trying to do is reproduce the error in my example project. I think that probably makes the most sense as what to do here. Yeah. So, I mean, I really haven't done anything different. I don't know why this would cause it, but that would explain, if it is causing it, that would explain why it's causing it, because I didn't know. So it's okay. Very, very confusing. Okay, so we load this again. No problem. It loads it just fine. So that red color on there, that's because it accessed it with no issue. So how am I going to recreate this? Well, there is like a scene called managers. So we could say contain, just make like a node. Sure, just call it node. We'll save it as a scene. And then I'll cut these out and put this in here. I don't know, I'm just trying to like recreate it somehow, as closely as I somehow can somehow. I don't know how, but somehow. So now it's in another node. What is it? What is it about that setup that makes it be so different? I just don't know. The position is different, but there's no errors. Which makes sense because when you cut and paste it like that, it probably just put it in a different spot. But ultimately, it did not break it. We did not reproduce that error. Oh yeah, a node has no position, so that might also be part of its confusion. How do I recreate this? I don't even know. So in this project, we have a node at the top level. It's a regular little node 2D. Then we have managers right there. So that's a node. The white icon, it's a regular node. And that is an instance scene, okay? Compared to the other one, we have, in this case, a node 3D at the top. Wouldn't expect that to make a difference. Then we have a regular node with the white icon. It is a scene instanced in. And let's go back to the other one actually, real quick. Then I'm trying to make it quite like. Okay, so we go into that scene, and in there we have manage enums, which is statically set up as a signal, or a singleton, sorry. We have this enum that we're referencing, so that's different. The fact that we're referencing an enum is specific. Maybe it has something to do with enums. I don't really know why it would, but because it's not complaining about the enum, it's complaining that it can't find this in general. Then we have things like tile data and manage level. Well, it's hanging up on manage level specifically. It's a big script. Specifically on line 228, when we reference it as a type, and it gets to here, and it's like, I don't know what this is. I can't find this. So I mean, I could try to. I feel like it's not gonna make a difference, but then I have to contrive some way to make this be the same, knowing pretty darn well that it's not gonna actually make a difference. But you know what? Sure, whatever. Let's see what I can do. So we'll make this called enums. Give it a script. I know it's not gonna matter. Set it up once again as a singleton pattern. Type it to itself and give it some enum. Doesn't really matter what it is. How about we call it red? Okay. Then what I'll do is for me change the label outline color, instead of doing 10001, what if we just say enums dot, I think I did the enum wrong, sorry, enum colors, then we put red in one of them. So I'll say enums colors dot find key enums colors red. And so what that should return is a string red. That's what it should return. So let me make sure that works locally. Script inherits native type node 3D cannot be assigned to node. Okay. Great. So it's still turning it red. It found the color red. Everything works beautifully. Like if I were to make this the word blue, and come over here, and type in the word blue, now it would turn blue. All right. So I don't know, to some extent this replicates the enum component. I still think it kind of shouldn't matter, but we'll see. All right, reload it here. It should be blue or give me an error. No error, but it's blue. So this is beginning to lead me to believe that it is not. Hey, welcome Raiders. Hello, Yato. Welcome Reboot Tech. Good to see you. Thanks for coming on through. How was your stream, Yato? This makes me think that it is not due to my or due to the enum, not due to the singleton. Is it due to my implementation of the PCK unpacking? Maybe. So I am deep in a bug fix. I'm really in a bug reproducing vortex at the moment. I'm trying to embed a game in my... Whoa. I'm trying to embed a game in my other game. And I've got a proof of concept that works great for the way that I'm embedding it. As a packed PCK file, like it's unpacked. But there seems to be something different about the way this other project is set up. You know what would be interesting? What if I try loading in the thought bubble? Just out of curiosity, if I load the thought bubble in to the cat game, will it have an issue? I mean, it might have some other issues. It's actually yes, it's going to have issues because the naming conventions are all different. So I think that's not going to be so simple. I guess, you know what might be the right thing to do? I might need to create an example project that isn't the roguelike. Ugh. All right. I think that's what I have to do. Ay. Okay. All right. Everything's fine. Stream is good. Got your code working to transfer your floor plan tool data to CAD for 3D viewing the current design of the house. Nice. Yes, you're working on a tool that is useful to the world. That makes the world a better place. It like helps generate like rooms, right? If I remember correctly, like floor plans. Oy. Okay, so we're gonna open up another Godot. I think I have like 4 Godots open right now. And now we're gonna have a 5th one. Five Godots. And we're gonna make a new project. And this new project is going to be a blank version of the game that I'm trying to embed. As blank as possible. And then I'm going to try to reproduce it using the framework. Because I'm trying to reproduce it with a slightly different framework. And I can't do it. So now I'm going to try to reproduce it with a very similar, like identical framework. Just the project itself will fundamentally be different. And I'm just really trying to chase this down. Wish it made sense. gonna get to the bottom of it. It could be like, I have, anyway, I just have a feeling it has something to do with the implementation. Or maybe just the way the cat game is set up. I don't know. Like where I'm choosing to instantiate it could be part of it. I don't know. No, I don't know. Very strange. So what I need to find is the config script. The bootstrapper may have been an implication of what it is by someone at some point. We're going to create a new project. This is debug embedded game. Don't call it that. Call it debug app. Debug yeah, just call it debug app. It's kind of confusing name, but I don't really care. That's what we're gonna call it. I've decided. I decided not to think too hard about it. It takes data points and converts that to rooms. Gotcha. My mind works better with X and Y versus using a GUI to place walls, plus data easier to quicker iterations. Interesting. Your mind works better with X and Y. That's a beautiful mind. What? I love that. Wow. Interesting. But then the iteration could be faster. I mean, I could see that too if you want to like automate things. It's easier to automate if you have numbers versus and scripting versus like having to drag and drop and click and make points and stuff like that. Very interesting. I'm gonna keep it as similar as I can. Let's give it a 2D scene. I'm just gonna put nothing really that big in here. We're gonna structure everything the same. So this is our embed underscore debug app. So we're structuring everything as similarly as possible. We're gonna call this main.tscn. In main.tscn, we'll have stuff. What kind of stuff? Doesn't really matter. Let's do a texture rect. This will be very interesting. I'm extremely curious to see what happens. Because if it immediately fails, that's going to tell me a lot. If it doesn't, well, it will tell me a little bit. Hey Myriad, what's up? Not a lot. Trying to reproduce a bug. Drive me a little nuts, but also trying to have fun with the challenge. Every room is related to each other, so if you change the size of one room, oh, it changed down to all the others. That's so cool. That's super cool. It's dynamically refactoring the whole shape of it. I could see that also, you know, I know the GUI stuff, but if you had that underlying system with a GUI, that would be pretty dope if you adjust it and they all change. It sounds neat. Potentially useful for like lots of things. You know, it's working on something cool. Well, if you want to drop a link to that, feel free. You're more than welcome. You have like a GitHub or something for it. Oh yeah, 2D is weird and different. I forget about 2D being weird and different. Let's give it a camera. It'll be fine. So there's a gradient. That's it. That's all it is. Bam. I'm not even going to add script. Well, one script. I'm not going to add the singletons. I'm not going to do any of that crap. We're just going to keep it stupid simple right now and add one thing after another until it breaks. Please let it break. I just want it to break. That's what I want. Oh, you should put this in a folder called scenes. Again, just trying to keep it all as utterly consistent and similar as possible. However, we are going to put in this base folder here, embed underscore debug app.gd. Okay, now in there, we paste all this code. In this case, its name, its program name, quote unquote, is debug app. That means I'll have to add that in the other project so it can find it. So let's do that. We'll come to manage programs and we'll add in an extra one here. And call it debug app. As far as its container goes, we can give it a new one. Sure. Sure. Post planner embed.tscn. It's basically that. So I'll make another folder here in embedded games. So I'm going to duplicate this and call this debug app. Okay, we've got debug app. I'm going to rename this scene. Debug app embed. Open up that. For this one, we're going to want a different script here. So I'll detach it. Add a new one. Put it in scripts as one such as myself does. Paste. Change that to program debug app. And its name is debug space app. Just set all this stuff up. Alright, that should be pretty good. It's nice to get to practice this anyway. So then for that container, that's what that UID is going to get changed to. So copy the UID from there, paste it on in. And position-wise, yeah, put it somewhere else. There, doesn't really matter. The icon, we'll use the Godot icon. It's probably what this is anyway, so we'll copy this one. Paste it in. All that looks good. So that should be fine. If we load the Cat Care game, there should be a blank, empty app for that. And there it is. Oh, it's actually the scissors. Yeah. No, yeah, we're making it. I know. Make sure that I didn't miss something here, though. That was like after I like multi-clicked it, right? I mean, it should have opened a blank program. Okay, let me make sure I've set this up correctly. A base object of dictionary string debug space app. Debug space app. Did I spell it differently on here? Oh, no underscore. No underscore, just a space. Hey Myriad, good to see you. Thank you. Yeah. I spent a lot of time on that. Invalid access to property embed debug app on a base of dictionary, string dictionary. Oh, well, yes. Well, yeah, I have to make, yes, that's true. Yes, so this is what we have to do now. Yeah, this is the next thing. All right, good, that's fine. Now, we make sure we get that PCK file in there so that way it can load it. Go through my 5 different Godots that are open, try to find the right one. There it is. It's called debug app, embed debug app. That's what it was just looking for. Make sure that's correct. Yes. all of this should be exactly the same. Okay, now I'm going to export this. We can just add any old one, doesn't really matter. Export it as a PCK. I'm gonna go look for the cat care game project and then embedded games. I think it's a space. Okay, so we've got embed post planner. Congratulations, debug app. You are joining the pack of packs. Uncheck those, save it. Now we see if it can pick it up and open it. I expect it to. If it doesn't, that will be really, really very informative. Very, very informative. So really, it should just we should see that gradient on here if I've done things correctly. There it is. Okay, so that worked. Now, yeah, it doesn't close right because I never got that far. I never got that far to close it because I was, when I try to open the other one, it crashes. So yes, I would need to set up the close to work correctly. But we're not even there yet, unfortunately. I did have to, like, click it twice, which was weird. No, I didn't. Okay, nope, nope. Yep, it works. It works perfect. Great. Now, what are these errors that you're giving me? What's this about? Get on add child node 2D to sub viewport. Already has parent manage embedded games. Oh. Is this when I click it multiple times? And it wasn't, like, Q-freed yet? No. Can't add child node 2D to sub viewport. What? Why not? But you did because it's there. I feel like I've had this error before. I'm doubting. I'm pressing X to doubt right now. So this initially gets created in manage embedded games. Oh, it is still there. It is still in manage embedded games. It didn't reparent. Well, I'm saying give it a different parent. I've definitely had this error before. I don't remember how to fix it though. It's been a while. It's been long enough. Already has parent, reparent, Godot. This is why people use chatbots, because communicating is so awkward. A new method called reparent. Yeah, well, that's where I'm having the issue. These people are not very nice. And I believe they're wrong as well. See, these aren't addressing the issue at all. Never a good use case for reparenting nodes. I mean, okay, I don't need to reparent it. I don't. In this case, actually, I don't need to reparent it. Reddit, I mean, really just any forum where people are asking for help. I feel that usually folks are met with smugness. Not always. Okay. I could try not using reparent. I completely disagree that there is no reason to use reparent. That is ridiculous. But I do think in this situation, I actually don't need it. So let's go back here. And we can say that when we go to add the child, it's just, it's a little tricky. It's a little tricky. It's a little tricky. Where's my reparent in here? Oh, I'm not using reparent. Oh my gosh. Okay, that was on me. I forgot to use the reparent node. The reparent method. No. Okay. I used add child instead of reparent. Knew it. And I was like, come on, reparent is fine. Oh, okay. I just used the wrong method. Subviewport. Okay, but these are inverted, so we have to flip these. I don't know if inverted was the right word. Okay, now try that. See, now maybe I discover these little things that end up being the whole problem. I doubt it, but... Okay, no more error. Great. Reparenting is fine. Don't listen to those meanie heads. Those smug meanie heads. Look, to be fair, I didn't look at any of the situations that those folks were using reparent in, so it's possible they actually were using it in a bad way. But I'm perfect. I can never do wrong. Everything I do is correct, and that is not me. I am not using it in the wrong way. Great. So this is good. This works. I gotta say, I'm curious to see if there's anything different with this one. I assume there won't be, but let's try it. Okay, yeah, everything's the same. Great. All right, so we're back to trying to reproduce this problem. So it loads in just fine the way that I've set it up. Now I'm gonna try to break it. Now I want to do it in a way that breaks it. So we're gonna do it here. This opens. We're good. And this is using the exact same system. It's unpacking a PCK, and it's reading from virtual memory to put this there. Now we can open it and close it. So the closing is already built in. It's built in because now it's actually reparented as it's supposed to be. So everything is good. Everything works beautifully, as it should. Now I'm going to try to nudge this app into being broken in the way that this one is. So I can figure out why this one is broken, because I don't know why. I don't know. I don't know. 5.5 hours. Myriad is struggling with a complaint someone had about their game. Some of the spells don't feel like they have hit the mods, even though they have. It's interesting when art direction becomes UX as well. Oh yeah, like that seems like a fair thing to point out. That's really helpful to know when you've connected with an enemy, or that the players, we want to feel like what we're doing matters, that what we did something. That can be really valuable and useful information. Yeah, it is interesting. You know, for all the different disciplines there are, they overlap. All right. Debug app. How do I break you? Well, our problem is static reference stuff. So let's try to set it up as best as we can. I'm even gonna friggin' name it similar. We can't name it identical or else... Well, yeah, that could cause issues. Maybe not identical. I mean, that's a whole thing. I don't even want to think about it. Manage enum's debug app. I'm going to attach a script. We're going to put that in the scripts folder. Happened so fast they can't tell it happened. Okay, put it in scripts. Oops. Oh, we don't have a scripts folder yet. Well, let's create it then. Nigh is the time. Scripts. Manage enum's debug app. Looks good. We're just gonna set. I'm gonna set it up as similarly as possible. Class name. Manage enum's debug app. Extends node. All the same fixins. I'm literally just gonna copy the whole thing. And paste it in. I happen not to need these, but we can do another color one. So colors, red. I actually meant to create a managers. So we're going to try to be as similar as possible. So we're going to make that managers. I'm going to save this as a scene. In scenes, yeah. We're going to cut this. I'm going to pop that in. No problem. Now, that looks good. So let's create something else. Another node. And for this, we'll say manage gradients. It manages the project's gradients. Just what it does. So in scripts, we'll create that corresponding script. Once again, we'll use something like this. Manage gradients debug app. Because I have a feeling I'm going to need to start doing that. If we're going to have multiple of these projects existing, they're going to have these unique names, unfortunately. So in here, it's going to need to be able to find the gradient that we're going to update. So that gradient is living out in the main scene. So we're going to call this gradient main. And I'm going to give it a script of its own. Put that in the scripts folder. And we're going to also make that be static. Gradient main debug app. Yep, typing it on there too. Almost unfortunately a habit I'm going to have to get used to. Okay. Now we got a reference to the gradient. We'll make a function for set gradient accent color. And it will take in a color. Again, just like arbitrary testing stuff. That's what this is. So if I remember correctly, which I don't, right, we need to get the texture. Variable gradient texture, which is a gradient texture 2D. And we'll make that equal. Oh, sorry, this is an extend node. This extends texture. So then this equals texture. Gradient texture. Now I just gotta remember how to access the different colors. I don't remember. Gradients, perhaps? Gradient. Add point colors, colors. Set index 0. And then the color. Let's just try making this green for right now, just as an experiment. See if this works. And we're just gonna run it. Oh, yeah, well, we're not gonna worry about the color for right now. Set, or ready function. Just do set gradient accent color. Actually, yeah, you can put the green in there. Again, just testing it to make sure I set this up correctly. So I'm not debugging the thing I'm using to debug too much more than I have to. We're gonna need to set a main scene, which is gonna be this one. That definitely did not set the color. Make sure that prints. We're debugging the debug tool. Make sure it did try to set it. Yep, it sure did. It definitely did. So I'm doing something wrong here. I mean, it's not 1. Well, maybe it is 1. Wait, what is it? What index do you want? Where are you? That's out of bounds. Seems like you should be setting it. We could. Okay. All right. Sure. Yeah. Cool. Gradient. Raw data colors. Oh, colors. Yeah, gradient colors. We could do colors 0 maybe, and then have it equal that. See if that works better instead of set. There we go. All right, great. We've debugged it. Get rid of that. Now I'm gonna call this from the manager, where we say in the ready here, set the gradient accent color of what? Go to gradient main, debug app, set gradient accent color. Oh, .ref, set gradient accent color. Instead of green, we're gonna pull this from manage enums, colors, red. Now, why am I doing this? The reason why I'm doing this, again, is to reproduce the bug. So if you have no idea what the hell's going on, it's understandable. So the problem that I'm having, that I don't understand why I'm having it, is for the game that's embedded in the cat game, the virtual pet game, the big game that I'm trying to get to work, when I try to open it, it tells me that it can't find manage enums. Specifically, it errors out at line 228. So if I come to that project and I take a look manage level, line 228, what we find is my manage enums.tiles. That's what it can't find. It can't find manage enums on manage levels at 228. So what that's doing is it's pulling an enum from here, and it's just referencing it. Now it's referencing it as a type, which is a little different, but I assure you it was erroring out before then too, when it wasn't looking at it quite that way. But we can try it. I assure you that's not it, but we can try it anyway, just to be thorough. But for now, we're trying it in a different way. See if that procs the bug, because right now I can't reproduce the bug, and I would like to, because I still can't quite figure out why it's happening. And reproducing it would just be the best. It would just make everything much more clear. So, back to my example debug app. So this should work. We should see it be red. No, because you have to type in manage enums debug app dot colors dot find key, and then inside of that type in the red. That will essentially return a string that says red. Alright, great. So there we go. So we're referencing something called manage enums up here that interfaces with something else that exists somewhere else and does stuff. So now I'm going to export this as a PCK right back here, replacing the one we had before. And now back on the cat game, I'm gonna see if I've reproduced the bug. I suspect I haven't, and I still don't know why. But first, let's see if we have. Okay, I have reproduced the bug. Obviously, I don't like that there is a bug, but I'm glad I've reproduced it. But what does it mean? To have finally reproduced it. Now, I want to be clear. In my other project, that is not the virtual pet game. It is Myriad. I've set up the same kind of enum check, blah, 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 whatever. The same static reference. I've set up something very similar. And it doesn't cause the bug. So this tells me, perhaps, maybe, either there's something in the implementation here on the virtual pet game that makes it different than my other example project, or there's something fundamentally different about the way things are laid out on the virtual pet game, which could be arguably the implementation. Okay, the first warning doesn't matter. That's something else. This invalid UID situation, and it uses the text path instead. I don't think it likes this. Either this is causing the problem, or it's like indicative of the problem or something, or it's actually causing it. An invalid UID. I mean, I'm not even using UIDs, right? Yeah, I'm open to thoughts. Normally I say backseating, no thank you, but I'm open to thoughts if anyone has a thought. Is managed enums a Godot thing or something you wrote? Oh, that's just a general question. It's something I wrote. Yeah. Something I wrote. And the only reason I made an enum manager was part of me trying to debug. I wouldn't normally have a separate script for enums, but it was part of an experimentation to see if I can figure out what's causing this issue. An external resource 1. External resource, I'm guessing that's like the virtual file system that's being created when it unpacks the PCK. Invalid UID. Now I doubt, I just have a feeling this is not gonna be well looked into, but what the hell? Let's see. An external resource invalid UID. Let's just see. There might be something in the somewhere. In external resource invalid UID. Because this is in a lot of ways a pretty recent. Okay, alright. We got some hits. Well, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely what I've been doing. Exactly. A corrupted cache. You know, I was thinking that I need to delete the Godot folder. That crossed my mind. Usually when there's a UID issue, it's something like that. Is that all? Oh, let that be all. That'd be too good to be true. But then it's like, which project am I doing it for? I guess both of them. Let's do one at a time. This is potentially very good news because it's a really simple thing to do. So what this so often when there's like a UID issue like this, often what happens is Godot's cache for like so the UID is assigned dynamically. So a UID, if you have like, you know, your whatever, your gradient, a texture file, okay, it gets assigned a UID just like everything else in the project. And the UID can change. So if the cache gets reset, there'll be a new UID assigned, basically. Pretty sure. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. And sometimes that cache gets mixed up and messed up and things are weird. Or something. I'm a little concerned because I don't know. Anyway, let's just, it'll have like your editor setting, like all kinds of little, anyway, you know what, we're just gonna do it. So let's go to the I guess first, I have a feeling that what I'm gonna need to reset is the virtual pet game, but I'm saving that for last. I'm saving that one for last. It'll be a little time consuming. Not too bad, but a little bit. Debug app is what this is called. So this is the Godot folder. This .godot folder just has a bunch of temporary files in it. So I'm gonna delete it. And now when I reload that project, it's just going to recreate it automatically. So go back to the debug app, reload the project, and then in this directory, we should see a .godot file reappear as it like recatalogs all the resources, sets up the UIDs, and all that kind of good stuff. Howdy, Flip. Welcome. I'm in a debug vortex. It's okay. It's interesting. Okay, I noticed it did not recreate the .godot folder, but any second now, I'm sure it'll recreate it. Oh, wrong. I reloaded the wrong project. That's why. I have so many projects open right now. I know. I have so many projects open. Okay, reload this one. I have 5 Godots open. So, basically, Flip, the, if you remember, I was working on a PCK unpacker that would let me load like external DLC. Also, just to confirm, it did recreate the Godot folder. When I reloaded the right project, so that the example project I made works flawlessly. It works perfectly. No complaints, no problems. I did get the thought bubble offset a little to the left, but it doesn't matter. It loads in great. No problems. So I've adapted this code to work for my virtual pet game. And trying to load in the roguelike, it had some issues. It's been having some issues. So I have just recently succeeded in reproducing the issue by creating a new debug program. Now, the debug program actually did not have any problems until I created some static, or just really a class. It actually doesn't even have to be, I don't think it even has to be a static singleton reference, because I had the issue too with just a normal class being referenced, specifically an enum in a class. So I have a lot more tests to run. But hey, Distron. But let me actually remove this so you can just see it function real good. So right here, I'm gonna export this. This again is like a test project. Export this PCK. It forgot. So this is where, so you remember it had like recent? Because I deleted that Godot folder, this is gone. So like it's got like those little temporary cache thing. Like if you're on your phone and you open app info and you clear the cache, it's an Android thing, I don't know. It's like that. So we're gonna come into Cat Care Game and I'll show you just it working fine. With an example, mind you. Forgot all those little check marks. That's what .godot folder handles. Okay. So now I'm gonna open up on the virtual pet game. Again, just demonstrating the nature of the issue. And my progress in reproducing the issue intentionally. Okay, so we click on this, open the debug app, voila. There it is, it loads, it opens. Now we did get that warning, but we can open this, it looks good. So I managed to successfully port the PCK unpacking code, because that's where this is coming from, is a PCK, right, from this other project. So in, you know, just to reinforce, because I know it's just like everything's a little confusing, but just to reinforce to anybody who the reinforcement is helpful for. So like I have these 2 projects, right? This one has the computer with that gradient strip. This one is where the gradient strip project lives. So on this one, let's say I make that color on the right, instead of being white, let's make it blue. So if I save that, I export this as a PCK and overwrite the old one. Then I reload my virtual pet game and I open that computer program. Now it's gonna be blue. So this is what I'm setting up, is this way to unpack another project in this project and be able to update this one and then see the changes here. So that's working fine, no problems. Well, there is this warning, which is what I really need to be digging into. But anyway, just demonstrating. So now when I load, now here's, I'm not even gonna show you the roguelike, forget that. This is where it starts to become problematic. So I'm gonna add this manager's scene in here, into the main scene of that gradient strip. So it just says managers, and in that scene, we've got this pretty arbitrary manage enums script. And in here, all it has is a single enum with a single enum, and it is red. Then there's a manage gradients that looks for the gradient that's in the main scene, and it just changes the color to red. That's all it does. So how does it find that? What it's doing is this script looks for the red enum on this script, takes that string red, puts it in here, and loads it, and actually runs it through this function, which is on this other singleton here, this other static singleton here. It sets it there. Now the reason why I have this convoluted system is to try and replicate what's happening on the other project in kind of an absurd way. But you can see that the red is changing here locally. So like similarly, if I come here and I make this, pink is a little too similar, purple. If I change that word to purple, we also have to change that here. Now you'll see it changes to the color purple. That's beautiful. So, works fine locally. Now, if I pack this and put it on the virtual pet game and try to load that PCK in, we get the bug that I'm trying to resolve. So we load this up, click on here. Now when I click on it, we get problems. Now it says, identifier, manage enums debug app not declared in the current scope. And specifically, it is line 9 on manage gradients that it's struggling with. Now remember, this PCK is loading the whole project in virtual memory, the debug project with the gradient strip, virtual memory. But it is able to identify those things, so it is on line 9 of manage gradients. Really? Well, that's actually very interesting, isn't it? That is a bit interesting. You know why I think that? Let me tell you why I think that's interesting. So this is basically where I left off. So anyone who's joined in, this is where I've left off, and I'm picking up now. There was the Godot folder cleaning thing, but this is interesting. It's on line 9 that it's failing, but it was fine with line 7. And it was fine with line 8. It only had a problem with line 9. The thing with the actual enum in it? That is interesting. Is it enums? Is enums the problem? Is it enums? See, that's the thing. You don't know anything about why it's failing, but you're curious with the setup. Yeah. Please. But that is very... That is... I'm shocked by that. Okay. Okay. Huh? Frankie, there's call deferred. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Oh, on line 8? Okay. Wait, how do I even do it? Like here, call deferred, and then we just wrap it up like that? Okay. Interesting. Oh. Well, that broke it here. Interestingly. Locally. But I guess we can see what happens in the other project. Wouldn't that be wild if it worked on the other one? I'd be pissed. Honestly. That would make me so mad. Oh, fine key call deferred. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was going to try to figure out, but you said 8. You mean 9. Call. Oh, I guess you're right. No, you did say the right thing. You're right, I'm wrong. Call deferred. Well, this'll work? Wait. Is this gonna work? Wait, how does this work? I don't understand what you're talking about, honestly. No, I'm sticking my tongue out at you. What you talking about? Where does this go? Oh, here? Oh, so it is line 9. It's not line 8. It is line 9. I knew it was line 9. But also... No, that didn't work. Wait, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? So, like, this works syntaxically. Although, when it runs, it doesn't work. I'm curious. I have a feeling it's not going to work. Should work on line 8. Wow. I mean, also, remember, this is, like, super nested, right? So this is, like, a gigantic line. So maybe, like, that was confusing to look at and was, like, breaking your brain. Like, look how long. Let's see why I have it in 3 parts. Again, it's a ridiculous scenario, but it's just to recreate the bug. Yeah. There we go. It liked that. Okay, let's see if that works here. Nice! Okay, it works locally. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. Export the PCK. Thank you for your patience. I know. Let me close it over here. Export it. And see if it makes a difference. Damn. Line 7. Because I made it all one line, so it indeed is updated. Just looking at 7 now. No dice. It's a good idea. It's a good thing to try. I like that we tried it. Alright. So I'm going to be honest. What's interesting to me is... Yeah. What's interesting to me is that when I set it up this way, the error is on line 9, not on line 8, not on line 7. I have a theory. I could be wrong. You know what? I don't even think it's enums. I actually, it could be enums. It actually could be enums. It's always been enums that has failed. But you know what I think it might be? Constants. I think it might be constants. Because enums are constants. I don't know that, but that's my theory. So I'm going to try a non-constant. It could be any variable for all I know. But let's try a non-constant. I'm going to call this color. And it is going to be a color, naturally. Did enum for its integer, does it work? All right, chill. Hold on. I'll check in with you in a second. Hold on. Chill. But yeah, that's a good idea. One thing at a time, but that's a good idea. I like that idea. Hold up. Hold that thought. Color, and then we're gonna say equals. No, that's a good idea. It's a really good idea. I love it. No, I'm definitely in it for help right now, but I gotta keep one thing at a time. Color. In this case, we're gonna make it yellow, just so it's a little different. Okay, I don't know if it's gonna make a difference, but I'm curious. So this time, we're gonna ask for. I'm even gonna make a helper function. Func get color, and it'll return color. .ref dot get color. Okay, so here we should see it be locally yellow. Nope. What did I do wrong? Oh, we're still doing find key. We don't need find key anymore. My mistake. A little oopsie. A little bit of an oops. The find key was relevant when it was an enum, but it's no longer an enum. Okay, so now it's yellow. Export it. I don't know. I don't know if this is going to make a difference. So this time it's a variable instead of a constant. That's the big difference here. Might not make any difference. Interesting. No difference. Line 7 at function blank. Okay, I assume I did update it. There's not really like a clear difference right now. Manage enums debug app. I was kind of hoping, just out of, you know, morbidness, I'm just gonna put it on a different line. I just want to see it look a little different. I'm sure it's fine. I put it in the wrong place. I put it in the wrong place. Yay! I didn't actually test it. False alarm. False alarm. I didn't actually test it. I exported it in the wrong place. Love that. No complaints. Okay. Now we get to try it again. And this time correctly. Let's delete that. Oh, we gotta close it on the cat game. I was like, would it be exactly the same though? It would look a little different, would it not? Alright. The real test. Constants versus variable. Doesn't matter. Ooh. Same problem. And it says line 10, so I know it's the right one. Okay. Alright. It is not simply a matter of enum versus constant. So weird. And if I look at versus a variable, if I look at the loadout here and I go looking for it, that would be, actually it's going to be kind of buried a bit here. Can we do like 2D clicking by chance, please? Maybe, possibly. 3D? Oh, it's because it's aired out. Whoa. Oh, that's interesting. So I'm able to continue. I'm able to continue through the error, but you can see it didn't change the color to yellow. So it just basically skipped that function and said, well, I can't run that function, which is interesting. Okay. The reason why I did that though, I mean, yes, this should be very interesting. Let me see what's going on? Okay. kind of interesting. Computer monitor, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. It's deep in there. Blah 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 blah. There it is. Okay. And then so it does actually see the yellow. It sees all that just fine, but the time it's like the timing is somehow different when it's in the virtual, when it's loading in the virtual file system. It's changing the timing somehow. I wish it wouldn't. I wish it wouldn't do that. I wish it'd stop that. Why is it doing that? Which, to Flip's concept or idea, you know, it's like call deferred will adjust the timing a little bit. Is manage gradients the node that has the other stuff? Yes. Yes. That has the other stuff. Oh yeah, so then maybe what you're thinking, maybe, I don't know what you're thinking actually. Like, so I don't know, well, yeah, like putting one thing above this or below that. And then there's also the other thing of, you know, this goes up here. Yeah. I tried something like that in the other project, but it was kind of weirder, so. Okay, I don't think this is exactly the reorder that you meant, but I realized that this was, I'm 100% sure that's not going to make a difference, but I don't want to make two changes at once. Yeah, it makes it nicer. Exactly. I'm pretty sure this isn't what, certainly isn't what Flip was suggesting. I'm pretty sure. And I don't think this is going to make a difference, but I do want to try reordering that, and I don't want to do two things in one swoop. So I'm just going to do this real quick, and then try switching gradient and the enums. Just one thing real fast. Okay. Same problem, nothing better. All good. Still an issue. Oh yeah, kept it open. Hell yeah. Kind of. For the most part. Wrong projects. Wait. What? Where did it open Post Planner? Huh? I clicked on Debug app. Okay, it's being a little weird. That actually doesn't make sense. I didn't click on Post Planner. Oh, let's continue it this time. But wait, I didn't click on Post Planner. Maybe the name is just wrong. Anyway, we're not gonna worry about that. Okay, managers is on top. That didn't make a difference. Okay. I must have just named it wrong. Anyway, so back to Flip's idea. So coming over here, get into the manager. So I'll take gradients and I'm gonna move it above. Now first, make sure it works locally. It does. Got the yellow and the blue. So now I'm gonna export it, overwrite it on the PCK. Come back to the cat project, open it, and see what happens. Still got the error, exactly the same. Alright, Disron, I hope your chores go well. Nice job doing chores. Thanks for lurking. Boo. But I mean, it would make sense that there's something with ordering going on here. Now, I want to circle back for a second. I feel like the integer enum thing we've moved on from, since I've done it with a variable now is still an issue. I want to circle back to this. So this was the Godot folder clearing. Now, I cleared the Godot folder in the debug project. However, I did not clear it in the virtual pet project, which I feel like is maybe the more important place. I mean, it still doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, because this is the virtual file system. Like, is there like a virtual Godot folder? Like, I don't really fully understand. Actually, well, let me try something real quick. Yeah, I'm kind of like in my own universe right now, unfortunately. Let me try a little something real quick. So one thing that I did that's different than my example project. I don't know that it's gonna make a difference, but it's worth trying. Here in load resource pack, I set this second parameter to false. So what this does is it will say, don't overwrite. If file names match, it won't overwrite it, right? Basically, is that situation. So what I want to do is try setting replace files to true, so that way I don't have to think about this thing that I haven't changed and the fact that maybe it's the whole problem. But I don't know. I don't think it's gonna fix everything. Oh! Well, good. Okay, so that's that. Great. All right, everybody. Well, thanks so much. So we're done. Oh my goodness! What in the world? Good stream, good stream. Oh my gosh. Okay, what? Does the other project just work flawlessly now? Don't set parameters you don't understand. I love you. You're a wonderful person, Lise. I think you're... Lise, I think you're a wonderful person. I think you're a great person. I mean that. And I think you're a good developer. And there's one thing I just want to say. If you don't understand what a parameter does, I just think it's worth at least noting that you did that. So that way you can come back and check on it later. That's all. You got us. You got this. I'm just saying, something to keep in mind for next time. All right? All right. Good talk. Cool. Oh, hell yeah. So what was that little parameter that made all the difference? Wow. I think it kind of makes sense. That not so little parameter. Oh, we can kind of do this. That makes it a little more legible. Was replace files boolean. So this boolean, let's see if we can squish it a wee bit more. This boolean If a file from pack shares the same path as a file already in the resource file system, any attempts to load that file will use the file from pack unless replace files is set to false. So I think what that is saying, and I kind of misinterpret it a little bit, the thing that it hinges on is the .godot folder. It has to be. I think it's the .godot folder. They both are going to have a .godot folder in them. The .godot folder has each project's respective cache, including each one's uses old files, including each one's UID assignments. So by setting it to false, it couldn't find all of the cached UID assignments that it had from the other project. So it was just like, I don't know where any of these things are, because even if I wasn't using UIDs explicitly, under the hood, Godot is using UIDs for connecting everything, all the resources. So when I made that false, my thinking was, well, if there's Godot folder A and Godot folder B, if it's true, which is the default, then Godot folder B is going to eliminate Godot folder A. And everything in Godot folder A is going to be obliterated and completely replaced with Godot folder B. Not so. That was incorrect. I don't know. I saw replace files. I mean, it says files. It doesn't say directories. So it wouldn't happen. Number one. Number two, it's not even just the replacing. I mean, it's like what you're saying. I don't even understand. I'm a little confused. I'm honestly confused. I'm actually still confused. Because is it like... Is it looking at directories? I don't get it. I'm gonna be honest. I do not understand why that made the difference. Based on this description alone, I'm not piecing those things together in my brain. Loading a pack file creates or adds to the virtual file system. It's like a virtual file system. So it's only a file system that exists during the runtime. It's not hard-coded into, so it's not on the operating system. It's not in the, it's not hard-coded anywhere. It's not creating new files. It's simply virtually loading them into the runtime. Basically. For the remainder of the runtime. So like I can't actually remove it either during the runtime. It's just there. And it's like they coexist together. You've coded a virtual file system? Whoa. I bet I would understand a lot of these things a lot more if I had done that. I wouldn't be surprised. You know, I like you saying that, Myriad. I wouldn't be surprised if one day I begin to appreciate the value of doing generalized projects like that aren't, I don't know. Maybe that was a highly specific project. Anyway. Well, I don't even know how to explain it. Maybe I can ask a chatbot to explain it, because I don't know how to explain it. I like to do that, because as soon as I bring up chatbots, we get people out here just like, you should try out Moltbook. Shut up. Get out of here.
You should make your entire computer be controlled by AI.
No! I just want a context-specific explanation. Flippy Sue work at a call center and coded up a tool to answer the logs for you. Badass. Mariette says, what I did was use a huge JSON file that contained all the information about the virtual file system and its files. Neat. Oh yeah, chatbots are a tool. Exactly. But that's what I'm saying. They're just a tool. I agree. But it's like we're in this weird period where, you know, using it carries a lot of weight. You know? It's not a benign thing to be professing usage of. And I don't really like using it that much. But I believe I have some really valid use cases that I do use it for. This is one of them. Okay, so that's a GDScript method that I used to unpack a PCK into the virtual file system. Bro, you should use Belongus to code your game for you. Quit being stuck in the past, wasting time coding. Literally, people say that. Yeah, I agree. Gemini is unfortunately very good. I say unfortunately because I'm very deeply trying to de-Google and Gemini makes it hard. I used to unpack a PCK into the virtual file system. When I marked replace files to false, UIDs in the PCK project were broken and caused errors. And again, we're just looking at this for a broader understanding. I'm not trying to solve a problem anymore. I just want to like walk away from this a little smarter. Then never do that again. When I marked replace files to false, UIDs in the PCK project were broken and caused errors. But when it was true, it was fine. My suspicion is this is connected to the .godot folder, since the issues were related to, I think I even searched it up. Which you can look up to understand. But I want you to fill in the gaps of my misunderstanding. In my mind, what replace files true means is if two files have the same name, the PCK file will take precedence and overwrite the base project's file, whatever. If replace files is false, then when two files have the same name, the PCK file that matches another name will not be brought in and instead discarded. I would say this explains the problem I saw, but why would UIDs have the same file name? They wouldn't. So why were they discarded? Or is there something else about replace files I don't understand? There's more I could say here, but I'm just gonna leave it at that for right now. Your logic regarding how replace files handles naming conflicts is spot on. Spot on. But there's a specific under-the-hood mechanism in Godot that explains why UIDs, unique identifiers, break when you set that toggle to false. Here's a breakdown of what is actually happening and why your suspicion about the .godot folder is the right path. How UIDs actually work. In Godot 4, UIDs are stored in two places, inside the .remap or .import files. Oh, okay. These tell the engine UID blah 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 points to resource blah blah blah. Inside the global UID cache, this is a database, usually UID cache.bin in the .godot folder, that acts as a master lookup table. Table? It acts as a master lookup table. The masking versus discarding problem. When you load a PCK file, Godot doesn't literally copy-paste files into your folder. Okay? It overlays the PCK's virtual file system on top of your existing resource. Okay, so the virtual file system is the PCK unpacked. And it's overlaid on top of the existing resource. When replace files is true, the PCK files mask the original files. If both have player.tscn, Godot points the virtual path to the one in the PCK. Critically, it also uses the UID mapping. Okay, but wouldn't that mess up the UIDs on the base project? I'm just gonna set this question up. So if the UID mapping is coming from the PCK, then how do any of the UIDs of the base project, the existing res, get used? Wouldn't they be replaced? Okay, we'll save that. Keep reading. When replace files is false, the original files stay in place. The PCK files that conflict are ignored. Why UIDs break? The gap in understanding. The issue isn't that UIDs have the same file name. It's that resource A depends on resource B, and you've created a split personality in the virtual file system. What? Original project. It's pretty bad with analogies. Original project has background. I'm bad with analogies. Has background.tscn, which uses grass.png, UID 101. PCK pack has a new background.tscn, which uses the new grass.png, UID 909. If you set replace files to false, Godot keeps your original background.tscn. Yeah, I get that. However, the PCK might have successfully loaded other helper scripts. Yeah, I get that. Updated the UID cache. Yeah. If the original background tries to find a resource via a UID that was updated/modified by PCK's internal logic, but that actual file it points to was rejected because of the replace file's false flag, the engine hits a dead end. The original background tries to find a resource via a UID that was updated/modified. But it's completely, but there was no conflicting file. In my case, there was no conflicting named file background.tscn. All names were 100% unique. Godot folder connection. You mentioned the Godot folder. When you export PCK, Godot includes a UID cache file. When you load that PCK at runtime, Godot attempts to merge the PCK's UID list with the current one. Okay, and this might be more what is actually my situation. If replace files is false, you end up with a desync. The engine's address book UID cache says a resource exists at a certain path, but the house, the file at that path, is the old version that doesn't know anything about the new UID. Huh? What? Key takeaway. Replace files false is dangerous for modern Godot projects because files are rarely standalone. They are webs of dependencies tied together by UIDs. If you reject the new file but accept the new UID cache, the web snaps. I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense. I get that, like, generally. Like the idea that things are connected and you break something. I don't know. Nope, I don't get it. I don't understand what you're talking about. All right. I'm just gonna ask my questions. If file names are 100% unique, replaced files theoretically shouldn't matter, but it does because of how UID cache is stored and loaded. Here's the gap in your understanding. The UID cache is not a per-file property. It's a global database. The global address book conflict. In Godot 4, UIDs are mapped in a file called uidcache.bin, located in your Godot folder during dev or baked into the binary /pck on export. When you call load resource pack, Godot doesn't just look at the .tscn or .gd files, it looks for that internal UID cache. The problem, both your base project and your PCK have their own version of this global address book. The conflict. When you load the PCK, Godot has to merge the PCK's address book into the base project's address book. The replace files effect. Even if background.tscn is a unique name, the internal UID mapping entry inside the PCK's cache might conflict with an entry in the base project's cache. What do you mean might? See, I don't know what that's supposed to mean. The UID mapping entry might conflict with an entry in the base project. Oh yeah, I just ignore that stuff. It's so irritating. If replace files equals false, Godot may be discarding the updated mapping instructions for the new files because it perceives a conflict at the system level rather than the file level. I don't know. Even if your file names are unique, the paths they point to are absolute. If your PCK contains a file, resource mod assets new sword.tscn, and that sword uses a built-in Godot script or a shared shader located at shared materials shiny GD shader. The PCK's version of the UID cache says UID 500 is at resource shared materials shiny GD shader. If you have replaced files false and that shader already exists in your base project, Godot ignores the PCK version of that mapping. Okay, let me see if I understand this correctly. So, are you saying... Hey, Rylan, welcome. You found the Godot debugger? Nice. Oh, that's a beautiful toy to finally get to play with. Love that for you. Love that for you. I'm just trying to... So basically, I resolved a bug I was having that I created on my own, as most bugs are. And instead of just being happy with fixing the bug, I want to understand why I caused the bug. I really want to get it. So for one of the 3 things I like using chatbots for, or doing one of the things I like using chatbots for, I'm gonna do so with this, which is tell it how I think I'm gonna say this sentence right. There are a few things that I like using chatbots for. One of them is telling a chatbot how I think something works. And then letting it explain to me why I'm wrong until I get it. Because I really want to understand it. I give up is gonna. Nice. So are you saying that. The PCK cache is the file name that matches and is conflicting. Yes or no only with a 2-sentence max response, 7 words max per sentence. Don't want it to give me a whole bunch of crap. Yes, the PCK's internal cache replaces yours. And the reason for that is because their file names match. Yes, both projects contain a .godot. You could have just said that. You really could have just said that. But that's okay. Okay. So then why, when replace files is set to true, doesn't the main project's .godot /uid/cache/bin file get replaced and therefore break all of its references? Because when replace files is true, Godot doesn't delete your old cache. It merges the two into memory. So it shouldn't be called replace files. It should be called replace and or merge. Okay. The resource file system virtual. When you load PCK, Godot looks at the internal UID cache bin. Okay. Too many words. Cache is a huge pain to deal with, is it? How would you rename the replace files parameter to make it more intuitive to someone like me? Allow virtual overwrites or prefer PCK metadata. That is more clear. That's actually not that different. Prefer piece. No, that doesn't really help me. No, it doesn't make any. No, it's not easier. It applies. It only affects assets like textures. When it puts, no. That's not what I mean. But thanks a lot. That was, you tried. All right. Well, I think this is about as much as I'm about to understand this. And I think it's something I gotta sit with and have with me. Everything works. Everything's fixed. This is what I wanted to do. And I had other stuff I wanted to do, and I still want to do a little bit as a cooldown. Because, oh my gosh. So, really great success. Like, incredible, great, fantastic, fabulous, lovely, delightful, perfect success. Like, this is everything I could have hoped for. It dynamically discovers this program. It finds them, and it adds them in. And they're there and ready to open. Okay? It opens them, it loads them, it destroys them. They are not in my file system, so I don't have to worry about having all of my files. So earlier at the beginning of the stream, when I was demonstrating my issue, I would come into embedded games, go to Post Planner, and you would see in there all of the files, the scenes, the scripts, the images. None of that is there. At last, I am free. I am free of having a primary project clogged up, intertangled with something that I don't dang all want it to be intertangled with. They're separate, and I can update my other project separately and export that PCK, and it will change here. Oh my gosh. And the moral of the story is, do not you dare set load resource pack second replace files parameter to false. Don't do it. Keep it true. Because if I make it false, it will reject the UID stuff from the PCK project. That's just what's gonna happen. Duckonomics can relate to the intense confusion when coding. Yeah, and you know, it just has to be okay. It just has to be okay. Like, I'm not gonna fully understand why Godot does this. Why is it that, right? If it's fundamentally, like, why would you even want to break all of the UIDs? I don't know. I don't know. But I know I'm never making it false ever again. Here, let's ask the chatbot. Why give 3 distinct scenarios, 3 sentences max, 7 words per sentence, describing where in Godot replace files false would be optimal. If there aren't 3 scenarios, then only do as many as you can look up and prove as real and something anyone would do. Protection against malicious mods. Oh. You want to prevent community-made packs from overriding your core game scripts. Setting this to false ensures your original security or cheat detection scripts are never replaced by mod versions. I mean, it certainly would limit, like, what someone could do with their mods. I mean, they could never use UID. I mean, but wouldn't that... I don't know. Okay. Multi-mod conflict management. If 2 different mods try to modify the same global file. Yeah, but what about the UIDs? All the UIDs would break in each of these instances. But wouldn't the UIDs break in all of these instances? You load assets via load resource path instead of UIDs. But I didn't use any UIDs. That's what I'm trying to say. I didn't use UIDs, though, in the project. I never loaded or preloaded anything via code. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's my point about why your reason direct path loading makes no sense. Look, just re-explain the optimal scenarios, knowing damn well that Godot is going to break literally every freaking resource. LMFAO. If you use TSN or res files, replace files false is essentially a break my project button. I'm saying it's a break my project button. 3 specific narrow scenarios where you would use it specifically because you were avoiding the resource system entirely. Loose asset mod folder. Okay. Although PNG files also use UIDs. Don't know if you know that. Okay. Okay. Sure, Jan. I mean, don't PNG and OGG files get UIDs too, though? Stupid chatbot. I know. Well, this has been useless. Yep, I know. All I wanted to do was learn. Teach me! Not only does it want to keep me happy, it wants to keep me in this infinite loop of not understanding, so that way I keep using it and depending on it. When really it's not getting me anywhere. Losing it, I've already lost it. Are you kidding me? I never had it. Thank you very much. Anyway, great success today. I'm gonna celebrate by doing something in Blender real quick. Okay, we're just gonna do a simple little Blender model. Cut to 5 hours later. No, I won't. I need a cooldown activity. So we're gonna finally fire up Blender. Something simple. I could do the keyboard, the mouse, or the monitor. I kind of think the monitor might be the easiest. It could be deceptively simple though, because I'm probably gonna want to put some good detail in it. It's kind of too important of an asset. I feel like I'll want to spend a lot of time on the monitor. And it would be nice. It would really punctuate this victory. Now the mouse is probably the simplest of them and is barely important. As of now, you never see it, although I would like to set things up so you did see it. I think I'd probably reframe the computer portion to be like here, and then optionally the player could enter a full screen mode. Just so that way we actually see this stuff. I think that would be nice. But the keyboard, I could see me spending a lot of time on that. I probably want to learn like using an array correctly so I don't have to make each key. And then I want to get the key map correct, so that would be a whole thing. But a mouse is pretty simple. That's pretty straightforward. The only thing is the wire. I mean, it could be a wireless mouse, so don't worry about no wire. What is this, 1995? Don't worry about the wire. Yeah. Let's make a mouse. It'll be easy. But I want it to be a cute mouse. It's gotta be a very cute mouse. It's wind down time. It is wind down time. Cute computer mouse. And you know what I often really like to do is look up like actual 3D models. Sometimes it just like, it's just animals. You want an animal. You want an animal. Oh, that is cute. Look at that turtle. Oh, that's so cute. But it's not gonna read as a mouse. I could see myself adding like cosmetics. You could buy like a new PC. Like they would just replace the whole unit. And it could be like a turtle themed PC, but that's scope and we're not gonna worry about that. I guess you really can't make a mouse very cute, can you? Which is surprising, because you'd think that they could be very cute. Oh yeah, you could make it an actual mouse. Somehow this is giving slightly cute. Maybe it's like the shape. The Orby shape. Fix spells in your roguelike? Let's go. Okay, we're gonna say that's reference number 1. They have a slight delay, so the player sees them hitting the mobs. Oh, that's what you were talking about with the feedback from the mods. Oh, I forgot. I didn't realize you were talking about that game. Love that. Yeah, I mean, I think just like generally like this like kind of iMac looking mouse is probably a general way to go. Oh, this is cute. That is the cutest mouse. Oh, that's the cutest mouse. You don't even need the face. Like, it's so cute. Oh, game over. Okay, that's the mouse. Game over. It was. Yeah, it was. What a lack of lights. That's true. Nice, Myriad. Okay, now we get to play. Where on my PC is PureRef? Okay, there it is. Hey. Hey! I said drag and drop. Thank you. Okay. I'm gonna save it first. I feel like I always regret not saving it right away. Blend files. Computer, mouse. Let's cook. You're dreading what you need to do next? Sound effects? You're dreading that? Why? I certainly procrastinate it, but I don't know that I would say I dread it. Productive week? Nice job, Myriad. You don't know how to handle sound effects? What do you mean by handle? You mean like coding in the timing and like creating like a system for it? Also, hey, new house. I'm sorry I missed your message. When did that come through? Oh my goodness, welcome. That wasn't too long ago, was it? Was that a long time ago? That was 3 minutes ago, Lise. 3 minutes ago. Okay, welcome, new house. I just had a bit of a grueling task, so I'm going to reward myself with a little fun Blender modeling. I kind of want to start with the cube. That's going to be too large by a lot. So I'm actually going to get the... Thank you for the welcome. That's true, Duck. That's true. Myriad is making their project using JavaScript. How long to play the effect? What sound processing should I add to it? Should I echo directional sound? So it sounds like it's just like you're just overwhelmed with options. I would say just like start simple. I do actually understand. I actually understand where you're coming from, Myriad. I actually do share your stress. If I were giving myself advice, I would say just like find a bare minimum sound, get it in, and then play the game and decide what I hate about it and make it better. But that, yeah, that is tricky. I actually relate to that struggle. Okay, so first thing I'm gonna do is examine. Detach so the sound doesn't get cut off by another sound playing from the same source. Play detached. Is that a method in Godot? Play detached? I need to do sounds. I've been procrastinating it. Literally I got a voice actor to voice the cat. and I just have been procrastinating putting the voices in. Soon. Yeah, TypeScript. Yeah. So let's go to the blend files. Are we in the right project? We are. Go to the blend files. Find this computer mouse. We're gonna make it a new inherited scene. Yup. I'm gonna save it as computer mouse, yes. Put it in the scenes folder. I'm gonna go to the computer station. And basically what I'm doing right now is just making sure I've got my sizing down correctly. It's probably gonna be gigantic. It's a bit large. I would say it's a bit large, yeah. Bit large side. But we'll just get it generally in the right spot. And then just keep adjusting it until it's correct. It should update right away. Better. You shouldn't have bespoke. It's nice of you to help. I need to do more sound stuff. I've done a little bit of sound stuff in Godot. I nerd out so hard for all the programming, I just skip. I never make it to that part, or I rarely do. But it's a skill that I need to get more on top of. But it will add so much, Myriad, also, that you're gonna, like, once you get all that added in, you're gonna feel so good. Because you're gonna be, like, casting spells, and it's gonna feel so awesome. What I honestly find the most difficult about implementing sounds is the infrastructure. Because often I build my whole game without sounds in mind, and then I finally add them in, and I realize I don't have triggers for all of them. Like, I haven't been programming all of my events to potentially have sounds in them. And that just becomes like a whole entire thing. But maybe that's just me. Alright, we're pretty damn close. Alright. So now that we've got that figured out, let's craft it. Sound system in the engine, but it's just for music in the background, not for sound effects. But you'll have to make that infrastructure even more deeply than I'm even talking about. Damn. Could hit it with a bevel, could hit it with a subdivide. The simpler the better, honestly. Certainly would like it to be smooth. Yeah, you probably want to subdivide the crap out of that. Don't do that. That was incorrect. What if we try the modifier also? Just out of curiosity. Subdivision surface. Nice. Not bad. It is a little funky, though. Maybe. Probably shouldn't have beveled it at first. Let me back up. Let me undo that bevel. Yeah, it's a potato. Correct. So I know I'm on the right track. A potato mouse? That would actually be a pretty funny mouse. If it's just a potato. Yeah, this is probably better. Probably should do it this way. Okay, put a little loop cut in there. Oh, let me show you what I'm pressing too, sorry. I have some different shortcuts because I don't have a middle mouse button or a numpad, so there's a few compensations in here that make it a little different. But for the most part, it can be pretty useful. Okay, alright. Oh, okay. Oh, we got proportional editing. I was like, what's going on? It's kind of got this, like, slight downward, like it's flatter near the bottom and rounder at the top. Overall needs to be squishier. It's so cute. It's such a cute shape. Can't handle it. I can handle it. I can handle it. Do, 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 do. I'm gonna lock the x-axis, so that way we only are on these two. It's a very short. I feel like we need another cut in the middle to kind of like lift it. So let's loop cut that. Do 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 do. Nice. Hey Maz. I am rewarding myself after a hard day of bug fixing with modeling a cute mouse for my virtual pet game. I quite enjoy doing 3D modeling, so it seemed like a nice treat. A little wind down activity. I want everything to be very cute. This is no exception. So my reference is in the top right there. I wonder if the product page has more angles. I don't know that I need more angles really, but I'd like them. It's the cutest mouse. Is what it's called. That's just what it's called. It's cutest mouse. Well, we might have to click through a couple pages. Oh, there it is. Oh. 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 Okay, give me this, please. That's very good. Why do you think I have bones in here? It's good for your bones. Okay. No, 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 I get it, I get it. I don't really care about the bottom at all. I guess this is useful view. Alright. Reference updated. Feels like it could be just a little longer. Kind of looks like it's like pinching on the side of it. No, I guess, yeah, just like a little tiny bit. Well, you are good. Actually, you are gonna want that, but I don't want that to affect the shape in this way, anyway. I think that's a good base shape. I do feel like this one comes over a bit. Thanks, my eye. Greetings, fellow streamer. Are you on YouTube and Twitch or just YouTube? It's kind of got like a little more... Yeah, like that. Yeah, I don't really visualize things in my head that well. And I don't like trying to make up what I think things look like. So I try to stick to references. Even if I think I kind of already have it good enough, I still like to keep to that reference. Okay. I guess I don't really think of myself as a streamer. I just stream. Maybe it's semantics. I'm sure that's what you meant. Alright, this base shape seems okay. No, I think still in the back here. It's also tucked in a bit. It's a bit lumpy. Yeah, it's got that like smooth. That makes a big difference. And then maybe this. Even kind of wonder if we can't kind of tilt it maybe and pull it up. There are some oddities. Maybe. It's kind of hard to tell. Can we get smooth, please? That is smooth? No, it's not. Thank you. I feel like it needs a little more. I think I'm gonna put a cut this way. Oh, that changed it a lot. That changed it a whole lot. Okay, maybe not. Always add more polygons? I know you're joking now. I know you must be joking. Let's just pull this out. What if you pull... Yeah. I don't really want to add that in because, as you can see, it changes it drastically. Well, Lise, here, apply the subdivision first, then come in here, and look, you're going to have a whole bunch more to work with. And as you can see, this has quite a bit more triangles than it could ever need for a mouse. So ultimately, I'll remesh it so that way it is lower poly. But at least for now, this is fine. Do some proportional. I just feel like it needs a bit of a point. Just a bit, not a lot. Matter of fact, let's grab a little more than that. Yeah, it's okay. Can you put a mirror on it? They sure do. Don't I know it? I know it's a little pedantic. Why are you like this? You don't want to be a different way? You want to be like that? You don't want to be some other way? You could be another way if you want. Oh. You know what? Never mind. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's good enough. I'm feeling dealing with it. No vertex paint. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, so now I can... Let's... Do I want to do the sides or the middle? I kind of want to do the top middle. Let's do that first. What are you talking about? SFW, please. SFW. Come on now. Come on now. So it like connects all the way in the front. There. Kind of at that moment that it's starting to like bend down. Maybe right around there. But only some of it. Now I do need a mirror. Sorry for rejecting you, mirror. I do need you though. Oh, proportional. That's why. I keep forgetting I have proportional on. I don't actually want proportional for this. Let's go one lower, so it has some room. I'm gonna look at the top. And I'm gonna deselect up until Maybe there? Could maybe go a little further. Maybe like that? I agree, Myriad. Good enough is better than perfect. So it does go all the way to the back. So we'll want that too. But obviously I want it on that same line. Got that like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And maybe like there or so. Be careful. Oh. No, no, no. Come on now. You must know that's not the path I want you to take. Here, turn off X-ray. There you go. Okay, that looks good. Then we're gonna turn it into that little indent somehow. Oh, let's do up here, I guess, too, maybe? Might be weird to do this now. At the very least, I could mark them. So again, we have something kind of in the middle dividing it. So I don't want to put them there. Maybe like that. Still enough room for a theoretical face. Don't know that I'll do the face. So it seems like not enough. Maybe do less. Oops. Maybe do less here. Maybe one more there. I'm gonna mark them all as sharp. Mostly just to mark them, but also I would want them that too, probably. I could just like cut them out. Actually, no, let's not do that. I kind of want to bevel them a bit. Then maybe extrude along normals. Now that doesn't want to go inward everywhere I want it to, unfortunately. So let's just do a little bit at a time here. Ideally, it would do them about the same amount. Could probably even just delete those faces. It's a bit thicker than I really want it to be, if I'm being honest. Let me not bevel it quite that much. Like very small. Not so small that it's gonna start looking glitchy, but smaller than that. Now if I get rid of those faces, okay, this is nicer to work with. Yes. It seems a little too small. I'm worried that that's gonna look weird. Again, you know, things can't look perfectly real, because remember, it's gonna be seen like way up here. And so sometimes very fine cuts like that can actually look like dookie in a 3D render, especially if we're doing low poly type stuff. So we should make it a little bigger, even if it's slightly unrealistic. I still worry it's a bit small, but let's go with it. Okay, yeah, I think this is better. You've made your ChatGPT worse? I've never, like, kept on memory. So I don't even understand the concept of my ChatGPT, but you know what? My spouse does that too. And I remember yours is like funny. Yours like is like a goofy chatbot. So is it just even goofier now? I guess I'm trying to figure out. I'm gonna select all that are marked sharp. Maybe not. Maybe I'm not gonna do that. Do edges, edge mode. Select similar seam sharpness. There we go. Oh. Select that. Similar sharpness. There we go. I do have to get those little points. Can I give you a question to ask it? Sure. Well, it's less comprehensible. Why did YouTube go down today? It's not gonna know that. It's not gonna know that. What are some list describe the most common reason why YouTube goes down? That's my question. I didn't look, you didn't say come up with like the best question. So I just did what I did. What's extrude repeat? I don't even know. Okay, redo. Back up. Don't delete all these. I just want to do it right. If I've learned anything using Blender, it's that do it the right way from the start. Make sure you're making a careful decision about how you do it, because later on it's going to have big impacts. So that's why I'm so carefully making this decision. Okay, this looks way better. This is the way. I like this. And then those little parts that are pinching there, I should be able to fix that by making these edges sharp. Let me adjust the camera. A little bit here, so I can get closer. Yeah, be careful. If you've set it too close, things can get really weird. But by making these sharp, it should fix that like indentation that it's creating. Hopefully. Might need to do it on the inside as well. And then I'll probably just put like an unshaded black color or in this case, a dark pink. Just a single color on the inside that's kind of gives it that look of depth. Well, I guess unshaded wouldn't do that. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Okay, mark sharp. There we go. So now it's a nice sharp cut in there. Yeah, I should probably do it on the inside as well, just to keep that nice and neat, so we don't get weird bends and stuff. Now this looks a little goof troop in there. I'll be honest. Like, to me, just get rid of this. Maybe. No, because you still have, well, yeah. Well, yeah, but just do it like this. So make that, just kind of connect it, basically. Is that, did I just put it, did I just make it exactly the same? I think I did. Pretty sure I just did. It doesn't really matter. Sometimes I get a little too interested in the details, but then it kind of becomes about, like, I want to solve this problem. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it. Post a response in live text. Oh, I forgot Rosa sent something earlier. What was it? A product of some kind? That was a bit silly. Oh, a keyboard for long nails. It is kind of what I thought. It's just like, oh, so it, like, they're really tall, but then they have the circular spherical around it. That's interesting. That is interesting. We can't be opening Amazon here. That is a fast track to accidental doxing if I've ever seen it. I kind of want one, just out of, like, morbid curiosity. They look like they would, like, feel nice, like, sensorially, whether you have long nails or not, like on your finger. And then, is it just me, or does it even kind of look like they're sort of, like, indented a bit? It's hard to tell. Wow. Fascinating. What have you done? I'm not gonna read that. To stick around on random things? Oh, it's just the caps? Okay, but this is also something. That's actually a great idea. That'd be pretty funny. Hemisphere. Cylinder. Ooh. I'm team hemisphere. 100%. But it'd have to come with these parts too, like the lifter part, right? They have to be the whole thing. Or maybe not. No, it's not. Okay, so you have your existing mechanical keyboard and you put those on. Okay, all right. You told it to spell everything wrong? I didn't even want to look at it. I don't even want to look at this. It was horrible. Don't make me read this. I can't do it. To most common reason YouTube go blorp down be big server tummy ache. Not drama, not hacky smash, most time. It be inside things. When many people clicky watch at same moment, viral boom, world event, shiny new feature, the servers go, oh no, we too full of video juice. I mean, this works though. I mean, it's not wrong. It's not wrong. They run on big brain caves inside Google sky buildings. But even sky buildings have limit. Sometime. New code get push. Tiny bug hide in shadow. Memory leak slurp. One server fall. Other server trip over fallen server. Then it cascade like dominoes go clack. Or network path get confused. DNS be like, where's the vid? Internet be like, I forgot. Wow. I mean, this is an accomplishment. You have definitely accomplished something great here. Maybe. I mean, great is a strong word. Great is a strong word. Okay, we're not going to worry about all these little details. It's just a freaking mouse. So, I'm going to mark this sharp. I do think remeshing this part is going to be interesting. To say the least. I might even recommend remeshing it before you start doing this stuff, but that would be too easy. Okay, is that all the little nooks? Nope. And finally, over here. Okay. And then for like the material there, I basically take all this. Although if I remesh it, it's gonna delete the material anyway. So I probably shouldn't bother. I am very curious to know how this remeshes. I.e. Rita apologizes. Like, I feel it's going to just obliterate all of this in here. Or at least make it pretty... pretty unusable. My curiosity is strong. And either way, I'll save these as vertex groups or something that could be useful. So I don't have to select them again, for whatever reason. Well, if I set them all as a certain material, it's tantamount to a vertex group, besides not being able to apply effects to it. But it'll allow me to select them all at once in the future for stuff and things. Probably could like click on this. Let's just color outside the lines and then clean it up. I'm not sure which is better. Okay, I think I got everything. Good. Then I'm gonna make a new material. We need to make two new materials, actually. and this would be like the interior color. I'm using Workbench because I like the shadows better, so it's just kind of not gonna have the most detail, but I don't usually do a lot of detail anyway, so it'll be okay. Yeah, me too. Thanks for being there with some ideas. See you later, goodbye. I will, you know what? I will. I'm especially going to. Treating myself with this little bit of blendering. Bye, Flip. Okay, there we go. Okay, morbid curiosity. I'm gonna try remeshing it. I feel like it's gonna, because right now it has like a lot of triangles, right? Like a lot. For a little tiny mouse, it's a bit much. So I'm going to see what remeshing is like. I'm gonna use this tool called Remeshify. Probably will need to adjust these settings a little, but let's just use default. See what happens. Oh, it didn't do that bad, but it also multiplied it by a lot. So it went the wrong way. So density, let's bump this up to like 10. It's probably gonna be too simplified. So that's gonna make... yeah. No, thank you. Let's try 5. Not my indie game. Not anymore. I've learned my lesson. Oof. Bit rough. Yikes. I might be out of luck if I want to make this simpler. I might be a bit out of luck. Enable detection of sharp features. Yes, detect sharp features. Detect the crap. You detect those sharps. I need you to see those sharps. Oh, that's better. Oh, that's much better. Nice. Just had to bump up that sharp detect. A lot better. I mean, your question is the answer. If that makes sense. Does that make sense, Marianne? Your question is the answer. Why not? Welcome back, Distron. It did kind of do some some weird stuff in the middle there. I'm not sure what's that about. Ah. Put the mirror in the wrong place. Wrong axis for the mirror. That's okay. But it looks pretty good. Or it looks better than I thought it would. And it's obliterated. But just in the middle. It does get a little funky in there. Hey, Frank. Maximum smart? Hell yeah. Thanks for the hydrate, Frank. Just gotta do a little refill. Cheers! You know, I needed that. Let go. It turned out okay. Oof. It didn't keep the sharps, though. So I have to go back in there and reset the sharps. And it made a few interesting choices, to say the least. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I just kind of wanted a nice non-coding task to reward myself with. To cool down after doing a bunch of coding chaos. Here's the idea. It's a little wacky. It does do kind of a weird job in there. You can see it makes stuff not so good on the corner. Don't love that. Here's what I think. I think I'm gonna back it up. Two things. Number one, I'm gonna duplicate this. Let me save this. I'm gonna make a copy. Because what I'm curious about is going back to before I made those cuts. And I'm gonna try remeshing it first. I feel like that was the right move. And then putting these bits in there. You know? I think that's what I should have done. I like to experiment. And I haven't done a lot of Blender modeling lately. Either. So it's good to refamiliarize myself with better practices. Yeah, and then if I put those cuts in there, it's gonna be a lot cleaner. This is the way. Then we'll smooth it. Shape looks great. Completely acceptable. We now have a much better poly count. It's still pretty big for an object that's going to be like that big. 680 is still kind of a lot, but we could go further. We could push it further. Let's see if we can push it further. I'm gonna put this density up to 6. The higher the density, the more it reduces it. Let's go further. 7. Keep going. Keep going. 376. It's very low. Thanks for the follow, Fudo. Smooth it out. Looks just as good. Sure, it's a little more polygonal, but it's gonna be seen from like that far away. You know? I feel like it's lost some of the cuteness that it had before, so I might adjust that a bit. Show me what the wireframe's like. Yeah, I can work with that. Honestly, I could probably push it even further. But I'm gonna roll with it. We're gonna keep it this way. So I do want to make a small adjustment though. Well, that's the thing about mirror. It can often wrap around a certain point. So we're gonna slap this in here. Oh, you can't put links in YouTube, unfortunately. But you can, if you're on the Discord in the live text, you can drop a link there. Or you can just describe it, and I'll go find it and send the link. I guess it might be easier. Basically, I just want to poof it up a little bit. So it has this, like, pork bun looking shape. Because it's just so cute. And I don't want to lose that cuteness. It's too important. Too important for what we're trying to achieve here. Which is maximum cute. It's better. It is better. Post the tool on Discord. Oh yeah, I've seen this one. Yeah, I feel like people are always sharing a different version of this. There's Ultrabox. There's Jumbox. There's Beatbox. There's Sound Effectser. They've got all these bookmarked. It's okay. No, it's just funny that there's always, I can't believe that there's always something new. Like when will there not be a new one? And then the one you just shared, BFXer, which I'm guessing is similar to this JSFXer. I just think it's funny that there's just so many like kind of variants on the same sort of concept. But this one's different. I'm bookmarking it. I'm bookmarking it. Okay? I want it. I want to have it as a reference for the future. But yeah, you might like some of these other ones too. Oh yeah, I used this one to good success. You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. Correct. Yeah, I put it in useful tools. Sound effects maker tools. So many shared by all of you over the years. Okay. Ultrabox. 2 A's. Jumbus. That's not what it's called. Jumbox. I guess the 2 letters is part of it. And they're probably all based on something else too. Who knows? Somebody knows. Beatbox. JSFX or and another one to the list, BFXR. Share any others that you have? Let's make them fancy. We can afford a little fancy. It's cooldown time. Do whatever I want. I actually do have to hurry up though. Cooldown time is maximum distraction time. Alright, you know, it could look better, but it'll do. Alright, there you go. Yeah, they're based on a web audio API. Okay, computer mouse looks good. And then I kind of want this to be the normal one, but we'll worry about that later. So now we want to get those lines back in. Yes, again. That's okay. Sometimes you have to do things twice. It's okay. Let's put the mirror back in. It might make it tough because you're going down the middle, and that can be frustrating. Maybe like that. Maybe like this. Come around the back. Looks a little wobbly. Actually, let me straighten this out. That's looking a bit wobbly. Much better. I don't think that's gonna help too much here. So these are loop tools, which is a add-on you can get. Indispensable, if you ask me. And I got this script that puts it on a wheel, which makes it very nice and easy to access. And it'll just make it easy to modify loops and lines and edges and things, so they can just be a little cleaner, especially with like hard surface modeling like this. Comes in handy. Okay, good. Let's try that again. I'll just do kind of the minimum. Maybe like that. Come in a little further on this side. Is that about right? Yeah. I guess the reason why I like doing the actual cut is on the off chance that like it catches the light in a nicer way. It might not. But I tend to avoid texturing. I just like the style that not using texturing gives, and I like kind of the challenge too of working within the constraint of not having textures. It's kind of where I'm coming from with that. Hey Cosmo, I think I actually want to keep that cut through there. It'll probably make more sense. Seems a bit long. It's tough because I have less to work with now. It's definitely not down the middle. This is giving more middle, so put it there. But I'm doing great.
How are you? Oh yeah, bevel it first. Then extrude along normals. Set all that to that material. Work has been mental. Had zero time for work on your duck game. Only managed to do some bug fixing here and there and cleaning up back-end code. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. Nice that you're still getting some time in though. Hope work stuff chills out for you sooner than later. It's hard. It's hard. Especially with all the work games take. To then have to manage your lifetime on top of that. It's hard. It is hard. Thanks for the update though. It's nice to know what everyone's up to. I always like to hear about it. It's a bit chunky, but I think the exaggeration is good. It'll just make it more visible. Maybe I'll dislike it. And I think it, again, it's going to be seen from far away, so I think it'll just articulate, punctuate what it's supposed to be a little better. Hopefully. Indie game dev is unpaid labor, basically. I hope I can get something out of it someday. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, it's kind of got to be like a hobby. And then part of the hobby, to me, is learning how to make a game that can potentially make some money. But still, yeah. Unrealistic, unfortunately, to rely on it being lucrative. But it depends. It depends, you know, if you're sacrificing your free time to work on it, you can make a little extra money selling your game, and it's not that bad. If you are quitting your job to do it, well, I certainly hope you have something lined up to fill in the gaps. Or somebody lined up. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I am tempted to mark the sharp on the inside too. It's kind of not that important. But I do be getting into the details. Y'all know I be getting into them details. I can't do both sides at once or it'll mark too many. So I have to just do like one edge at a time. So I don't need those in-betweens. If you win the lottery, you'll quit your job to be a full-time game dev? That's passion. That's passion right there. Yeah, it's fun and work. Yeah, it is. It's both. Well, it still is a little goofy at that part. Well, if you unsharp that, I bet it will look a little less goofy. It's like just don't go all the way across, you know? Like come here. Just mark that. You know what I'm saying? Cosmo's full-time, but the pay is, as Hyper said, a sacrifice, and only just started at least for you to be a living wage again, but you had a few years of rough income. And that's doing like Roblox stuff. I mean, there's a lot of really great experience that you're picking up. You know, running a business and all that. It's hardcore though. When it encourages you is the case of brothers who made Dwarf Fortress. They spent 10 years on the game and relying on donations, so they released it on Steam and became millionaires overnight. You won't become a millionaire overnight. I'll crush your dream right now. It won't happen. There. Now when it does, it'll be really satisfying. No, you're thinking of it realistically. I know you are. I can tell you are. You are. You know that it's like 1 in a million chance. But it's like a, you know, you never know. You never know. As long as you know, you never know. Went back full-time on your older game that brings in the income as we hired a new programmer, so been updating it 1 or 2 times a week. It's pretty nice. Did you make Steel a Brain Rot? You made Steel a Brain Rot, didn't you? I'm just kidding. Wait, did you? No one's gonna see these details. But I think of it as an experiment. And then when I realize, oh yeah, that was nothing. Next time I'll know not to do it. But I like to try. It's a rhythm game. So still a niche market. But used to be big into playing them, and this has been out since 2018. Nice. You know a guy on Discord who has spent 15 years on his game? He made an engine from scratch out of OpenGL. I never want to spend that long on a game. Ever. But I respect the grind, I guess. Do I? I don't know. I admire the devotion. Maybe that's what I'm looking for. Alright, let me get these little side things on here. So for that, I'm kind of imagining... Hey, kitty cat. I'm kind of imagining cutting something in here. Or something. Interesting, Myriad. Oh, don't do that, Liz. I don't have a lot of wiggle room here. He's a sweet kitty. He really is. He's the sweetest. I have no type of wiggle room. texturing does feel like it would make a lot of sense here. Some kind of paint. But I'm very, very stubborn on this front. Very stubborn. Exceedingly stubborn. Arguably too stubborn. Yeah, what if you make a cut here and there and here and there, just like that. Then select all these. It's not gonna be as round, but that's okay. Let me set up this snap to the edge. I don't think I'm gonna be able to snap it. Nah. I mean, technically, here, try, or inset. That's what you want. Inset it. Counter's cute mouse, you know it. The player controls with their perhaps boring mouse, or is it vice versa? It depends. In my case, yeah, it's pretty boring. That's up to you, if your mouse is boring. Only you can make your mouse not be boring. IRL. When are we getting the feedback stream? Tomorrow. I posted it in the Discord, made a YouTube post. It's all over the place. It's tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Eastern, which is freakishly soon. I actually should be going to bed. I should be asleep, honestly. That wouldn't be very like me to be asleep right now, now would it? That would be cool, Distron. That would be awesome. Honestly, I'd even be okay if it's sort of like badly mimicked it. Like it was just like an obvious animation loop. I think that would be pretty forgivable. PM Eastern, yes. Correct. Two hours earlier than where you live. Alright, alright. That works out to a pretty reasonable time. See you later, Myriad. Thanks for hanging out. Sounds like you made some nice progress in your game. Good job facing your sound effects fears. Sounds like I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Now this one, it doesn't... It's kind of like different on one side than the other. Inception of the whole computer fake OS within the game on your computer is just mind-blowing, is it? That seems to be a consistent reaction. Do a lot of other games not do it? I've definitely seen games that are like the whole game is that it's an operating system. A fake operating system. Oh, we're getting messy right now. We're getting real messy up in here. I said, give me the big mess. That's what I want. That's what I'm hungry for. The biggest, ugliest mess you got. That's the one for me. You know, that wasn't that bad. Few menus. Bloodlines. Yeah, I mean, it would be... Really, it's just like a minigame loader. It's a launcher for minigames. Feels like what it most accurately would be described as. Just an excuse to load them up somehow. Whoa, this is breaking my brain a little. Brain is broke. I mean, you kind of want to connect this, don't you? You know, like technically. Oh, my brain is broken. EXE games? Oh, I mean, it'll be whatever. It'll be any platform I can make it for. EXE, whatever Linux wants, whatever Mac wants, whatever web wants. I'll build it for everything. Mobile. All platforms. Well, not consoles, but... Separating minigames from the fake OS within the Godot game project as separate projects? I don't know what you're talking about. You've definitely bended my mind. Successfully. Wait, this is bending. I think this might be even bending my mind more than that. Separate the matrix from the meat space. Yeah, it'll have controller support. Absolutely. 100%. I like doing controller support. Yeah, Lise, I think what you're missing is you need one more line here. You don't know yourself? Very confusing. Here, connect this like that. Wait, is that right? No, that's wrong. It's very confusing, everybody. This is very confusing. I've made confuse. I've created confuse. Here, connect that right there. Connect that right there. It's a little weird, but trust me. Trust me. Like that. You see? You'll see? And then, you know, give it the color. The breakiest of brain is become me. Oh, you don't want this. That's not supposed to be there. And then down here, connect this. It's Wacky Town, but I do enjoy it. I do enjoy it. It may surprise you. It's like a puzzle, you know, that nobody said I have to do, but I did anyway. And then you'd want to connect that like this, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And then connect these like that. You see? You see? Then in here, you're making that a solid piece. So, connect that. Then you've got your quad right there. You got your quad right here. You see? Now, it gets a little trickier here, unless you make a cut or something. Because I don't think... Well... You know... I mean... It's pretty bad. Oh, and then you end up with a try. Which was not the intention. Truth be told. It's pretty wacky. It's pretty wacky, but you know, it's not connected. It is not connected. You can do a couple tries. It's okay. A couple tries never hurt anybody. It's a treat. Just use a bit. Whoa, it's a bit twisty. Bit twistier than it needs to be, I would say. Maybe a bit pointier than you really want it as well. I feel like there's like an unnecessary thing here. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, not really, because see how that, you have to, no, you do have to do that. No, you're good, you're good. It's correct. It's weird. That's for sure. It feels like it wants... But that's gonna be weird too. It's weird. I mean, I'm just gonna say it. It's very weird. Because like this is a quad, but it's like a very strange quad. Whoa, wait a minute. What was that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's too many. This is even weirder, Lise. Isn't it? Is it though? But is it? Or is it kind of fine? Is it weird? See, now you get into the character of my weird models. What if, but I like it. I like it. What if you do it like this, and then 2 tries there? Okay. It's at least a little bit more symmetrical. You know? Much better. Exactly, Dithron. Exactly. I don't think I want these to be sharp anymore. I just don't want it to be like technically incorrect. Like I don't want it to be problematic. Don't want it to be like a broken mesh. So it can have that weirdness while also not being bad topology. If I can bring those two things together, I'm happy. Everything's tried. That's true. It's true, Dithron. Well said. Well said. Okay. Horrifyingly, I still have to do it on the back end. But maybe now I have a better idea of how I want to handle it. Welcome to my world. So we did connect this. Did keep that. I don't really want to mirror this because I want them to look distinct. Connect this. It's definitely like a shape that has a lot of like, I mean, you know, because of the way I'm approaching it, obviously, but has a lot of unique things. Sure, it would have been faster to paint it, obviously, but I wouldn't have had as much fun. And this is why people work on their game for 15 years. Won't be me, won't be me. Okay, then I gotta figure out how the hell I connected this. It's like this part is such a mind bend. I like don't understand what's happening. Part is so weird. What is even going on? I mean, I feel like you just have to like move some of this stuff. Like, here, break that off. Yeah, reconnect these. There you go. Sometimes you just gotta break it off. You know, or just paint it on. That too. Okay. This is gonna look pretty bad, but I'm just gonna do it. Shape it from there. Okay. That's not connected. I'm just gonna make it be the right color to reduce my confusion about what's happening here. Now, I don't really want, no, you don't want to do that. That, I think, should be pink. Down here, I think that kind of makes sense as darker, because you're not even going to see that, really. And then maybe up here, maybe up here. Yeah, I don't know, I can always change it later. Once we have it in the scene and I'm looking at like the lighting and how it works and all that. Yeah, I guess technically I'd want all of this to be the pink color. So let's do that. Oh. Create a new material. Yeah, and I might not keep these colors, but at least for now, since I'm just going with a reference, I'm gonna try to keep it pretty close to the reference. Just for the sake of simplicity. I always find it simpler to keep things closer to the reference, for me. Then I can do weird things with it later. It's weird looking now. It's not exactly like the reference, is it? But it's okay. Doesn't have to be. Just has to be attempted, in my estimation, attempted to be like it. And then, like you said, it ends up giving it that personality, the weirdness that I inadvertently imbue. Sometimes I like to turn off the overlays. Yeah, I think this should be the pink. But I'll like grab this, turn off the overlays, and then adjust it. Let's get the whole edge. That way I can see like how the result is looking a bit better. So there's definitely some weird light things happening. Like that looks kinda something. What did we end up doing over here? Yeah, we didn't end up keeping a square like that. Let's not, if I can avoid it. How do we avoid that? Quad, quad, try, quad, quad. I think you would need to get rid of this. Genuinely no idea. I mean, it's definitely different. Let's see if it looks better. Yeah, looks less bad for sure. Nice. I'm gonna try to use a little loop tool on it. Oh, that did a bit much. A bit extreme. Just want to straighten it out some. I guess just try to reduce the weird ways light could catch it. You know, it's very like skeuomorphic, like it's giving 1990s maybe 2000s, very heavily. Much more than this is. Triple jump! Welcome, Raiders. How was your stream? Good to see you. What were you getting up to? Raid! It's going great. I was setting up some like DLC stuff, so I could load an external project that I had exported as a PCK and drop it in to my project and unpack it during runtime. And I had hit a couple of snags and I got it, but at the end of it I was just like, I need a reward, so a little cooldown. So I am modeling a mouse, a computer mouse, just something, kind of a nice way to put a button on the project, or the task for the day. What were you up to? Triple Jump, if you all don't know, has a game called Atomcraft out. Okay, I can say this. Cellular automata game. Like a chemistry-based sandbox sim. Incredibly interesting game. Yeah, I think you need to make this pink. That's what I think. Big update to how progression works. Nice. If y'all are already fans of the game, sounds like you should go check out the update. Like, just based on what I'm hearing. I think I saved this that one day. Oh, 12 streams. That one day, I'll automate. But for now, do it the old-fashioned way. Here we go. If you want to check out Triple Jump's game, go give Triple Jump a follow. It's a very cool, like, the game looks good, okay? The game plays good. The game feels good. It's a good game. We're not messing around here, okay? This is a serious game. This game has hype already. It's gonna release successfully. You're probably gonna hear about it again. It's just gonna happen. You're gonna just find out about it one day. And be like, I've seen that somewhere. Right here. That was a periodic table. It is an interactive periodic table that works with the world. In terms of every one of those elements, I assume. Are all of the elements somewhere in here? Yeah, it's Atomcraft. Definitely go check it out. Hope you are doing good, Raiders. Free demo, by the way. So don't feel like, oh, I can't afford it. Go wishlist it. Check out the demo. We must support each other. It's gonna be a little janky, but again, it's gonna be from pretty far away, so it's kind of not a big deal. Again, I wanted it to be very low poly, and so that's gonna show. You know, I could break this. Well, no, you really couldn't. Nah, actually, I don't think you could. Yeah, it looks good, right? Triple Jumps game? Jelly Donut. Ooh, nice. Actually, it's going to be a mouse. It's not gonna end up looking exactly like this, but it's supposed to be a computer mouse. But it's gonna be seen from pretty far away, like maybe at the closest. Like all the way out here or something. So pretty far away. I might have made that a little, now that I'm looking at that back end, might need to make that a little more narrow. I see that now. actually. Oh, let's do the faces. Close that gap a bit, but not too much, because again, it's not going to be seen. Yeah, it's big from where we're looking at it. Oh, I still haven't done the top cut. Yeah, at least I would recommend doing them all simultaneously, so you can make sure they're the same. You know what I mean? It's a bit messy in there, visually, lighting wise. But I kind of don't care. I think you could potentially improve it. I was gonna say by adding sharps, but I'm not so sure. Try it. Try adding a sharp just like around this edge here, this loop, if possible. Nice. It's a pretty okay loop. Mark it sharp. Makes it better. Looks much more bubbly. It's kind of giving very like 2000s. I ended up making it a lot chunkier than I really meant to, but I'm like okay with that. You know what? I'm gonna let it be what it turns out it wants to be. Oh, it did go all the way through. Yeah, it's just tucked underneath. Alright. Yeah, that's better. But it is supposed to be kind of cute. Use case. The use case is my virtual pet game that I'm working on. So I'm making a game about a cat that is famous on social media. That's the old mouse. That's the old new mouse, actually. We should put the new not old mouse. I kind of want to just like rename the files. Because I called this one 2, but really I wanted the other one to be 2. Here, I'm gonna... We don't have any undo history I care about right now. Nah. I'm gonna quit Blender. And in Godot, I'm gonna rename these. No, don't do it. No. Godot would get the angriest about me renaming these. So we're gonna do it here. Will I be texturing the mouse or just use vertex painting? Neither. Just materials. I don't really like doing textures or vertex painting for now. Just like the style I just tend to lean into. Someday that could change, but for now, I quite enjoy not doing it that way. Okay, and I'm actually just gonna delete this scene. Oh yeah, the smiley face. That's true. That's true. Maybe this... Okay. I would make an exception for the smiley face. Good point. Yes. I don't know if I'll actually put the smiley face on there. But if I do... Yeah. I would do... I would probably make like a PNG texture. And put that... And like UV unwrap it and put that on there. Is probably what I do. Like, I'd make it in 2D and wrap it around it. But I don't know, I might not do it. Now I feel like it's gonna be a disappointment if I don't do it. Oh yeah, close this. show you the game so far. It's a work in progress. Once I get this mouse in there. Thanks for the hydrate, Vortivoid. Welcome. If you're paying attention to your mouse, you can lower the poly count even more by just texturing the edge of the mouse too. You can probably make it half versus. Okay. Wait, that's the old one. Hey! Did I play myself? Wait a minute. Did I not rename them the way I meant to? That's funny. How did that happen? Alright, hold on, chat. I gotta lock in, apparently. Apparently I gotta lock in. Okay. Rename that. Rename this. Like that. It came back because it loves me. Brilliant analysis. It's gotta be. What else could it be? That's the most logical perspective, obviously. Okay. This should be the newer one. Yes. It's not gonna come in with any of the colors. Oh, it's a bit small, isn't it? Might need to make it a little larger. Bit tiny. That's okay. We'll fix it. Anyway, so yeah, he's a little hamster. It's not a mouse, it's a hamster. So again, still a work in progress game, but you just have a cat. It's famous on social media, so you'll be like playing like a Pokemon Snap mini game to like record it. I also want kind of like a handheld camera you can move around the room and stuff. Then you'll upload those videos and you'll edit them, and in a video editor game, which I haven't made yet. But you'll also, so you'll make like posts that you put up on social media with like the videos that you edit and things like that. And it'll just be like a little mini game where you collect ideas and it becomes a whole game. So you use the computer, that's the context, or that's the use case, is you're using the computer to make money and buy things and stuff like that. And then yes, cat. So you can pet the cat and lower its loneliness, which increases way too fast. And then you scoop its poop. There's a lot of poop. This is debug poop. As you can see, the poopiness is 0%, but it doesn't look like 0%. You'll be able to feed the cat. I haven't finished this little mini game yet, but in theory, you would buy cat food, open it, put it in there, give it water, that kind of stuff. So yeah, just a virtual pet game. Oh, there's gonna be a phone with more apps and stuff that you can do things with. And then you can buy like cosmetics for your cat. It's a little derp, yeah, I can see that. And decorate your house and whatnot. So yeah, that's kind of the game. That's the use case. I kind of want the computer view. Currently, the computer view is just like it's only the monitor that you see, right? It's like just the screen. I kind of want to pull it out a little bit. It's a bit of effort to do that though, so we're not gonna do that today. But you know, maybe like maybe have it be more like this angle or something. And then there could be an option to like go full screen, so you can like zoom in more if you want. But then maybe have the view like that at some point. We'll see. Hopefully one day you can learn to make games in Godot. I hope you can too. I love making games in Godot. It's my favorite. Oh yeah, I closed Blender because I was renaming things. It doesn't like it when you rename things. It hates it. But not as much as Godot hates it. Godot hates it way more. So that's why we let Godot handle the renaming. Okay, so there's also the thing on top. I'm just gonna cut it, yeah, all the way across. So I'm gonna bevel it. Or, right? I'm gonna bevel it, right? Is like what I'm gonna do? Oh, we still have a mirror on there, I see. Okay, apply the mirror. Oh, but the mirror got a little... Oh no, because it's sharp. Oh no, that's correct. Never mind. I was like, the mirror got a little too creative. I'm not exactly sure what this weird point is here. What is that, Vert? No idea. But it don't belong. What? Oh, double mirror? No, 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 not double mirror. I think I must have hit duplicate instead of apply. There we go. But this... No thank you. Not the vision. Oh, it's down here as well. What the hell is that? What the hell is all this? See, that's a mirror mess. You gotta be careful with mirrors. Weird things happen sometimes. Let me tell you, mirrors... At least the way I use mirrors, I think I use them a little weirdly. And I make a mess. Here, do the faces. No. Okay. Oh, cause here, undo a bunch. Undo a bunch. Back. Yeah. There you go. I made it. Oops. But that's okay. Get rid of those faces. Come here. Get rid of those faces. It's fixable. It's very fixable. You see? Get rid of that face. Get rid of what the hell's going on here. Get rid of this. Okay. Make sure we don't have anything lingering, so I'm gonna merge by distance. Looks good. Alright, chill. Backseating is so annoying. Don't be a backseater. This chat is not active enough for me to tolerate all that. Okay. It's okay. You had to roll back to Blender 4 because of instability in newer versions? Just like with projects you were already working on? Or, like, you just generally found it unstable? It's interesting. I haven't found that myself. But maybe I'm doing different things. Look at that little point. Okay. Done been cleaned up. Okay, connect this. And this. Now we'll go from here. And bevel it out. So I mean, ideally it'd be kind of the same size just have to eyeball it. You don't have to eyeball it, but I'm going to eyeball it. Then I'm going to extrude along normals. Get rid of that. Put a loop cut in the middle here. TCG Card Shop Simulator? I don't know. Why? Did it for like an hour, and every time you merged, it crashed. Had to roll back, and it works fine. Weird. Yeah, I guess, you know, me saying works fine on my machine, like, that doesn't mean it's gonna be the same for everybody. I mean, I'm glad you were able to, like, roll back, you know, and things, like, work out okay. Like, that's nice. Still, though, kind of sucks. Oh, you wanna know if it's any good? Gotcha. I don't know it myself. Trading card game shop simulator. You like using Blender on Steam? Oh, so everyone can see how long you use it. Yeah, that's understandable. Okay. I'll take your word for it. Please, I feel like you might like this better. And it's just an idea. Here, what if you try it like this? I just want to be happy with it. Having a ton of issues with Discord? Trying to do video chat with your coworker in the US and is constantly pooping the bed. Poop. That sucks. Discord sucks. Don't forget to join the Discord, everybody. But Discord does suck. You don't have to uninstall it. You change version anytime rollback. Yeah. Okay. Alrighty then. See, that's, you didn't need to do any of that. You see, because that's like that. You see, Lee's. But Lee's, what? Don't do that. Well, then what do you want me to do? If you do it like this, but I don't want to do that. Just try it. But I don't really want to, because you know you're making a bunch of cuts. I know. Just see what happens. Okay. Alright. No, I mean, look. Okay. Alright. Just hear me out. I'm listening. I'm listening. I don't know that I agree that A, this is worth my time, or B, it's gonna achieve the result I want, but I'm here for it. It is a mouse, Mosan. Not a jelly donut. It's a mouse. I guess it does look pretty mousy from this angle. It's definitely giving mouse. And that is one hell of a quad you've got there. Sure you don't want to just make it a try? Sometimes the lighting can be weird if you do that. Actually, looks great. Or good enough for me, anyway. Something that no one's gonna see. But I know. I know it's there. Okay. Yes. Kind of. Yes. 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 Mm-hmm. That's right. You got it. Whoa. Seems a bit unnecessary. But well, at some point you just want to be done with the darn thing. Okay, make it the internal color. Get rid of that sharp for me. Also that kind of mouse. Hey Captain Coder, welcome. How you doing? Good to see you. Enjoyed watching your game get played the other day. There we go. It does have kind of a weird thing going on right there. because of the try. See, the try made it look a little uggo. Made it look a little uggo. This is why we fear tries. This is why we don't like tries. Well, Lise, I got news. You don't have to do a try. Are you sure? Actually, no, I'm not sure. That's what I thought. Sorry, it's okay. You're totally fine. But I do feel like unless you plan on doing that. Do you? Do you plan on doing that? I guess you do. I could mirror it. So I don't have to do that again. See, it doesn't look better though. Alright, it doesn't matter. It didn't look better. No one's gonna see it. And then Lise, what? Just add the sharp. Oh, see? Yeah, you're right. You're right, you're right, you're right. You right, me. There. Good enough. Calling it fixed. Okay. We want a little more sharp here as well. And there. Cool. Then the scroll wheel. We need a scroll wheel. Okay. Maybe like that. I mean, I almost want to like cut here. Something. I like that low poly stuff. How can I say? Sometimes things look a little pointy. We call it an art style. And move on. try inset. Oh. Oh. There we go. But it's gonna inset it a little differently than I really want it to. So maybe just for the sake of, here, connect it. There. And there. And here. Then come in here and inset it. Whoa. Not what I expected to happen. It's kind of doing the absolute most. Okay, never mind. I take it back. I take it back. I'm sorry I ever said anything. It was wrong of me. This was fine. I'm just gonna connect it like this. I really feel like you should use a mirror. It's just a good idea, I think. I think you're gonna be glad you did that. But I don't want mirrors doing the weird things they're doing. Don't be weird, mirror. Don't be weird on me now. Mirror's like, I'm not weird. You have a weird setup. And I'm like, okay, you're right. You're absolutely right. It's kind of weird right now. So you're gonna create that mess in the middle again. I don't know how this got here. That was an accident. Why can't I even click it? I'm a little confused what's going on right here. There it goes. Okay. Connect that. And this. And this. Nope. I kind of want the same thing over here. Connect those. Whoa. Oh wait, why is there a cut in the middle? What is that? Where did that come from? Don't do that. Not interested. Okay, close this. Then this will comprise my scroll wheel area in here. Probably. Colors are a little weird. It just sort of chose to be that way, I guess. Okay. Although, actually, I do want this to be sunken down. A bit there. I guess I'd want to, here, maybe even just remove them. I guess technically I'd want to lose all this, huh? And that's kind of in the middle, is it? No, no, it's right there. I'm just gonna get rid of all this. I'm okay with potentially regretting that. See, mirrors. Mirrors do this weird stuff, and I hate it. But they are convenient. And then I gotta, like, adjust this merge. And then that makes me nervous. Okay. Cool. Thought I got rid of all that. Didn't I just get rid of all that? But see, this is where the extrude is gonna save you a lot of time. So at least come this way. Like this. Extrude that down. Then connect it. Doesn't really save me any time, turns out. This is gonna be wacky. But you already knew that. I knew it. That's kind of a big pole right here. Just a bunch of stuff all converging. I don't really think much about it, but I did think about it. Okay. Yeah, you're being a weird mirror, I know. I know you're being a weird, freaky mirror. I hate mirrors. Mirrors do such weird things. Mirrors do mysterious things. They stress me out. Don't be weird, mirror. Swear to God. Okay, this looks okay. For now. We'll see. We'll see, as long as I didn't mess up all the overlaps with the mirror. I kind of want to just merge it right now, the mirror, just like apply it, just to see like what chaos it may or may not have wrought. We are hoping for a knot. It looks okay. Okay, it removed a lot. It moved 452 verts, so it 100% did weird things. But, I mean, if we merged it, it's probably okay. I'm not seeing any Z fighting. So here's hoping. So as for the scroll wheel, I do kind of feel like we could bring it to a bit of a point there. It's like, what if I just like do something like this? It's a bit chunkier than I'd like, but I think we can fix that. Probably could just select this whole thing at once. It's probably linked. Yeah, okay. It's goofy. Can't argue with that. But it's giving mouse. It's giving mouse. That's what matters. As long as I keep these loops the same, we'll be able to reconnect it. Hopefully. Definitely. Definitely, definitely. Gotta merge sometimes, make sure we're not leaving weird things behind. Whoa. Oh shoot. That is not lined up. Oh, yeah. I find that a little challenging sometimes to get like angles lined up. Like we can snap rotationally, but I tend not to have very much success with that. Could you just try this? Could we just do like a do-over on this? Like maybe do this over. I think that's a do-over. That's what I think that's. Don't snap it this time. No snapping. I just would like it to extrude. Here, do normal transform orientation. No. Never know the way to get that. Definitely don't want to view. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, what's up, Dark Lord? I'm not interested in backseating, but if anyone knows how to do this one thing, I would appreciate it. This one thing that I'm talking about is getting this edge to extrude the same angle out. What if I tried doing by face? That's not gonna work. Yeah, it doesn't work. I don't really know how to do that. Like, I want it to go out the exact same angle, you know? Extrude the line. What do you mean? This? I'm not sure what you mean. It's okay. I think I'm just gonna eyeball it. Call it a day. But it'd be nice if it was perfect. Origin related? Yeah, probably. Extrude along the vertex instead of the face? What does that mean? Like this? It's still going like angled down. I don't know. We'll just eyeball it. It'll have to be good enough. I definitely spent a lot of time on that. In situations where it mattered more. In this case, it doesn't, so eyeballing is fine. And I just always ended up coming up with like wild solutions that I was never happy with. From a time-consuming perspective. I'm lost. Oh. Wait, where are we? Oh, it's deselected. Oh, there definitely is a way. Spent the whole morning trying to figure out why you have a small grinding noise on your fan. That sounds annoying. Did you find it? Did you find what the cause was? But yeah, Distron, definitely some way. I too feel this. And I also accept that I shall not get to know this on this day. And instead have to improvise just to get by. It's not the bearings, because it disappears once you start gaming. That can't be what you mean. It's only when it's at low speeds. Dang. That sounds very frustrating. Possibly maddening. I just want to make it a little bulkier. So it's got some chomp to it. Case resonance. How do you even fix that? Like tighten some screws? Let's see if these normals behave a little better. A little bit. A little bit. Whoa. Jeez. That looks terrible. Yeah. It's got some... Oh, because of the sharp. Forgot about the sharp. No, 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 no sharps, no sharps, no sharps. There we go. Still looks pretty bad, but not as bad. It's a weird look. It's a very weird look. It's got some concerning properties. But it's low poly. So it's okay. You have to figure out which fan it is first. Might also be the Mobo speaker. Just like, you know, take care of yourself in the journey to figure out what's going on. I could see that it's being a bit maddening, potentially. Oh, that kind of fan. I gotta be honest. When you said fan, I thought you were talking about a ceiling fan. I'm gonna be really, really honest. I did not know you meant a computer fan. I was like, when you're gaming, your ceiling fan makes less noise. Okay. All right, now I'm on board. I'm with you. Sorry. Yeah, I see that now. Okay. I was like, that is a weird observation to make. That is frustrating. I feel like I often just have to accept it. I'm just like, well, that's what this fan does now. Now it makes noise. Whoa, what is this? Hello, what are you doing? Excuse me. Oh, I guess it kind of is a quad. No. You don't belong here. You're making a mess of things. No. Come on. I guess I kind of see why it's there, but nah, it'll shade smooth out. I don't think I know what an extractor fan is. Maybe the grease is getting old. I'm putting a lot into this scroll wheel. Scroll wheel is my legacy. More or less, give or take. Lise, you gotta do them both at the same time. I respect you, but you gotta do them both at the same time. I mean, it's always gonna look a little blocky. That's inevitable. And from way over here, not even gonna be noticeable. Extracts all the fan that blows outwards towards the environment. All the heat and dust. Oh, not like the CPU cooling fan. Oh, okay, that is different. Yeah, right, because getting to the CPU fan or something, that can be potentially frustrating, depending on how it's laid out. Yeah. Nice. That is better. Replaceable. Explorable. Definitely better. I like nudging around these things. It's fun to see like stuff change. Like the lighting just subtly warp differently. And I just move things a bit. Brings me a certain satisfaction. Even if I spend an eternity doing it. There's a little bit of control, reducing some of those polys down. It's gonna look a little funky. I don't think there's a defunkifying that, unless you add more edges, but meh. If you kind of embrace like the cylindrical tubular capsuleness, it actually kind of suits the overall look. Now it's obviously not as pointy for reals in the reference and whatnot. It's okay. Just kind of gonna happen with the low poly approach. I can try. It's not bad. I can live with myself. Bit wide there. Again, it's gonna be seen from pretty far away. But I think from far away, I mean, it looks like the thing. Like, it looks like what it's trying to be. Which is kind of what matters. I do feel like we could stand to have some sharps here. Maybe. Yes. This gives it a cleaner hard surface look. I do want this to overall be extruded down, or at least stretched down. Well, every time you see 3D modeling, you remember crashing your PC using ZBrush back when you're still on a 960. Don't know what a 960 is, but that sounds traumatizing. Like, are you talking about like a GPU that was actually numbered under 1,000? This is like half joking, but I can't believe GPUs were ever numbered under 1,000. Like, I kind of forgot that that was ever a thing. I feel like for the last 15, 20 years or something, it's been over 1,000. Maybe I just like don't know anything about numbering. You said last year? $260. It was a beast back then. I bet it was. I bet it was actually. Can we get a little more incremental? Like maybe drag it down like this. Then like that. Yeah, like this. And I like having all my geometry connected where possible. So I'm gonna connect this back in, which should be pretty doable. Let's see if I can pull this off with loop tools easily. So that's got... Let's do this one too. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do 5. See if I can get 5 here. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not quite enough. So it's gonna get a little larger. Here, what if you do this one? But now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here, just try it. And then we can do bridge. That kinda worked. Flip it the right way though. I do like my geometry connected. It's just what I like. I like what I like. Last GPU before NVIDIA came out with the RTX series. The only reason you upgraded was because you thought it was about time. Had to run things on medium instead of high. Glad you did. She'll even have to set up some code snippets. Nice. What you coding? Do I really care about connecting the geometry though? Do I? You know what, y'all? I don't give a crap about connecting geometry. I changed my mind. This is a waste of time. I thought I cared, and I decided I don't. I do care though. In my heart of hearts, I do care. Here, just at least lower this. Alright, it's a bit tall. Doing the most. I do care. I'm trying very hard not to care. It doesn't matter. It's totally fine. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. I mean, you know, I do feel like I wish there was like a loop here. Like really bad. But I feel I'm gonna really regret. I mean, it won't even let me. It's like, I can't put a loop there. What are you talking about? Yes, you can. Look, here. Oh, it's making that a quad. That's interesting. I mean, that is technically a quad. Here, let it happen. If it's fine, why not? Then you get more movement. You see? You see? Easy. Much better. Instantly better. Oh my gosh. Many times better. Okay, do it down here too. Cause see, that's the benefit of tries. Is a try is just one vert away from becoming a quad. Remember that. Okay. I can sleep at night with this. Nowhere says, I like 3D sculpting more than 3D modeling. Sucks ZBrush doesn't work on Linux. Blender still hasn't caught up to them yet. Yeah. I feel like I've witnessed when people are sculpting that they can do more with ZBrush. I get a little sometimes I do sculpting, I get a little messy when I start sculpting with the poly counts. But it doesn't have to be that way. See that clip from Mark Hamill about Harrison Ford? A, very vague. B, probably not. Well, I guess other than some various touch-up spots, like here, I probably would want to sharp that. So that's cleaner. So you don't have this jelly donut looking stuff. It looks a little too soft. It does kind of lose the like... Oh, that made it... Okay, let me actually adjust that a bit. You're gonna want a mirror, I'm just saying, or at least make sure you're modifying them simultaneously. That's all I can say. I'm not gonna look it up. That's a fast track to demonetization. I'm making a computer mouse. We're just gonna excoriate that a little bit. I don't know, it seemed like the right word. Bit unsettling, but right. Oh my. Marcus worried about a continuity issue while they were shooting, and Harrison Ford is like, kid, it's not that kind of movie. If people are noticing that, we have way bigger problems. I like that. Although maybe they didn't have the full context of the success that the series would enjoy. Poor Mark Hamill. Short lengthwise? You know, A, I don't remember asking you. Two, that's kind of the idea. So the reference image I'm using is this, and as you can see, it's a little short lengthwise. I hear you. I hear you. But that's the point. I want it to look a little short. Is to make it cuter. You know what I mean? Oh, did I click? I think I might have seen what I did wrong. Did I do what I think I did? Oh no, I didn't do what I think I did. Okay, never mind. I thought maybe I clicked it all the way across and moved it. Wait, but this doesn't look the same on each side. Ay. Oh. I see. Okay, well then just do this. And that. Are we going for maximum cuteness here? I'm a little afraid of using proportional editing. Yeah. No. It's kind of tricky to get this the way I want. I like that a lot, this throne. But you know, context and everything. Sometimes it's just fun to take some time to do stuff. You're flipping a character to have two sides and your character isn't perfectly symmetrical. Players will only notice if your game is really broken. Yeah, I guess, yeah, it comes down to, why do you want your character to look even on both sides? Or whatever it may be. Is it because you're worried about what players think? Or you're worried about what you think? Are you on a tight deadline? Or are you someone working on it for 15 years? I was using the mirror earlier, but sometimes the mirror is unpredictable, so sometimes I don't like to use it. Would be the simple answer. Nowhere literally hate watching right now. Two separate animations. But yeah, I could do a mirror modifier. Sometimes I don't want to, you know? I feel like that is reasonable. Sometimes I shouldn't be trusted with the mirror. Sometimes I make a mess of things with the mirror. But what's the worst that this does? It means I gotta click a few more times? Meh. You know, it's not like I'm sculpting something on each side. You know, it's not like I'm doing tons of highly technical little adjustments on each side. One at a time, you know? Although I could put on this symmetrical editing. This would actually be a better idea. Symmetrical editing is kind of like a mirror without being a mirror. Forgot about that. I should totally do that. So it's not like a mirror modifier, so yeah, my problem with a mirror modifier is that sometimes it messes up things, especially in the center where the mirror is joined, just depending on more variables than I bother to think about. So I'd often rather rely on the symmetrical editing, which I did just forget about until now. And now I'm just like doing little adjustments. Nothing too important. No, not vertex paint. No thank you. Thank you, but no thank you. Yeah, you could do this. Symmetrical editing won't add certain things like the cuts and stuff, but still pretty helpful. I just want to make it a little rounder. Just a little. Put some cuts up here. It's just little things. Gotta be careful with that symmetrical editing. Things can get really weird. Very oopsie very quickly. So I think I'll pass on that. Oh, then the back end. Whoa. That was such a big loop. Whoa. Wow. Became a bit more of a loop than I was bargaining for. That's interesting. I'm sure it makes sense why it's doing that. I'm a little surprised. Oh, because we're not dealing with the tries up there. Those are quads. So it can't add that in the same way. Stop backseating nowhere. You're being so annoying. Swear to God. Chill. Oh my God. Oh, we have to do it on both sides. It's okay. Blender especially brings it out of people. I mean, everything does. But something about Blender sometimes can especially do it. Bit weird. But I like how the ways that I choose to do a lot of this stuff adds like a weird personality component to it. And for me, as long as the like topology isn't garbage and broken, like kind of making things look a little funky. You know? I think I'm okay with this. I think I'm kind of okay with the way that this looks. It's different than the reference. That's okay. I do kind of wish this was just like a little more roundy. Just like a little bit. Like some. Whoa. What's this? What's going on in here? Maybe a little overlapping in there, but it's not anything noticeable. Means you want to open Blender and mess around? Love that. Let's go. Yeah, it's fun. I actually started doing this as like a cool down from the coding I was doing earlier. It's because I like wanted a little break from coding. Cause it's fun. Some people don't find it fun. Some people hate it. I respect that. But I can't relate. It's like a little creative puzzle. You know, it's not as fun if you don't know, you know, the tools and like how to use the shortcuts and everything. Then it's pretty miserable. But once those tools feel like comfy and familiar, it's quite enjoyable. Alright. I'm lost. There we go. I think it's good enough. Now, yes, there's the little smile face. I don't think I'm I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I'm gonna do the smile face. Maybe someday, but meh. It's really the shape of the mouse that I most liked about it. All creative software? Well, I mean, for me, yeah, I do love using. I be using them in Godot. Certainly Blender. I mean, Blender especially. The shortcuts are so important. But yeah, they're helpful in any program. But I know some people shortcuts don't agree with them as well because it's like less comfortable for their hands to use. But personally, I feel that. I feel what you're saying very strongly. But another thing you're trying to learn, you used 3ds Max for so damn long. Damn. You had that money. Nah, you didn't pay for it, did you? You don't have to admit it. Don't admit it. They're watching. They're listening. Don't admit it. Alright, I think I'm done with this friggin' mouse. I think it's a little small, though. Oh, students. Oh, nice. I thought you were gonna say it was cracked. That's acceptable. That's acceptable. I kind of want this to be, like that. This is not even got like a flat bottom. Imagine your mouse isn't flat on the bottom. Sucks. I can fix that. I can. It's not that hard. Very fixable. I just have to decide what I'm okay with giving up some of the roundness. I would say you would just want to do... You don't get it. So this is your Harrison Ford quote. Not something anyone will see, but then what I think of is, oh, I enjoy the challenge. It sounds like fun to try to make it be that way. And I'm not gonna worry about putting like the optical sensor and stuff on the bottom. Like that's where I'm done. But this, yeah, let's make it flat. Bam, flat. See, that wasn't so bad. Okay, any other sharps you want to do? I mean, it's, you know, it's weird in its way. I kind of wish... I'm done in a way. I kind of wish this was like a little further forward. And then that's it. And then that's it. Oh my. That's interesting. Yeah, because you're peeling it apart. It's not. It wasn't meant to. It wasn't meant to be this way. It wasn't designed to move like that. Okay, one more thing. this. And this. And this. You see, a little nicer. Well, except for that. I gotta fix that. I can't leave that the way it is. Okay. All right. So now I'm gonna go check that size. I adjusted the size a little bit. Throwing shade at Apple. Walking into the industry-focused software store like I'm a lifelong learner. Walking into the industry-focused software store. Is that throwing shade at Apple? I don't know what's happening. Hey 3D Addict. Welcome. I don't know what they mean. I was just reading what they said. Back is kind of doing the most, but let me see what it looks like. Let me see what it looks like with some materials on there. Industry software at an actual store. What is industry software at a store? You mean like when they used to come in boxes? In those big boxes? When I said it's a little too round, a lot of Apple stuff at the bottom is round. Oh. No, it's not. It's flat. It has to be flat. It's rounded, but it's flat. You're waiting on a comment saying Blender is not industry-focused software? Ooh. I mean, it's becoming more and more industry. Hey, Vanatorium. Morning, love. You know, we're doing pretty good this morning. How are you? Like buying Photoshop in a big box, 3ds Max in a bag. Yeah, I remember that. I remember those days. I think I got Bryce that way. If anyone remembers Bryce. And your last 3D studio is using Blender. Yeah, it's industry. I mean, maybe it's still like working its way into being standard, but it's definitely getting there, right? I mean, it's free. Like, why wouldn't the industry want things to be free? They want to save money. Companies want to save money. It's free. It's right there. Yo, Bryce made some cool things. I made some cool art when I was a teenager using Bryce. I loved Bryce. I mean, I feel like I would probably look back on it and find it very clunky, but the art style of things that you get from Bryce 3D is on another level. There's nothing like it. There's nothing quite like it. You're welcome, Distron, if that is a pleasant thing to think about again. I should be napping too. See tech stuff happening, so sleep doesn't exist. Relatable, relatable, absolutely relatable. They need to train the people in the new software. Yeah, I think so too, Nowhere. I think so too. I think it just like takes time for adoption to adjust. Look at this. Look at this. Amazing. And this, you could make this in a very short amount of time. But everything had this like super glossy, super shiny, like very vivid and saturated. You could make this like in 10 seconds. This right here. Drop a couple toruses, a sphere, and get this drop, and you could like move the terrain, drop the terrain in really easily. It was super fun to make art in this program. Really satisfying. Just these abstract shapes, super reflective. Everything was so reflective, so reflective. It was fantastic. It was a great, okay, that's very low quality. It was a great joy to use. I mean, this is pretty much like what the art would look like. Oh yeah, the fog, the volumetric fog was just like so that. Yes, the water, of course, the water. Looking like some, I don't know, ultrasound gel. Such a delight. Such a delight. So much fun. These are all pretty low quality, but it's okay. And all this stuff turns out pretty. It turns out very pretty. I would definitely love to like bop around in it again. I feel like it would just be not the most useful thing, but just for the satisfaction. Hey, Kimmy. Oh, I'm glad you slept well. Oh yeah, sleep. Right, the sleep. That's the briciest thing. But the reflections were always so intense. Like basically just re-rendering it. Speaking of rendering, yeah, you'd have to wait for the render too. That would take some time. Good stuff though. Good stuff. Well, I did get everything working and got my DLC implemented. Just great, just fine. Oh, the Poke Flute worked! Yay! Good night's sleep, you deserve that. I need a Poke Flute to silence the snoring in my brain. What? I achieved what I achieved, but I had like a really annoying bump along the way, and eventually I resolved it. But after that, I was like, I need to treat myself. So I treated myself with an all-nighter, making a mouse for the computer. I was like, this will be fast. This is easy, just a little mouse. 5 hours later. Maybe 4 hours. Maybe 3 hours. That's okay. Alright, that's the outside. So I just like found this cute mouse. I'm not gonna put the face on it, probably, maybe. We'll see. At least not right away. Not today. Someday, if ever. And then this is the inside part, probably. Which will make a very dark purple. Pinkish purple kind of thing. Probably should use some swatches. Main colors. Okay. What are those? Main color. No. Not those colors. Don't we have like a furniture colors? Computer colors. Room furniture colors. Yeah, that. Oh, I have one color in there. Alright, so it seems like we do not have a set thing going on. That's okay. Probably be easier if I just loaded the scene. Here, make the last material. And then adjusted it during the runtime. Probably easier. You made the mouse complicated? What is it? Does it have a special scrolling? No. The mouse I didn't make complicated. No. I was just spent a lot of time hyper focusing in on it. No, none of that. No, I didn't. Luckily, I didn't get into anything too wild like that. It'll just sit there, being its lovely mousy self. I do feel like the back of it could be closed up a bit. I guess I should look at it from the angle that we're gonna be seeing it for the most part. Hey, Godot, how you doing? Hey! How you doing? Godot, what'd you do? I had that open. Hey! What are you doing? Did I model the cat and do its animations? The cat I did not model. The cat is the one thing here I did not model. I did, however, make the eyes for the cat. Except it's really just a shader. So no, did not do the cat. I would have done the cat, but I was trying to get this done in the time of the game jam. And so I decided to use an asset because it was going to save me a lot of time. And then I didn't end up finishing it in the game jam anyway. But now it works. Thanks, Kimmy. The cat is like there and it's fine. So I'm keeping it. It's really well optimized. The cat asset is super well optimized. I paid like 10 bucks for it. And it came with a bunch of animations. I have had to make some extra animations and I probably will continue to, but it fully gets the job done. I'm quite happy with it. You probably want to like rotate it around a bit so you can see all the stuff that you put in there. Oh, you can see the pink a little bit. It's definitely got some weird lighting going on. Oh my. Faster if I made a more basic mouse? Oh yeah, but I wouldn't have enjoyed myself as much. And I wouldn't have this quirky, weird little mouse. That would have been tragic. This is the mouse I wanted. If I wanted a simple mouse, if I was about speed, well, yeah, I would have done something like that. But speed was not my ambition. Surely that's obvious. Don't mess with this. This property's weird. Don't mess with this property. This property's freaking bizarre. Just value. Purchased the cat from? Yeah, the cat. Let's see if I remember. It was on a bunch of different sites, and I just had to like ultimately pick one. I picked the cheapest one. I'm trying to think where I have that information. Probably, I think I have it in my Milanote, which I'm not logged into. So I have to log in. And I gotta be on not storing cookies for security. So, and I have randomized passwords for everything for security. All in a password manager, only on my phone for security. Okay. And I'll tell you what it is. It's good to have good security. Depends on your threat model, obviously. Me, it's avoiding having things being leaked by irresponsible third parties. Alright. So I believe I put that in... here. Yes, I had looked at a bunch of them. I was considering this one, but it was too high poly because I want like mobile game stuff. I want this to be like compatible with like potato computers, and this one was not going to. Oh, this was the one. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Oops, wrong one. No, that's the one I did. That's the one I ended up getting. This was the one, and I thought about like making maybe like kind of trying to push the model to look more like this. So this one was like very, very high quality, but it didn't have as many animations, and it wasn't rigged. It's so expensive. It was on sale when I first looked at it, but it's not even rigged. I don't think. And if it is rigged, it's like 3ds Max rigged. I don't know. I don't remember all the things, but it turned out, I know. Oh, it is rigged. It is rigged. But I don't know if it's Blender rigged. I think a lot of this rig is very 3ds Max leaning. So like it is rigged. I just wasn't sure. I wasn't as confident, and it definitely, certainly didn't come with as many animations. So that turned me off. And it's got a lot more polys. So this is like 9,000 polys. This one, which is the one I ended up getting, I don't remember if this was the site I got it from. If it says $10, then it's the site I got it from. It's 20, so I don't think it was from this site. But this one, if I can get it to show me the stuff. Listed its poly count at an incredible 620 verts, which is nuts. 1,200 tries. Super, super efficient. Just like incredibly well optimized. Look at that. That had me. Hey Brudius, that had me. The fact that it was just made, it was so perfect for like a mobile game, and it came with all of these animations. Now a lot of them I've had to clean up and adjust a bit because they weren't really, you know, like there was like a jump. A lot of them didn't like start and end in a way that made them really malleable with each other, but you know, it was just a little tweaking. It wasn't bad, and it already came with all of these animations. Super, super useful. Saved me a lot of time. And it came with all of these colors. The other one came with one color. It was just such a great value, and again, it was going to be the poly count that I needed. So it was the right one. I don't know if that's the one that I ended up buying, though. Because I ended up finding it somewhere else. But I was just looking at I think if I just look up like Lady Mito Cat there's a version in Unity Asset Store, in Blender Kit, Godot Asset Marketplace. It's all over. It's like this person put it up on tons of different stores. So I just basically shopped around until I found the cheapest one. And that's the one I got. Now this one says it's free. So that does sound like it would be the cheapest one. It also has this Unity light, so I don't know. I feel like this is not the same. I think this is probably not the same thing, would be my guess. So you'll just have to shop around. But... oh, this one's 15. Maybe I got it from here, from this Godot asset store. That was another thing, is I think it did have some optimizations for Godot, which was nice. So I'll just drop all these links and you can decide. Or a couple of them, and you can decide which one speaks to you. How do you say it? If anything feels easy to trust, it won't be. If anything feels easy, it won't be. Why does this give me a reminder of how your work looked when you started using Cinema 4D? I don't know what 3D Addict is talking about. Because there's no issue using Blender since you can open the files from Blender and above mentioned ones. Those days, unless workflow is super strict, they have their tools to look for the software. People don't care what you use as long as your files can be opened in other software. Vanatorium is doing well, should be taking a nap, but you see tech stuff happening. Yeah, same. Inspiration for this vibe of indie games? Don't know what that means. So that's one, and then... yeah, there's this one. That one's 20. I'll send these two, and then you can like go from there. I feel like I got it from... I do vaguely remember the name. My credit card company flagged it as a scam when I first bought it. They were like, this is a scam site. I was like, no, it's, sorry, I ordered that, actually. You cannot reject that. Something about the way they charged it was weird. Maybe Turbo Squid? Yeah, I just don't remember where I ended up buying it from. Anyway, you can shop around. That color is not too bad, actually. It's a bit pinkier than I necessarily want. I just don't want it to be too bright. And then as far as these things go... probably do want to keep it pretty rough. Don't really want it to be metallic. Specular, it's not really making much of a difference anyway. I do feel like the back of that mask could be closed up some. If I'm being honest. Yeah, of course. Because it's good that it's big, because otherwise it's not going to show up very well. Again, that keyboard is the placeholder keyboard. Same with the monitor. But I figured this would be a easier one to just knock out real fast. Looks like a little robot. I'm just going to... close this up a little bit more. I would say just bring it down from the top. Morning, Willow! Right, y'all keep reminding me I'm supposed to sleep. I'm streaming an unlisted stream soon. I'm gonna be napping. That's what I'm about to do. Technically. You could probably also sew these up a bit as well. While you're at it. So I'll be doing an unlisted stream tomorrow. It's a secret live stream. You can only access it if you are on that free tier on Patreon. It's totally free though, but it's secret. And the stream is a game feedback stream where I'm going to play some of y'all's games. It's nice. I prefer to just keep it kind of like a more cozy environment where we can just, you know, be critical and also, you know, not worry about, I don't know, leaking our game or something. It's just like a nice cozy environment, I think. And it also filters out people who don't really want to share their game in a meaningful way. If you kind of put that barrier. So that's actually going to be tomorrow. Need to sleep for a few minutes? Oh, yes. Okay. Okay, Distron. Oh my gosh, a few minutes. Tomorrow's in today. Yes, sorry, tomorrow's in today. Yep. Right. Yes. That. What you said. Correct. Yeah, forgot about that. Yeah, that would be the accurate way to put it. But it's not going to be on Twitch. It's just an unlisted YouTube stream, so it's a bit secret. Okay, that looks better, I think. And then I guess I could rotate it around. Less than 7 hours? Yeah, that one. That one. That's the one. Yeah, it's at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Pretty soon. And then I'll be back on Thursday and Friday. So, yeah. Whoops. Assuming I'm not getting sick. My spouse has been sick. And, I've been doing my best to avoid being around them, which hasn't been easy. I do feel a little something, but hopefully it's just that, a little. And it'll pass. But knowing me, I'll still show up and stream anyway. I mean, honestly, I'd be staying up anyway. Figured out why combat was so hard in your game? You're accidentally applying weapon and armor bonuses to the mobs as well as the player. Whoa. So the better your gear, the harder the fights would be? I mean, that's borderline difficulty scaling, but then again, it also like might negate everything that the player does. That's funny. Well, that's nice to figure out. That's the kind of stuff you wanna squash. Love that. All right. Mouse. Mouse is made. All right, y'all. I'm gonna call it then. YouTube will do a raid. We'll see if anyone's around. Twitch will do a raid. Someone will be around. See where we can go. I'm very happy though. I got the things I wanted to get done. Got the things I want to get done. Yay, Distron! Which was, namely, being able to pack and unpack this project. It is no longer, this post planner is not in my project with the entire file system. It is not. It is a PCK file that gets unpacked in a virtual file system. That works, it functions perfectly, no complaints. Thank goodness. And then I made a little mouse too, just for fun. So, that was my day. That's what I got up to today. And I feel really good about it. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Let's find somewhere to go though. Let's find somewhere to go. Look at that mouse. Okay. YouTube, who is streaming? Hit that like button, YouTube, by the way. If you haven't yet, hyper smash the thumbs up. Helps a lot. More people find out about what we get up to around here. Lets me know I'm doing okay. Just reminding you. Mostly I'm just reminding you if you want to. Oh, RJ's streaming. Well, maybe not much longer. Let's see. 3 hours ago. I don't know how much longer he'll stream. I feel like he tends to do like 4 hours or so. So it might be a shorter time there. Hopefully. We'll see. Yeah. You're wait till I'm not ready to go to ask how you did it? Wait, how I did what? Oh, the PCK thing? I mean, I just copied what I did in my other project. Which is up as an example project, by the way. And I basically changed one thing. I changed one little thing. And that one little thing was what was causing all my problems, basically. But yeah, I'll tell you while the raid's going. I'm gonna have to do a raid and run though. I must run and sleep. If you're ever wondering how to do a raid on YouTube, go to your live console, hit edit stream, customize, redirect, find a person you're trying to redirect to, add them, and then you just end your stream, and it will take you there. That's what it does. That's what it does. It just works. Alright, and he's on Twitch as well, so it'll work out nicely. Always nice when we can go to the same place, you know? Okay, he's still alive. And he's doing art. He looks like he's in the middle of that. He is in the middle of that right now. He erased the whole thing. So I think we still got some time with him. Thank you all for hanging out. Sleep is good, indeed. So here's how I did that, Willow. First of all, if you're interested in learning more generally about the way my PCK unpacking works, you can check out this project right here. That project has GitHub links, and you can see basically how it works, where it just unpacks that thought bubble, which is a PCK, and puts it in there. And I took the same infrastructure I did there, and I put it into my cat care game, my virtual pet game, basically. Did I put a shout out to him instead of a raid? That's funny. I got close. I almost did it right. And then I did one little thing different. The one little thing I did different was the most important thing I could have possibly done. This load resource pack method is really the hinge that makes everything work, that makes the whole DLC system work, is this load resource pack, which unpacks a PCK that we give it. And it has this extra parameter you can add, replace files. In my mind, I was like, well, okay, there's like a Godot config, there's a Godot cache. I probably don't want to overwrite that in the main project. So I'm gonna say false. Wrong! Completely wrong. Huge mistake. It's basically a zip file. It's Godot's zip file, if you want. That's the easiest way to put it. But it was a huge mistake. So when I clicked on it, it was giving me this error.
And the reason it was giving me that error is because well, anyway, the raid's about to end. Well, you can rewatch the stream. Goodbye! Alright, YouTube. See you later. Have fun with RJ. Look, it is what it is. I gotta go to bed. Good night, YouTube. Appreciate you. Have fun with RJ. Goodbye.